Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976, Unstoppable. While Qin Wentian was fighting, the entire void was in turmoil, and everyone was fighting. Nanhuang Yangxi and the little bastard joined forces, and their attacking power was also extremely strong. Nanhuang Yangxi was bathed in the flames of the phoenix, and with a strike of her finger, the ancient phoenixes roared, and the flames tore everything apart. The little bastard's body was made of pure gold, and his huge body was fierce and invincible. Every blow was earth-shattering. The ancient tripod hanging from the battle formation was smashed by the two of them, and the rest of the strong men attacked one after another, fighting in the sky. As for the other battle camps, Qin Wentian, Jiutian, Qingxuan and Purgatory each led a team of people to tear apart those small battle formations. The power of the 9-man small battle formation was obviously far less than that of the 81-man large battle formation. A blue sky world map appeared behind Qin Wentian. Every punch he threw out was filled with amazing power. He was wearing armor like an eternal emperor. With one blow, he could borrow the power of a blue sky world and launch the wildest attack. A small battle formation could not withstand his wild attack at all. In addition, the strong men following behind him assisted in the battle, and a small battle formation was torn apart in a short moment. Kill! Qin Wentian punched out, and the emperor's fist turned into gold and torn of destruction, tearing everything apart. In just a moment, the 9 great Xianjiao figures who formed the battle formation were directly torn apart by this blow. They were killed before they even had time to use their trump cards or sacrifice the power of the magic weapon. Jiutian was equally terrifying. After bathing in the holy light, his eyes of reincarnation seemed to have undergone a transformation. The light of the reincarnation world shone between his eyes, and the world lost its color. Those strong men only felt that they were trapped in Jiutian's world. There was only the pair of rotating eyes of reincarnation in their minds, and the battle formation collapsed instantly. The Qin sect's strong men attacked from behind, crushing and destroying them with absolute power. They were easily defeated. They were shocked. Qin Wentian and his men had indeed had a great adventure. Qin Wentian and Jiutian's strength had changed and became powerful and terrifying. Their realms had all entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. Qingxuan and Purgatory were also killing people, and they were extremely powerful. The talents and strength of the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were not as good as Qin Wentian and Qingxuan. These people had all gone through the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's trials and entered the top few. Now they had been baptized and tempered by the holy light and transformed. How could they be compared with the so-called geniuses of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect? The battle here seemed to be completely one-sided. What a strong fighting power, too terrifying. These people will all enter the top 10 of the Immortal Ascension list. The onlookers were terrified. Now it was not just Qin Wentian, Qinger and Nanhuang Yangxi who were strong. Qin Wentian, Jiutian and Qingxuan were all too strong, sweeping everything, like gods descending from heaven, invincible. The East Saint Immortal sect is in trouble. Everyone had a thought. In this duel, the East Saint Immortal sect will be defeated miserably. Even if they condense the battle formation, it will be useless and they can't save the defeat. Brother Dao Yang, their strength. Xiao Lengyu's face was a little cold. She was also a genius who was ranked 6th on the Ascension list. Although her ranking has dropped now, she is still in the top 10 of the Ascension list. However, now that she has seen the strength of Qin Wentian and others, she actually found that any one of them might be able to fight her, at least in terms of power. However, without a real head-on confrontation, she could not specifically measure the strength of the other party. Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian and Qingxuan were in Xiao Lengyu's sect when they first stepped into the ancient emperor city. At that time, they were not very noticeable at all, only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. After completing the transformation in the ancient emperor city, they suddenly became so powerful. Xiao Lengyu felt very strange and felt very uncomfortable all over. Dao Yang's eyes flashed with sharpness. He stared at Qin Wentian and the others, observing the fighting power of each person. They had indeed become stronger. All of this must be attributed to the closed ancient city. Ancient city. Dao Yang clenched his fists. Why didn't he go there earlier? What adventure did Qin Wentian and the others get? Mosey also stepped into it, and he must have also got an opportunity. If Mosey's strength also changed, how strong would he be? Would it threaten his first place in the immortal ranking? I will collect all the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. At that time, the abilities of these people can be used by me. Zdaoyang had a strong desire in his heart. Now his goal is the complete inheritance of Emperor Brahma. Boom! At this moment, a destructive pressure descended directly from the sky above the sky, shocking all the people fighting. It was like a calamity of destruction, directly hitting a newly appeared immortal thought. That immortal thought was inspired by a genius from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. That genius was the son of an immortal king, so he was protected by immortal thoughts. But before he had time to rejoice that he had saved his life, his immortal thoughts were destroyed by the power of rules. The power of rules of the ancient emperor city is interfering with this duel. The geniuses were extremely shocked. This big duel actually triggered the intervention of the guardian of the ancient emperor city, not allowing the immortal thoughts to affect this battle. It turned out that this power came here to protect the smooth progress of this battle. Everyone looked at the sky from afar. This was the first time that the power of rules of the ancient emperor city interfered with a battle, and it seemed to be protecting this duel. It was a long battle, but it was only a moment from the beginning to now. All the attacks, killings, the birth of immortal thoughts, and the advent of calamity power were just a very short moment. The scenes were dazzling and the heart was trembling. Only the heart was amazed. At this time, the powerful lineup led by Qin Wentian and Kinger hit the ancient demon ape battle formation, but the strong men who formed the battle formation did not fight alone to resist. Their bodies were all shrouded in terrible demon light. The shadow of the ancient demon ape enveloped everyone. There was endless demon power on the light curtain, and the rune light was dazzling. Get out of the way! A shocking roar was heard, and the strong men in the battle array blasted out fists at the same time, all of which were blasted out by the domineering demon ape above the void. One after another, extremely violent and terrifying fists crushed everything. Qin Wentian looked unhappy. He was huge, and his spear was as fast as lightning. He actually blasted out countless phantoms in an instant. The rumbling and shocking sound continued to be heard. Where the white rune light flashed, the fists were all destroyed. But even so, there were still Qinmen disciples who were hit, spitting out blood, and flew backwards. The demon ape's defensive power is constantly being consumed. The Qinmen brothers will attack it with all their strength and will definitely tear it apart. I will protect the brothers. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the terrifying ancient monster stars above the void shone. One after another, the big monsters actually condensed in the stars and then descended from the sky. Each monster beast contained an extremely violent demon power. At the same time, the sword-killing star and the star-destroying star appeared together, and endless light fell down. The swords might killed the sky, and the golden body suppressed the eternal, frantically attacking the power of the demon ape battle formation, trying to protect the people of Qinmen as much as possible. To cultivate all the star signs to such a level, it is simply a match for 10,000 people. The power of Qin Wentian alone can definitely counter the power of a legion. If it were not for the powerful battle formation formed by these strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, no one could withstand the power of his attack, and one attack would kill them. Kill! The morale of the strong men of Qinmen was greatly shaken. With a powerful sect master like Qin Wentian protecting them, how could they not be able to attack this mere battle formation? Kinger looked indifferent, and endless space brilliance bloomed on her body. She was seen standing at the forefront of the battlefield, facing the battle formation, and a palm print fell on the light curtain. At this moment, a bunch of destroyed space lotuses grew in the light curtain, and the power contained in the rules of space could penetrate. Kinger's long hair flew, and she seemed to be running the green lotus sacred scripture again. Her cold palm gave birth to a green lotus under her feet. The lotus that penetrated into the light curtain of the battle formation turned into a terrible killing force, sweeping out. The strong men in the battle formation showed an extremely panicked look. Their strength was all mobilized in the battle formation. Once they were distracted, the battle formation would collapse. The reason why this battle formation was so powerful was because everyone worked together. There was no individual, only the whole. But at this moment, Kinger's attack tore at the individual and penetrated directly into the heart of the battle formation, which was simply fatal. Puff! Several flashes of blood flashed, and the space lotus inside was like entering an empty space, strangling it vigorously. The faces of the others changed drastically, and finally recovered their strength, frantically resisting King Er's attack power. At this moment, the light curtain on the battle array continued to weaken, and there was a faint tendency to disintegrate, and it was about to fall apart. Attack! Seeing this scene, the people of Qin attacked more violently. Their strength was extremely powerful. This time, the attack sound was awe-inspiring, and the roar continued. Qin Wentian stabbed out a shocking shot again. With a loud bang, the light curtain shattered, and the long spear directly penetrated into it, killing many people in an instant. At this moment, the battle array of Dongsheng Xianmen was completely declared to be collapsed. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen are miserable. The people watching the battle had an idea. These Xianjiao were all watching this battle outside, and their hearts were ups and downs. After this shot fell, they knew that there would be no suspense in this battle. Dongsheng Xianmen would face Qin Wentian's sanctions and revenge. Kill! The people of Qin sect saw the battle array collapse, and they rushed in with anger. One golden body after another suppressed them and landed above the heads of the people of Dongsheng Xianmen, suppressing them alive. Then Qin Wentian's spear hit again, and many people had no time to resist and were doomed to die. As the crowd expected, without the battle array, no one could withstand the power of Qin Wentian's attack in this state. At this moment, all the disciples of Dongsheng Xianmen were filled with fear and despair on their faces. How could this happen? They rushed into the ancient emperor city with great force, and were destined to destroy Qin sect and kill Qin Wentian. Why did the ending turn out like this? Qin Wentian's expression was completely different from that of the people of Dongsheng Xianmen. His eyes were filled with indifference. Dongsheng Xiandi asked more than 300 Xianjiao of Dongsheng Xianmen to rush into the ancient emperor city to kill him. In this battle, he would make Dongsheng Xiandi regret his wrong choice again and make Dongsheng Xiandi lose face. P.S. Brothers, Qin Wentian's last battle in the ancient emperor city, Wuhan summons the monthly ticket recommendation ticket. Chapter 977, Raging Again. The battle array collapsed, and the Qin sect's people were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, and began a mighty killing. The leader of the Eastern Saint sect retreated into the crowd. His face was pale, and he stared at the giant figure in front of him, the figure of Qin Wentian. This Qin Wentian actually led the strong men to break the battle array. More than 300 talented disciples of the Eastern Saint sect fought their way into the ancient emperor's city. Are they going to die here now? The two sides have long been enemies of life and death. Qin Wentian showed no mercy to them. Every time the spear was fired, someone would die. SHH. A dazzling fairy light burst out, and the leader of this battle array sacrificed the fairy soldiers. Finally, because of despair, because he knew that it was impossible to reverse the defeat, he chose to sacrifice the fairy soldiers. The strong men of the Eastern Saint sector around saw this scene and their expressions flashed. Now, it seems that there is only this way, to sacrifice the fairy soldiers to fight, and there is still a glimmer of hope. The spear in Qin Wentian's hand suddenly slipped out of his hand and shot out violently, like a brilliant lightning bolt, stabbing at the first strong man who had sacrificed the immortal weapon. The amazing spear carried the power of killing. The man was horrified and had no time to think. He directly held the immortal weapon in front of him. With a loud bang, the world suffocated and the void was suppressed. Another spear came to kill. This spear was shining with immortal light. It was the immortal spear that Qin Wentian had refined himself in the past. The spear suddenly grew into hundreds of feet, pierced through the void, and directly pierced into the man's body, nailing him to death in the void. A terrifying wave came out, and the immortal thought appeared on the other party. There was a faint and majestic voice, and a cold light shot towards Qin Wentian. The beast is looking for death? An angry roar was heard, but almost at the same time, a calamity of annihilation fell from the sky, and the runes of endless destruction were directly imprinted on the man's body. As soon as his voice fell, the immortal thoughts collapsed and disintegrated, turning into nothingness. There was still a faint illusory afterimage that had not completely disappeared. He looked up at the void and roared unwillingly. This scene was so shocking that the actions of the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to sacrifice the immortal weapon slowed down. Whoever sacrifices the immortal weapon will be the first to be killed with all his strength. Qin Wentian said coldly, holding the immortal weapon in his palm. There was a terrible immortal light shining on the bodies of the Qin sect's Xianjiao, swallowing and spitting out, as if as long as someone from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect sacrificed the immortal weapon, he would immediately become the target of public criticism, and everyone would attack and kill him together. No matter how they fought, It seemed that it would become a dead end, an unsolvable situation. The disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who killed their way into the ancient emperor's city were destined to encounter a great disaster, a disaster of death. Everyone flee in different directions, whoever can escape is the best. A loud roar came from the crowd of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. This seemed to be the only way. They had to flee at all costs. Fighting out from different directions, escaping alive was just luck. It's over. The morale of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect is low, and the defeat is irreversible. This time they will lose even more miserably. The Xianjiao who were watching the battle said inwardly. The defeat was like a landslide. This was a group battle of nearly 1,000 people. Momentum was very important. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect had no intention of fighting and began to think about fighting out. As a result, they were even more vulnerable, and strong men were constantly killed. Hu Taksu, your master, the immortal King Wentian, has lived in the Eastern Saint 13 states for many years and is in awe of His Majesty. How dare you deal with my disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect? Suddenly, a roar came from the fighting crowd, revealing an angry roar. The ancient emperor city's Xianjiao fights for their own masters. Since I, Hu Taksu, have joined the Qin sect, I should fight. Besides, you didn't show me any mercy when you encircled and suppressed the Qin sect disciples. What's the big deal about involving my master now? Hu Taksu said indifferently, this is my personal matter. Besides, although I fought, I didn't kill anyone from the Eastern Saint sect. In the fairyland, even if there is a life and death friction and battle between the younger generations, the elders rarely intervene. For example, if a disciple of the Immortal King and a disciple of the Eastern Saint sect have a conflict and kill each other, does the Eastern Saint Emperor have to deal with someone else's master? Unless the person killed is the Eastern Saint Emperor's offspring or a favorite disciple, there is still a slight possibility. Of course, this time the Eastern Saint Emperor ordered more than 300 disciples to kill Qin Wentian in the ancient emperor city. Hu Taksu standing on the side of Qin sect would surely make the Eastern Saint sect feel resentful, and even have a grudge against the Wentian Immortal King. However, Hu Taksu did not care that much. The Wentian Immortal King only lived in the Eastern Saint 13 states. Sometimes he would go to support the Eastern Saint Emperor, but he was not considered a subordinate of the other party, and he did not ask the Eastern Saint Emperor for help. If the Eastern Saint Emperor did not like it, the Wentian Immortal King would at most leave the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's sphere of influence. Hu Taksu, you'd better not set foot on the Eastern Saint 13 states again, otherwise the Eastern Saint sect will never let you go. The Eastern Saint sect disciple said coldly. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and looked over there. Those small battle formations were not very threatening, and they were all broken one by Jian Mengchen and others. As for the demon ape battle formation, it had been broken, and victory was in hand. Whether he participated in the battle would be a complete victory. Now, there was only another large battle formation that had not been broken, but Nanhuang Yangxi and the little bastard were working hard. Kinger, let's go and lend a helping hand to Nanhuang. Qin Wentian said to Kinger, who nodded and retreated to Qin Wentian's side. Brothers, I leave this to you. Qin Wentian said loudly. Don't worry, I love to beat the downtrodden dog the most. Someone laughed and said. Using the majority to bully the minority, are all the Xianjiao of the ancient emperor's city so shameless? Many disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were already furious and rushed out to the periphery frantically. They were being surrounded and hunted, becoming prey in a cage. Haha, I really admire you people of the East Saint Immortal sect. What kind of courage does it take to say such shameless words? A Qin sect member laughed wantonly. Before, you had more than 300 geniuses forming a battle formation to deal with more than 100 Qin sect disciples. You dare to speak so openly. How thick-skinned do you need? Now let you enjoy the taste of being surrounded and suppressed. Are these people of the East Saint Immortal sect so funny? The East Saint Immortal Emperor has trained a group of good disciples. The people of the Qin sect completely had the upper hand and spoke in a relaxed tone. While they were talking, Qin Wentian and Kinger rushed towards the giant cauldron battle formation. His long spear once again blasted out with shocking power. Nanhuang Yangxi and the little bastard were extremely excited to see Qin Wentian and Kinger's support, and their attacks became more violent. In addition, Qin Wentian and more people joined the battle and frantically besieged the giant cauldron battle formation. Seeing the densely packed Qin sect disciples around them and other fallen battlefields, The East Saint Immortal Sect disciples in the giant cauldron battle formation were panicked, and their fighting will was on the verge of collapse. They seemed to be majestic and powerful, but everyone knew that they were already lambs to be slaughtered. The sneers on the corners of the Qin disciples' mouths were like evil smiles of judgment, ready to reap their lives. What should we do? Finally, someone couldn't help but yelled. No one could remain completely indifferent and face death calmly. Their hearts were being eroded bit by bit. Boom! A shocking shock came, and the battle formation was on the verge of collapse. Let's surrender. Someone lost his mind and yelled. Qin Wentian. At this time, a voice came from the giant tripod, yelling to the outside, temporarily cease fire, we have something to say. The Qin disciples looked at Qin Wentian, but saw that Qin Wentian's expression was cold, and he said coldly, continue to break the battle formation, kill. Truce? It's a joke. Dongsheng Xianmen said a truce when they were in a weak position? Ah! A scream was heard. The giant tripod's halo head cracks. Some of the warriors in the battle formation were injured by Qin Wentian's attack. The terrible shock force rushed into the battle formation. We are willing to cease fire and surrender and leave the ancient Emperor city. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect shouted, but Qin Wentian's attack had no intention of stopping at all. Is he kidding? We will offer our storage rings, please let us live. Some people completely collapsed, and more warriors were injured. The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, a joke. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. How rampant and domineering they were when they were besieging and killing him. Now they are at an absolute disadvantage. Cease fire? Surrender? Indeed, these people are like clowns. The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect was defeated, but now they have lost face. The people watching the battle were also sighing. Finally, with a loud bang, the victory was shattered, and the one-sided killing began. The disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect finally sacrificed their immortal soldiers at all costs, but facing the Qin sect's Xianjiao, who was now several times their number, and the number of immortal soldiers was also several times theirs, sacrificing immortal soldiers could not save the decline at all, and blood continued to bloom in the void. The onlookers were terrified. This was the largest scale duel they had seen in the ancient Emperor city. Similarly, the ancient Emperor city had never had so many strong men perish in a battle. Today, a precedent was set. This is destined to be a disaster day for the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. The Eastern Saint City and the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, one after another, are filled with ancient and magnificent momentum. However, at this moment, these magnificent halls occasionally bloomed with an extremely powerful momentum, and then a voice rose to the sky. Year has fallen. An old man was furious and soared into the air. My good disciple. Ancient Emperor City, something big has happened. Figures kept rising into the sky, and angry roars were heard from time to time, shaking the entire vast Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. In the square in front of a magnificent palace, strong men kept coming. Each of them had an extremely sharp and cold look. Their disciples were summoned by the Immortal Gate to perform tasks, and now, they fell one by one. Someone's immortal thoughts appeared in the ancient Emperor city and witnessed the process of the battle. They knew that those disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate were finished. What happened? An uninformed Eastern Saint Immortal Gate Immortal King stepped over and asked, but everyone had a gloomy face and a bad look, but they did not dare to blame His Majesty's order. Boom boom. Above the sky, there was a faint aura of shocking power, and it seemed that a terrible flame appeared in the sky, as if a super strong man had appeared. It's the Supreme is angry. The crowd of immortal kings of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect was trembling in their hearts. One of the 4 Supremes of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect was sent to the ancient Emperor city to lead the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect to kill Qin Wentian. At this time, a shocking imperial power swept down, and a phantom shadow appeared faintly in the void. This shadow stood in the clouds and trampled on the sky. It was the phantom of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but not the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor himself. From now on, the people of my Eastern Saint Immortal Sect will kill Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxun and others without mercy, as well as the disciple of the One Hu Immortal King, Hu Take-Su. A cold voice fell from the sky, extremely majestic, with monstrous anger. This time, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect lost face. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor personally gave an order to bury more than 300 talented disciples. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was furious, and he didn't even give face to the One Hu Immortal King. He directly issued a killing order to her disciple Hu Take-Su. P.S. I read the comments today and some readers said that not voting would lower Wuhan's ranking. Someone replied, why not vote if it's well written? A simple but touching sentence, why not vote if it's well written? Why not vote if you like it? Thank you brothers for your love. Chapter 978, Battle with the First on the Ascension List. The ancient emperor's city was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. In this battle, countless strong men died. In this battle, the Qin sect had an overwhelming advantage and crushed the disciples of the Eastern Saint sect. Although many people were injured by the battle array, no one died. This was because the Eastern Saint sect was at an absolute disadvantage and could not take advantage of the situation to kill them. The seriously injured Qin sect disciples would immediately withdraw from the battle. The Eastern Saint sect was suppressed from beginning to end. Once the battle array was broken, it was slaughtered. Although a few people fought their way out and escaped, this battle was already a bloody lesson. I'm afraid it was enough to make the Eastern Saint sect feel painful for a while. I wonder how the Eastern Saint Emperor who issued this order would feel? I'm afraid that the Eastern Saint Emperor is now furious and wants to cut Qin Wentian and his men into pieces. Qin Wentian's strength is completely different from that day. He has transformed. Not only him, but also Nanhuang Yangxi and Princess Kinger, even Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxun and his monster, have all transformed and have extraordinary combat power. There were a large number of geniuses around, and they couldn't calm down when they saw the battle was over. After this battle, the Ascension list will undergo a shocking change. The top 10 seats will be completely rearranged, and many people's names will be eliminated from the top 10 of the Ascension list. Qin Wentian swept his eyes across the battlefield, and his body gradually turned into normal size. His whole body was still glowing with light. He bowed to the Qin sect's strong men and said, I would like to thank the Qin sect brothers for their help in this battle. Otherwise, I would be in a weak position and be hunted down by the people of the East Saint Immortal sect. Master, you are too polite. We have joined the Qin sect as brothers. We are not used to the actions of the East Saint Immortal sect and the East Saint Immortal Emperor, so we participate in this battle so that the East Saint Immortal Emperor can also understand the rules of the ancient Emperor city. It is shameful not to send an army into the ancient Emperor city just because his disciples are not capable. That's right, the fighting power displayed by Brother Qin in this battle can be said to be earth-shattering and admirable. It was us who destroyed the East Saint Immortal sect and we all couldn't stand them. The next battle will need Brother Qin to solve by himself. Brother Qin, I think your strength is enough to fight Zidaoyang and Moxie. Next, we will cheer for you and look forward to your challenge for the top position on the Ascension list. Haha, disciples of the Qin sect, we are all looking forward to witnessing this peak showdown together. Qin sect's Xianjiao spoke up one after another, saying that they were willing to participate in and witness the grand event and the peak duel in the ancient Emperor city. Otherwise, they would not have joined Qin sect. They would be witnesses of this great duel. These Xianjiao were all passionate people, and they liked to see this kind of battle the most. No one had ever been able to challenge Zidaoyang, the first on the Ascension list, and Moxie, the second on the Ascension list. Even Nanhuang Yangxi, who had always been ranked third on the Ascension list, could not do it. Now, it depends on whether Qin Wentian, who has transformed, can defeat Zidaoyang and Moxie from the altar of the ancient Emperor city. Don't worry, as long as the other people from Zizong and the Evil Palace do not participate in the battle, the Qin sect disciples only need to watch. Now that I, Qin Wentian, have entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, how can I disdain to join forces with others to fight Zidaoyang and Moxie? If that happens, I am not worthy of being the leader of Qin sect. Qin Wentian said loudly, with great heroism. Good. The Qin sect disciples cheered and looked forward to this battle. Do you think you are invincible in the ancient Emperor city after defeating the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect? Don't forget that the Eastern Saint Immortal sect is just a mob. With Qin Wentian's little strength, although he is very impressive in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect disciples, he is not vulnerable to Brother Daoyang, who is ranked first on the Immortal Ascension list. Don't be too confident, otherwise it won't take long for you to become the laughingstock of the ancient Emperor city. Seeing Qin Wentian and others talking to each other as if they were sure of victory, Xiao Lengaiyu suddenly spoke coldly and ridiculed the Qin sect. The Qin sect's strong men looked condensed. Although Xiao Lengaiyu's words were arrogant, what she said was not without reason. Qin Wentian had been extremely strong before, like a god of war in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect disciples. He could kill gods and no one could stop him. But such a battle also depends on the opponent. It is normal for Qin Wentian to appear strong because the opponent is weak. If the opponent is Zidaoyang, the situation will be different. Zidaoyang, who ranked first on the Immortal Ascension list, had always been an unrivaled existence in the ancient Emperor city. Moreover, now he not only obtained part of the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor, but also devoured the inheritance of others, making him even more powerful. Moxie was extremely powerful, and like Qin Wentian, he had entered the ancient city and had an adventure. How could he be weak? Everything still depended on the battle. You have already become the laughingstock of the ancient Emperor city, and you are still so mean. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't care that the other party was a beautiful woman, and he directly insulted her. He really couldn't stand Xiao Lengyu. He had always disliked her for a long time. Now he still had such an ugly face, and kept calling him Brother Daoyang, which was simply disgusting. You. Xiao Lengyu pointed her finger at Qin Wentian from a distance. What do you mean? Qin Wentian stepped forward and said, do you want to fight? A one-on-one fight, a life and death battle. Your father's immortal thoughts are gone, right? Don't seduce men when you can't win the battle. Qin Wentian's momentum was fierce and full of provocation. Xiao Lengyu was furious, releasing cold air all over her body, sweeping out. Fight! Xiao Lengyu shouted coldly. After all, she was once the 6th strongest person on the Immortal Ascension list. How could she swallow this breath of humiliation in public by Qin Wentian, who was once a 7th-level figure of the celestial phenomenon? Xiao Lengyu was about to step out, but saw Zidaoyang stretched out his hand to stop her. There seemed to be purple light in Zidaoyang's eyes, and his pupils were cold. He said to Qin Wentian, don't you feel ashamed of bullying a woman? If you want to fight, I will accompany you and kill you in a matter of seconds. My junior brother and I were the same. He was only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon when he stepped into the ancient Emperor's city. At that time, you were already number 1 on the Ascension list. You challenged my junior brother with a sense of superiority. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Wentian said lightly, and then he stepped out and faced Zidaoyang directly. Since Moxie hasn't arrived, this battle will be with you, Zidaoyang. After that, Qin Wentian pointed his finger at Zidaoyang. Get out. Get out. The voice shook the heaven and earth and echoed endlessly. The Qin clan's strong men retreated one after another and gave up the battlefield. Even Qin Wentian and others retreated and stood behind Qin Wentian, looking towards Zidaoyang with provocative eyes. They were also looking forward to this battle. The people of Zizong also retreated. They retreated on their own without Zidaoyang telling them to. Zidaoyang had to fight in this battle. He had no reason not to fight. Ancient Emperor City was a gathering place for geniuses. They valued strength and dignity more than ordinary people. If Zidaoyang didn't fight, then there was no need for the people of Zizong to follow him. Qin Wentian's Qin sect had a large number of people, but others did not launch a sect war. Instead, they wanted to challenge Zidaoyang, who was ranked first on the Immortal Ascension list, alone. Was there any reason for him to refuse a fight? No. The moment Qin Wentian stood up, the battle was doomed. Boom. Zidaoyang took a step forward, purple light surrounded his body, stars shone, and he looked majestic and terrifying. His pupils turned purple and shot out more breathtaking purple light. He said proudly, I once said that even if you step into the 9th level of the celestial realm, you will still be vulnerable. Since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish. Qin Wentian also took a step forward, violent energy swept out, stars shone above the sky, his eyes were like lightning, and he uttered a cold voice, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The confidence comes from being the number 1 on the Immortal Ascension list and the strongest person in the ancient Emperor City. Zidaoyang pointed his finger at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, you are destined to become a joke, nailed to the pillar of shame in the ancient Emperor City, and become the laughingstock of the ancient Emperor City. This guy is the most pretentious person I have ever seen. I really want to rush up and beat him up. Qin Wentian was impulsive, and his aura burst out. He couldn't help but rush out to fight with Zidaoyang. This guy was too pretentious. He pretended to be shocking, as if he was the best in the world. Although Zidaoyang is indeed the first on the Immortal Ascension list now. Arrogant. The eyes of the powerful people around him flashed with dazzling light. Qin Wentian, a rising star, challenged Zidaoyang, the top prodigy of the ancient Emperor City. Can he really shake it? Or as Zidaoyang said, he is destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame. All this will be revealed soon. On Zidaoyang's body, two unique skills, the purple extreme immortal art and the thousand autumn emperor law, were running at the same time. A phantom like a god appeared in the void. It was his starry sky phenomenon, invincible. He, Zidaoyang, had never been defeated in the ancient emperor city and was invincible. The two looked at each other, with a surging fighting spirit in a crazy collision. Boom. Boom. The two stepped out at the same time, with only one step, crossing the space distance and facing each other. Zidaoyang's body, supreme power burst out, like an invincible king. Qin Wentian's body, there was a faint earth-shaking roar, magnificent and unshakable, like a god fighting against heaven and earth. Kill. Zidaoyang punched out, and the purple light gathered into the heaven-destroying divine fist, penetrating everything, with supreme killing power, an endless purple rune light flowing. Qin Wentian's star-picking palm print destroyed the world and possessed infinite power. There was a dazzling rune light in the palm print, which carried the supreme destructive power and destroyed everything. The two attacks collided, and instantly caused a shocking collision, shaking the void. It's powerful. Qin Wentian hit Zidaoyang headlong with this attack, and he didn't use the power of the hand of God. It's amazing. The crowd exclaimed. Qin Wentian's momentum now is simply incomparable to that of the past. His strength has transformed, like a god of war. Hulala. Zidaoyang stretched out his left hand, and the light of the stars in the void fell down, turning into a huge pattern, stabbing out with a spear of purple light. Qin Wentian did not hesitate to slap out another palm print, but it was blocked by the endless rune light. The huge light curtain dissolved it and faintly gathered into terrible power. Then Qin Wentian's star-picking palm print rolled back, and it was accompanied by Zidaoyang's sky-breaking purple fist, a double attack. The Thousand Autumn Emperor's method is too powerful, much stronger than Emperor Zhuan's Xiangsu and mirror technique. Even a powerful palm print like Qin Wentian can restrain the rebound. It is worthy of being the Purple Emperor's unique skill. In the past, it was okay when Princess Nanhurong Yangxi, Kinger and Qin Wentian fought against Zidaoyang, but now Qin Wentian is alone. He will be restrained to death by the Thousand Autumn Emperor's method. Many people saw this scene and thought to themselves that the Thousand Autumn Emperor's method could not be used by many people to surround Zidaoyang, but Qin Wentian alone would be restrained by the Purple Emperor's unique skill, unless it was the hand of God. Chapter 979, Strong Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian saw his own attack and Zidaoyang's attack coming at him at the same time. His expression did not change at all. His body was crystal clear, runes were flowing, he was wearing platinum armor, and there was an incomparable surging power in his body. Like a god of war, he punched out with both fists at the same time, destroying everything. Two dazzling fists were shining with the luster of immortals and demons, trying to penetrate the world and destroy the void. Two shocking collisions sounded at the same time, and a terrifying power swept between heaven and earth, which was extremely terrifying, but in that violent airflow, Zidaoyang's purple spear stabbed out from it. This purple spear contained monstrous purple air, possessed the power of rules, and was indestructible. The Purple Emperor's Purple Extreme Saint Immortal Art is known as the strongest attacking technique. Although it is exaggerated, its attack power is indeed very terrifying. This purple spear made the world howl, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, possessing the power of gods and ghosts, and the ability to shatter the world. The whole world was blown up by a purple storm, covering the void. Qin Wentian's body was filled with boundless power, as if a sword rune appeared. Each sword rune contained a shocking power that could kill everything. He struck out with one finger, and this finger made the heaven and earth condense. The sword energy instantly turned into white light, enveloping the void of the heaven and earth, destroying everything. A peerless sword came into being, killing on this spear, colliding with the purple spear, tearing it apart directly, and there was still residual power, rolling forward and stabbing Zidaoyang. Zidaoyang's body retreated, and the Qianqiu Emperor Law was running to the extreme. The light was blazing, the rune was dazzling, and the sword stabbed on it, as if it wanted to tear the rune light and kill into Zidaoyang's body, but it still failed and was dissolved. What a strong attack! Qin Wentian hasn't even unleashed his divine hand yet, but his attack power is not inferior to Zidaoyang at all. He is too strong. He had an absolute advantage in the previous battle with the people from the Eastern Saint sect. It's hard to tell how strong he is, but after the battle with Zidaoyang, we can really understand how strong Qin Wentian's attack is. Everyone's heart trembled. Whether it was the Qin sect, The Z sect, or the strong men watching the battle in the ancient emperor city, they were all shocked by Qin Wentian's strength. He didn't use the divine hand, but he was able to fight Zidaoang. Is this the confidence of being the number one on the immortal list, the confidence of being the number one in the ancient emperor city? It seems that he is just like that. His attack is actually at a disadvantage. Qin Wentian said loudly. Zidaoang's words before were extremely arrogant. He thought he could easily crush Qin Wentian before the battle. It was really ridiculous. He would pay the price for his pride. The only person who would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the ancient emperor city would be him, Zidaoang. You do have some strength, but if that's all, it's ridiculous to think you have the ability to defeat me. A purple giant appeared behind Zidaoang, like a god descending from heaven. Endless purple light enveloped Zidaoang. Every inch of his body was flowing with purple light. This was the ultimate in the purple extreme immortal art that he could practice. Boom! The purple giant was like a purple king. The stars and celestial phenomena turned into supreme offensive power. One purple spear after another pierced through the void and all exploded towards Qin Wentian. The entire world seemed to be covered by a huge and boundless purple shadow. Thousands of spears annihilated the void and killed everything under the sky. HMPH. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, his eyes were as sharp as lightning, and the roaring sound in his body continued, as if there was infinite power rolling in his body. Above his body, those golden bodies guarded various directions and enveloped Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, a rune light curtain appeared above Qin Wentian's head, flowing with endless power. Those powerful spears shot at it were directly suppressed there, and then swallowed by the rune light. Comparing with the stars, you are not the opponent. Qin Wentian said proudly, and there was a roar in the void, and the sky and the earth changed color. His starry sky was extremely strong, and he had experienced the baptism of Shangxi. If it was an ordinary person of the same realm, he only needed to bloom the starry sky to crush and destroy it, but it was not enough to fight Zidaoang. But this Zidaoang actually wanted to compete with him in the starry sky, which was undoubtedly a humiliation. The light shone, and the 4 constellations appeared. Huge ancient monsters appeared one after another, as if coming from the sky. They roared wildly and stared at Zidaoang's figure. At the same time, a monstrous sword power swept out, destroying everything and killing Zidaoang. Zidaoang's expression condensed, and the Qianqiu Emperor's law was running to the extreme. The light curtain was connected to the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The sword power swept down and kept hitting it, causing endless ripples. Your Qianqiu Emperor's law should also be breakable like the Xiangsuan mirror technique. I wonder how strong an attack you can withstand. Qin Wentian had a majestic aura in his body, and the sound of Zhenshin roared out. I saw huge golden ancient bells burst out from Qin Wentian's body, and then suspended above the sky. These ancient bells burst into endless golden power, blasting out, like endless lightning, blasting towards Zidaoang. Every attack of his magical power is so powerful. Everyone was shocked by the attack power of Qin Wentian. This man was too terrible. The power of the ancient bell seemed to be able to destroy everything. Qin Wentian had practiced the record of 10,000 laws. Any magical attack in his hands could be practiced to the extreme that he could do. In addition to the baptism of the holy light, he had a great power in his body. In addition to the record of refining the soul and the body of an immortal demon, every move he made was a super attack, not to mention the magical power. Zidaoang exerted the Qianqiu Emperor law to the extreme. Endless golden lightning calamity blasted on the light pattern. At the same time, huge monsters trampled down close and attacked violently. Zidaoang held a huge purple sword in his hand, which had boundless power. However, Qin Wentian snorted coldly. He stepped out, and his body roared again. There were faint shadows of golden rocks emerging. His body descended above Zidaoang, and his fingers struck out. One by one, terrible wind rocks tore everything apart and killed Zidaoang. All the attacks were launched at the same time. The sky and the earth changed color. Everyone was trembling with fear. Even Xiaolengai was pale at this moment. She felt that the situation was not good. Qin Wentian was too strong. Even when facing Zidaoang, he was not at all inferior. Zidaoang's purple giant sword broke through the sky and chopped out, breaking the golden rock into pieces, but his purple giant sword also broke into pieces. Qin Wentian's body descended, and the big palm print came out angrily, not allowing Zidaoang to breathe. Those monsters continued to roar and attack, trying to tear Zidaoang apart alive. Boom! In the purple light, there was another amazing black light sweeping out, and an amazing power bloomed, shaking the earth. What a terrifying aura! This is the power of the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. Jiutian has inherited it from two people, so he must have extraordinary abilities. Purple-black arms appeared on Jiutian's body, which was breathtaking. These arms struck out at the same time, and the void changed color, turning into a dark vortex, rolling up the world and swallowing everything. The monsters roared and were caught by the terrifying arms, and then they were sucked into the vortex. Do you think you can do anything to me like this? Jiutian was extremely angry at this moment. He was the first on the ascension list, Jiutian, and he was the strongest prodigy in the ancient emperor city. In this battle, he was suppressed and at a disadvantage. How could he not be angry? When Qin Wentian entered the ancient emperor city, he was still a junior of the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. At that time, Jiutian was already the first on the ascension list. His pride and dignity were trampled in this battle, and he would not allow himself to fail. I really don't know where your confidence comes from right now. You are like a lost dog, suppressed from all sides, yet you dare to show off your power. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a more terrifying storm appeared on his palm, with a continuous roar. He contained endless power in his body, and his body became huge. The god's hand appeared, like a stunning god of war. How can you compete with a god's hand with your 2/9 of unique skills? Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the god's hand evolved into a white gold-colored peerless spear. The shocking spear stabbed out, and Jiutian's dark arm had no time to dodge and was directly hit. With a loud bang, the destructive rune light shook the world, causing the dark arm to shatter instantly, and the vortex dissipated. You said that even if I enter the 9th level of celestial phenomenon, I am still not your opponent? I will teach you a lesson now. You can't afford to offend me who is at the 9th level of celestial phenomenon. Qin Wentian's spear blasted out again, attacking continuously with rumbling sounds. The arms kept exploding and being destroyed. How could the 2/9 inheritance compete with the divine hand of Emperor Yi's unique skills? Chapter 980 Jiutian's defeat. How domineering! Everyone was trembling with fear when they saw this battle. Qin Wentian was too domineering, even though his opponent was Jiutian, who was ranked first on the ascension list. Jiutian said that even if Qin Wentian entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, he would not be his opponent. Qin Wentian responded strongly that Jiutian could not afford to offend him, who was at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. How domineering and heroic he was. The people of Zizhuang all looked solemn, staring at the battle intently. Is the undefeated myth of the number 1 on the ascension list about to be shattered? The surrounding Xianjias all looked extremely sharp, their eyes motionless, staring at the battlefield intently. This was the peak showdown of the ancient emperor city. After this battle, would the number 1 on the ascension list change hands? Too strong. Emperor Yi's unique skill, the hand of God. Qin Wentian has already practiced this stage to perfection. This spear seems to be formed by a combination of monstrous killing runes. The seemingly simple attack is like a terrifying rune formation. Every attack contains terrifying power. Jiutian's inheritance from Emperor Brahma is already powerful enough, but facing the unique skill, the hand of God, he will still be crushed. Everyone's heart trembled. Jiutian's power was constantly shattered. The ancient bell floating above his head was still attacking. The monsters were still violent. His Qianqiu Emperor Law could not withstand such a crazy attack. The light pattern was shattered as soon as it condensed, leaving him no chance to breathe. Get out of here! Jiutian roared, and the purple body seemed to be attached to Jiutian's body. A purple fairy descended, raised his hand to kill everything, and the rumbling sound continued. Qin Wentian's momentum became stronger again. His body expanded again, and the long spear surged. It was another shocking shot, killing everything, and directly pierced into the body of the purple fairy. With a loud bang, no matter what kind of power, it could not stop Qin Wentian's attack. Jiutian, is this all your strength? Qin Wentian's body burst into shocking divine aura, spreading down. He was like an invincible god of war, able to destroy everything. Jiutian, who was ranked first on the immortal ranking, was humiliated for having only this much strength. Another strong light burst out, and the battle decision on Qin Wentian's body was opened. The divine aura was shocking. At this moment, no one except Jiutian knew how terrible Qin Wentian was. The surging momentum that permeated his body was like that of an immortal. His skin, bones, blood, and flesh seemed to have infinite power. At this moment, all of it was mobilized and integrated into this amazing shot, piercing Zidaoyang's body. Puff! The spear directly penetrated a light curtain and pierced Zidaoyang's body. Zidaoyang roared, and a huge purple shield emerged. However, it still collapsed directly when it touched the spear. Zidaoyang had no ability to stop this shot. Zidaoyang, is he going to lose? Qin Wentian's strength is so strong that he has completed his transformation and sublimation. Everyone was terrified. This amazing power finally fell down and hit Zidaoyang. A light sound of puff was heard, and the purple light on Zidaoyang's body was completely shattered. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards and was blasted towards the crowd of Zizong. The terrifying retreat speed was so fast that it made people tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sect's strong men joined forces to catch his body. Zidaoyang's face was pale, and blood kept spitting out of the corners of his mouth. His clothes were shattered by the blow, revealing a thin set of purple clothes, without any trace of shattering. Under the gunshot, there was not even a hole. At this moment, the purple clothes were flowing with dazzling runes, which made people tremble slightly. Immortal weapons, powerful defensive immortal weapons, are worn in the body like clothes. Although they cannot block all attacks, they are likely to remove most of the power of Qin Wentian's attack. Even so, he was still seriously injured and almost killed. The Purple Emperor's immortal thoughts appeared. At this time, the crowd was shocked, and saw a peerless figure appear, containing terrible majesty, but the moment he appeared, the rule power in the void descended from the sky and directly enveloped him. How dare you? The Purple Emperor raised his head and shouted, raising his hand to attack, trying to fight against the power of the rules of the ancient Emperor city. However, the supreme rules contained a terrifying power, which swept down in an instant, covering the immortal thoughts. Thousands of calamity lights shone down and chopped down the immortal thoughts. The Purple Emperor shouted angrily, but was still shattered and disappeared. The immortal thoughts were destroyed. How terrible! Everyone was amazed. The Purple Emperor's immortal thoughts appeared. If it weren't for this immortal soldier's clothes, Zidaoyang would have died in this attack. In this battle, Zidaoyang was defeated. Zidaoyang, who was ranked first on the immortal list, lost to Qin Wentian. At this moment, the endless pride around him, many thoughts emerged in their minds, and everyone was shocked. In this battle, Qin Wentian was never in a weak position from beginning to end, but had always firmly occupied the initiative. Zidaoyang was not Qin Wentian's opponent. Just like Qin Wentian's own arrogant words, Zidaoyang couldn't afford to provoke him, who was at the 9th level of the celestial appearance. Qin Wentian proved what he said with his strength. Zidaoyang, you can't afford to offend him. In this battle, Qin Wentian made a strong name for himself. He was in a passive position many times before and was hunted down by others. Without exception, it was just because of his low realm. Now that his realm has risen, the number 1 on the immortal list in the ancient Emperor city has been defeated by him. Who else can compete with him? After this battle, the number 1 on the immortal list has changed. Qin Wentian. Everyone looked forward and stared at the peerless figure. The ancient Emperor city will remember this name. The Xianjiao from all sides of the immortal realm entered the ancient Emperor city for training at the same time. Being able to rank first on the immortal list is a symbol of true super talent. The people of Zizan had complicated expressions. They have always been proud to join a Zizan, just because the Zizan has the number 1 on the immortal list, which was created by Zidaoyang. In the ancient Emperor city, Zidaoyang is an undefeated myth, but now, this myth has been broken by a person who entered the ancient Emperor city later. Xiao Lengai couldn't accept this scene. Her body trembled slightly. She looked at the injured Zidaoyang with an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this happen? Qin Wentian actually defeated Brother Daoyang. Then everything that happened before was so ironic. Only the people of the Qin sect were excited. Their eyes were shining. They were all proud to participate in this battle. Qin Wentian did not let them down. Number 1 on the immortal list. Jun Mengchen said sarcastically, Zidaoyang, you just bullied us because our realm was low. Your talent as the number 1 on the immortal list is just so-so. As for the woman next to you, it's even more ridiculous. You kept saying Brother Daoyang. You really thought you were invincible and easily defeated my senior brother Qin. What's the result now? Zidaoyang was speechless, and Xiao Lengai was also speechless. The winner takes all, The outcome of this battle was more convincing than any other voice. If Zidaoyang won, Qin Wentian would be left with only contempt and humiliation, but this was Qin Wentian's victory, and Zidaoyang fell from the altar. His glory was gone, and he even bore many mocking looks. Zidaoyang coughed and threw a pill into his mouth. He looked up and stared at Qin Wentian, with a terrifying cold look in his expression. "Don't look at me like that. You brought all this shame upon yourself." Qin Wentian looked at Zidaoyang's coldness and said calmly, "How arrogant you were before. Remember when you first appeared in front of me, you were so high and mighty. You were number one on the ascension list. You were so arrogant that you looked down on everyone. But you should have thought at that time that how arrogant you were would determine how badly you would fall when you lost. Your arrogance and pride all relied on your invincible strength in the ancient Emperor City, but now, this halo has been stripped away by me. In front of me, what are you, Zidaoyang?" Qin Wentian's voice pierced Zidaoyang's heart. He stepped out, and his voice shook between heaven and earth. "Zidaoyang, what is he?" He was defeated. In front of Qin Wentian, all his previous arrogance seemed ridiculous, unless he could defeat Qin Wentian again one day and wash away this shame. As for the identity of the son of the Purple Emperor, if he lost and used this identity to suppress others, then he would become the object of ridicule of all the Xianjiao in the ancient Emperor City. Status will grant you a lot, but if you don't have your own strength and still want to bring up your father's generation, that's a shame. A true genius would never disdain to do so. Boom. Qin Wentian stepped forward again. The void shook. Xiao Lengyu's face turned cold, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "The battle is not over yet." Qin Wentian held the spear in his hand. His expression was cold. His spear burst out violently, turned into 100 feet, destroyed everything, and pierced Zidaoyang's head. All the people of Zizan retreated, even if they followed Zidaoyang, but this was Zidaoyang's battle. He lost. Everything should be solved by himself. A talisman appeared in Zidaoyang's hand, with endless light shining on it. He waved his hand, and the light immediately enveloped his body. He said coldly, "Qin Wentian, I will repay today's shame tenfold one day." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light shot up into the sky, and Zidaoyang's figure disappeared. As the son of the Purple Emperor, Zidaoyang must have a lot of magic weapons on him. Qin Wentian knew this very well. He was not surprised to see Zidaoyang disappear from his sight. It is not an easy task to kill a person of such an identity. Chapter 981 Shocking Ranking on the Immortal Ranking. In this battle, Zidaoyang was defeated and fled. The first place on the Immortal Ascension list will change hands. After this battle, Qin Wentian's name will reach a peak and be at its peak. When Zidaoyang left, the people of Zizong felt ashamed. The strongest prodigy of the ancient Emperor City that they followed fell from the altar. Everyone understood that from today on, Zizong was gone. Even Zidaoyang did not take Xiao Lengyu with him. Qin Wentian stood proudly in the void. He looked at the disappearing Zidaoyang, and then looked at Xiao Lengyu again. With just one glance, those extremely sharp eyes made Xiao Lengyu feel cold all over. She instantly became nervous. Now Qin Wentian wanted to kill her easily. With the strength of Qin Wentian defeating Zidaoyang, she was powerless to resist him. Qin Wentian's mouth drew a cold arc, and his eyes stared at Xiao Lengyu with irony. "It seems that you, Xiao Lengyu, have no status in Zidaoyang's heart. It's sad." Xiao Lengyu looked pale, but could not refute. Jun Mengchen and others stepped forward one by one. Jun Mengchen pointed at Xiao Lengyu and said, "This bitch has always wanted to take our lives. She joined the Shuangjiao League before, and now she follows Zidaoyang. I will kill her." I don't know if it was because of fear or humiliation. Xiao Lengyu's face was bloodless and pale as paper. "Don't worry, I won't bully you. If you can defeat me, I guarantee that you will leave alive." Jun Mengchen stepped out with a cold look. Although this woman is beautiful, she has a vicious heart. There is no grudge between them, but she wants to kill them everywhere. In this case, there is no need to be polite to such a person. "Get out!" Jun Mengchen shouted, and Xiao Lengyu came out trembling, with ice blooming all over her body, freezing everything. But Jun Mengchen was wearing the Emperor's armor, arrogant, carrying the world map of the blue sky, and releasing endless auras from his body, like the King of Kings. He took a step forward, and the world roared, and his might was overwhelming. Xiao Lengyu's stars bloomed, freezing the world, and Jun Mengchen stepped forward step by step. Every step was earth-shaking and contained supreme power. Finally, he punched out, stunning the ages, and peerless power burst out from his punch. That power seemed invincible, as if it came from ancient times, turning into a chaotic torrent, sweeping across the sky, and killing Xiao Lengaiyu. Xiao Lengaiyu's black hair flew, with a bit of sadness and beauty. She was forced into a desperate situation and blasted out the Great Freeze and Destruction technique, but in the fist light that destroyed everything, the power of freezing and destruction was directly destroyed. There was a constant rumbling sound of explosions. Qin Wentian was not polite and stepped forward again, trampling the void, sweeping his fists across, and the kingly killing fist had the power to destroy the world. The void was turbulent, and Xiao Lengaiyu tried her best, but in the extremely violent attack, all her power was broken. With a bang, her body was hit and fell towards the air below. She fell to the ground fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Bang! Qin Wentian descended above her like an emperor, and glanced at Xiao Lengaiyu below and said, "This is your pride, the capital you are proud of?" Xiao Lengaiyu coughed and spit out blood again, like a withered flower about to wither. "Or, have you always used your beauty as your capital?" Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with disdain. His armor gradually dissipated, and his mighty presence faded. He glanced at Xiao Lengaiyu with a sympathetic look, as if he felt sorry for her. "Poor woman, I don't want to kill you." Qin Wentian waved his hand, turned around, and said to Qin Wentian, "Brother Qin, what do you think? Since you don't want to kill her, forget it. She is insignificant, I just feel sorry for her." Qin Wentian said casually, his tone was so indifferent, but it made Xiao Lengaiyu feel endless sadness, and her body trembled slightly. At this moment, Xiao Lengaiyu felt that she was abandoned by the whole world and became a pitiful person in everyone's eyes. Once upon a time, she, Xiao Lengaiyu, was brilliant and was held in the palm of the hand by countless people. Many Xianjiao in the ancient emperor city followed her around, and the stars held the moon. Once upon a time, she, Xiao Lengaiyu, could make many Xianjiao fight for her and fight for her with just one sentence. Once upon a time, she, Xiao Lengaiyu, was extremely beautiful, ranked 6th on the immortal ranking, and was a peerless beauty. How many good men fell at her feet? All of this seemed to be nothing, and now it is all shattered. Because of the appearance of Qin Wentian, all illusions are shattered, and the vast earth is filled with endless sadness. Looking up, Xiao Lengaiyu looked at the dim sky. The power of the robbery was still there, and a smile suddenly appeared in her eyes, but it was a bit sad. All of this was her own fault. She thought that others should treat her with all their might. She thought that others should give her the best. She thought that she had both strength and beauty and should have countless followers, but all of this would be broken. Standing up, Xiao Lengaiyu carried her injured body, walked towards the distance alone, with a lonely back. Li Yu looked at Xiao Lengaiyu's lonely back, speechless in his heart, only sighing, hoping that after experiencing these things, she could change herself. "Brother Qin, congratulations. After this battle, you will be the first on the immortal ranking. This is the glory of the Qin clan. Brother Qin defeated Zidaoyang in this battle. I'm afraid no one in the entire ancient emperor city can compete with Brother Qin. This battle can be said to be the peak battle of the ancient emperor city." The people of the Qin clan spoke one after another, most of them were admiring, and there was no intention of flattery. This glorious battle, Qin Wentian is indeed worthy of pride. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, "The current Moxie will never be weaker than Zidaoyang." Oh! The crowd showed strange colors. Qin Wentian did not have the slightest sense of pride. At this time, he still believed that the threat of Moxie was greater than Zidaoyang. Moxie is ranked 2nd on the immortal ascension list. No matter how strong he is, he won't be stronger than Zidaoyang. Moxie also had a fortuitous encounter in the ancient city. He is not weaker than Zidaoyang, and their strengths are almost the same. Now, he will be even stronger. Qin Wentian said lightly. Moxie had experienced the baptism of the holy light, and his potential was developed again. He had forged an indestructible body before, and now Moxie's body is not necessarily inferior to his. Therefore, although Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoyang, he did not think that he had no opponent. He believed that Moxie's current strength was stronger than Zidaoyang. So, now Zidaoyang can only rank 3rd on the immortal ascension list. Someone said, "Today, the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect also invited Moxie's evil palace, but Moxie did not show up. I wonder if he has paid attention to the battle here." It must be so. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. Last time in the Dark Mountain, Moxie waited until he and Zizong were both defeated before showing up. Zidaoyang was extremely arrogant, but he was not scheming. He was just very proud and thought he was unparalleled in the world. But Moxie was more sinister and vicious, and his methods were extremely cruel. He was more dangerous than Zidaoyang. Moxie, if you want to fight, notify me at any time. Qin Wentian looked into the void, shouted, and issued a declaration of war. He knew that Moxie would definitely hear it, even if he was not here. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. It seemed that Qin Wentian would not give up until the battle turned the world upside down. Brother Qin, thank you for your help in this battle. Let's go back. Qin Wentian said loudly, and everyone stepped out one after another. The onlookers from all over the area also made way and watched Qin Wentian leave. This peerless figure, one battle, was enough to make the ancient emperor city remember his name. When Qin Wentian's figure disappeared, everyone left one after another. This battle shook the ancient emperor city, and everyone began to pay attention to the changes in the ascension list. As expected, everyone did not have to wait too long. The new round of ascension list came out, and the top 10 positions had undergone amazing changes. The first place on the ascension list was Qin Wentian. The second place on the ascension list was Moxie. The third place on the ascension list was Zidaoyang. The fourth place on the ascension list was Nanhong Yangxi. The fifth place on the ascension list was Kinger. The sixth place on the ascension list was Jun Mengjin. The seventh place on the ascension list was Qin Wentian's monster partner, Little Bastard. The eighth place on the ascension list was Hua Take-su. The ninth place on the ascension list was Zuanang. The 10th place on the ascension list was Qin Wentian's monster partner, Purgatory Suzuku. The 11th place on the ascension list was Zi Kingxuan. When this list came out, the entire ancient emperor city was boiling. In addition to Qin Wentian officially topping the ascension list, the second place was indeed not Zidaoyang's name, but Moxie. Because Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoyang head-on and strongly, he ranked ahead of Moxie and topped the list. And now, among the 11 people in front, except for Moxie, Zidaoyang and Zuanayang, the other names are all Qin Wentian's friends and demon beast partners. You can imagine how shocking this is. In the past, because Qin Wentian's brilliance was too strong, it blocked the brilliance of others, but those who have truly witnessed a battle between Qinmen and Dong Shangxinmen know that the strength of Qin Wentian's partners is also amazingly strong. This list is not exaggerated. In the Qinmen, all the powerful people went to the depths of Mingxin to find the ancient city mentioned by Qin Wentian. When they saw the list, they couldn't contain the throbbing in their hearts. P.S. I got up early this morning to write. In the past few days, I saw many people saying that Wuhan was teasing, so I thought about finishing this battle at one time, until I finished writing 3 chapters in a row, but I saw the comments and scolding, and I was speechless. Chapter 982 Death of Zidaoyang. The ancient emperor city was in uproar, all because of the ascension list. Qin Wentian led the Qin sect to destroy the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and then defeated Zidaoyang, and reached the top. This was shocking enough. In the next ascension list, except for 3 people, the rest were all Qin sect disciples, friends of Qin Wentian and monsters. Such a list was too crazy, so crazy that it was hard to believe it was true. There is no doubt that the Qin sect has become the first sect in the ancient emperor city, and no one can shake it. I am afraid that only those 8 people can sweep away countless forces. Many people have witnessed Qin Wentian's strength. The so-called Xianjiao figures in the ancient emperor city may not be able to withstand his attack. Even Xiao Lengayu can't withstand Qin Wentian's shot. Rising against the trend while being hunted down, and thus reaching the top, Qin Wentian told the people of the ancient emperor city what a legend is. A piece of news began to spread throughout the ancient emperor city. The reason why Qin Wentian and others from the Qin sect were able to rise strongly was because they stepped into an ancient city in the Dark Mountain and had a wonderful encounter. Moreover, Moxie also stepped into it, so they ranked second on the immortal list, higher than Zidaoyang. However, according to Qin Wentian from the Qin sect and Nanhong Yangxi, the ancient city blasted them out because their cultivation was too low, and the ancient city was closed. Qin sect disciples went to the Dark Mountain to look for them, and countless Xianjiao from the ancient emperor city also went to the Dark Mountain. However, all this seemed to have nothing to do with Qin Wentian and Zidaoyang. This night in the ancient emperor city was cold and desolate for Zidaoyang. The land of Zizong, with magnificent buildings, was once known as the first sect in the ancient emperor city. Everyone standing outside looked at Zizong with awe, but now, the empty Zizong was silent, as if it had been deserted for a long time. The Purple Sect, because of Zidaoyang's defeat and his abandonment of Xiaolangyu, had lost its morale and collapsed in an instant. The strong men of the Purple Sect went their separate ways. In the silent night, Zidaoyang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and rested, and circulated his strength, gradually recovering from his injuries. Although Qin Wentian's shocking shot was blocked by the immortal soldiers, it still hit his internal organs and seriously injured him. He needed to recuperate for a period of time. Purple light rushed into the sky, wrapping his body in it. Zidaoyang was immersed in self-cultivation. At this time, in the Purple Sect, under the moonlight, there seemed to be a black figure floating silently in the void. There was no sound at all, and the whole body was covered in a loose black robe. The black robe was very large, wrapping the whole person in it. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Moreover, there was no breath on the figure. The black robe seemed to cover his blood. The black-robed figure floated in the void, silently, slowly landing an inch above the ground, and continued to float forward, like a ghost in the dark night. Even if someone stood in front of him, it would be difficult to feel his presence. The direction in which the black shadow was moving seemed to be the place where Zidaoyang practiced. He approached little by little. Because there was no breath blooming, Zidaoyang was unaware and continued to practice. The breath in his body was humming, roaring, and purple light filled the sky. But even so, the perception of a powerful martial life cultivator is extremely sharp. If he feels that there is a breath approaching him secretly, he can easily detect it, especially a strong man like Zidaoyang. But this time, Zidaoyang did not notice it. The figure approached little by little, and merged with the night, as if it did not exist. His figure had floated outside Zidaoyang's practice field, separated by only a wall. At this moment, a voice came from the practice field. Zidaoyang's momentum was restrained, and his eyes suddenly opened. The extremely sharp feeling made him feel that there was something unusual, as if there was danger approaching. Zidaoyang's breath swept out, and the purple light swept. In an instant, an invisible wave of consciousness came out, which was invisible to the naked eye. This wave of consciousness instantly swept the entire Zizan, which was empty and nothing. This wave of consciousness even penetrated directly from the black robe outside the door. If it was a physical entity, it would be directly transmitted from the black robe. The black robe was the night. There was no one under the black robe, it was nothing. Zidaoyang sighed. He didn't expect that after losing today, he would become so suspicious. Under the sweep of consciousness, there was nothing at all. Looking up at the void, Zidaoyang closed his eyes and continued to practice. Outside, the black robe floated there quietly, motionless, completely blending with the night. This stop lasted for a long time. Such endurance is amazing. Roaring sounds rolled in the training field. Zidaoyang's body was submerged in purple light and he devoted himself to practice. The black robe finally fluttered again, crossed the barrier of the wall, faced Zidaoyang, and continued to move forward, less than 100 meters away from Zidaoyang, and was still floating forward. Buzz! A dazzling light suddenly burst out, and Zidaoyang's body was flooded with purple light. Almost at the same moment, a knife suddenly appeared in the black robe. This knife was like lightning in the dark, slashing out, too fast, so fast that it was suffocating. At such a close distance, this knife was unstoppable. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment, and Zidaoyang's eyes shot out a look of horror. It was actually real, and that feeling was actually real, but his consciousness did not sense the existence of breath. Even at this moment, the black robe in front of him seemed to be empty, but a magic knife appeared from it. Puff! The cruel dark knife chopped down directly and chopped on Zidaoyang's neck. Blood splashed out, and a touch of horror and despair flashed in Zidaoyang's pupils. Zidaoyang, the strongest person on the immortal ascension list, the invincible existence in the ancient emperor city, was actually hunted here? On the magic knife, there was an astonishing dark light, which blasted into Zidaoyang's body, destroying everything in his body. His neck was almost cut off, but the opponent seemed to want him to have a breath. The black robe flew backwards and floated in the air. A dark figure walked out of the black robe. This was a familiar figure. His eyes were so cold, so cruel and ruthless. Puff! Zidaoyang wanted to speak, but he just kept spitting out a wisp of blood from his mouth. His neck was also bleeding. At this moment, His head was tilted. How could he still speak? The figure who walked out of the black robe in front stretched out a big hand and printed it directly on his head. A terrible rune light flowed. In an instant, dark runes appeared in Zdaoyang's body, constantly flowing in the huge palm. The eyes looked at him, Zdaoyang, so calm that Zdaoyang felt fear and despair. He still couldn't believe it at this moment. He was going to die, in this ancient emperor's city. He was Zdaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor, #1 on the immortal ascension list. Now, he was going to be killed so cruelly. He, Zdaoyang, was going to die. The man in front of him didn't say a word from beginning to end, and Zdaoyang didn't have a chance. Finally, when Zdaoyang lay down, this indifferent figure took away everything on him, and the black robe floated back again, covering his body. After a moment, a black robe floated in the air. Suddenly, a terrible attacking force burst out from the black robe and blasted towards Zdaoyang's body. Accompanied by a roar, the black robe floated away. Qin Wentian was also practicing. He was in his own practice field and closed the practice field with a formation. In this closed space, there was a treasure tripod located there, and there was no figure of Qin Wentian. At this time, Qin Wentian was in the treasure tripod. In the space inside the treasure tripod, the light of the holy light continued to fall down. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, bathing in the holy light. He had experienced the tempering of the holy light, and now the effect was not so great. He practiced in the treasure tripod mainly to observe the magical skills in the treasure tripod. Endless runes were engraved in the space inside the treasure tripod. Qin Wentian watched carefully and comprehended the power in it. How many kinds of magical skills are there in this? Qin Wentian's eyes were like lightning, staring at the endless runes, which were profound, complex, and extremely powerful. In these complex runes, there was a faint, terrible and fierce aura coming out. This treasure tripod was like an ancient fierce tripod. The endless patterns engraved on it made Qin Wentian seem to see a terrible monster. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and calmed down. Those treasure tripod runes seemed to be imprinted in his mind. He was in the treasure tripod world, and all the patterns revolved around him. Dragon. At this time, Qin Wentian vaguely saw a big monster dragon that laughed proudly at the 9 heavens, roaring above the 9 heavens, and shattered the sky with one blow. Divine turtle, it's Xuanwu. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed again, as if he saw an extremely huge divine turtle, hovering in the sky, indestructible by all methods. Peng! Qin Wentian seemed to see a huge rock soaring above the 9 heavens, the monarch of the sky, with wings spread for 90,000 miles, an unparalleled speed. Who could compare to him? Chapter 983, The Black Robe Reappears. In the treasure tripod, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and felt it, and found that the endless runes were all powerful magical skills. There is no doubt that these powerful powers are all immortal methods. In addition to the great demon dragon, the sky monarch divine bird Dapin, and the divine tortoise Xuanwu, Qin Wentian also saw other ancient demon patterns, which turned into pictures that shocked the world. The vermilion bird was covered with red feathers, spitting fire to refine the sky, and a blow shook the world and roared in the sky. The divine elephant turned into a supreme demon beast, which could crush the void and trample the sky with 1 foot. The Qin Wentian was the killing god of heaven and earth, with peerless grace and supreme demon king. The real Qin roared and the void was turbulent, with the power of destroying the world. Chaos rushed, time and space changed, he opened his mouth and swallowed, and the vast territory, the void of heaven and earth, were all swallowed into his mouth, with supreme power. Demon dragon, Dapin, Xuanwu, divine elephant, vermilion bird, Qin, real Qin, chaos. Inside the treasure tripod, Qin Wentian saw 8 great ancient demons, all of which had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Endless runes, transformed into immortal arts, were all unparalleled demon magics with infinite power. Now Qin Wentian could only barely see these scenes and could not comprehend even a fraction of them. Perhaps when he reached the realm of the Emperor of Immortals, he would be able to comprehend their supreme power and send out unparalleled magics, shaking the heavens and the earth, and making the Sky King. Qin Wentian entered into a deep level of comprehension. Even though his cultivation was limited now, this unparalleled magic still had a strong impact on him. The treasure tripod was an ancient magic weapon, engraved with such terrible power. As long as he could cultivate a trace of its magical power, he could still send out terrible power. Just like his current realm to practice some super powerful immortal arts, he could only practice the but the power was just as strong. Qin Wentian sank into his practice, unaware of the passage of time. There was a formation in the outside world, but no one could disturb him. After all, the secret of Shaanxi was hidden in the treasure tripod, and he had to act with caution. In the ancient Emperor city, the waves caused by the changes in the ascension list were still fermenting. However, the next morning, another piece of news shocked the ancient Emperor city, which made everyone tremble with fear and feel cold all over. At this moment, the Zizan land gathered countless strong people, all of whom were geniuses from all directions of the ancient Emperor city. They looked at the ground below, where the ground was cracked and there was a headless corpse with blood on the ground. This corpse was the body of Zidaoang. The news was true. Zidaoang was dead and was killed in the ancient Emperor city. After he lost to Qin Wentian, he fell from the first place in the ascension list, and now, he fell here again. This is Zidaoang, the former first place in the ascension list, the son of the Purple Emperor. He actually died in the ancient Emperor city, and died so tragically, his head exploded, and his body was not well preserved. No one was happy for it, and they just felt cold all over. Zidaoang, who killed him? For a moment, the same question appeared in everyone's mind. Who would kill Zidaoang? Who has the ability to kill Zidaoang? Who dares to kill Zidaoang? Did Qin Wentian do it? Someone said, Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoang head-on, and the power of the rules of the ancient Emperor city destroyed the immortal thoughts of the Purple Emperor. In addition, Zidaoang was seriously injured and escaped with the help of a magic weapon. If Qin Wentian chased him to the Purple Sect, would he kill Zidaoang there? Qin Wentian dared to kill Xuanxing, so he also dared to kill Zidaoang. His demon beast partner just needed the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor from Zidaoang. It is possible that he did it. Everyone speculated, and Qin Wentian seemed to be the most suspicious. It is also possible that it was Moxie. Moxie has always been extremely cruel and is an extremely dangerous person. He also got the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. When Qin Wentian fought Zidaoang that day, Moxie did not show up. Later, he ambushed and killed Zidaoang, which is also very likely. Someone else said that someone thought of Moxie. Now, only Qin Wentian and Moxie are ranked above Zidaoang on the Immortal Ascension list. Their strength is terrifying. If anyone can kill Zidaoang, these two people are undoubtedly the most suspicious. Moreover, only the two of them have such courage. After all, the son of the Purple Emperor is not someone that anyone dares to touch. This news soon spread to the Qin sect, and everyone in the Qin sect was also trembling. They did not expect that Zidaoang would be killed. Soon, news came out from the Qin sect that Qin Wentian began to practice in seclusion after defeating Zidaoang. He had been in the Qin sect all the time. It was impossible for Qin Wentian to kill Zidaoang. Some people questioned that Qin Wentian would not admit it even if he killed him. Qin Wentian also learned about this news after he finished his practice. Jiutian and others told him. Hearing that Zidaoang was killed, Qin Wentian was also quite shocked and said, "It should be Moxie who did it." "Are you so sure?" Nanhuang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian. "Have you forgotten the last battle at Mingshan? Moxie was just waiting to reap the benefits. When the Qin sect fought against the Dongsheng Immortal sect, I invited Moxie to fight, but he never came out and didn't express his opinion. With her strength, Moxie knew that he would be difficult to shake. But Zidaoang was different. After that battle, the Purple Emperor's immortal thoughts disappeared, and the people of the Purple sect were scattered. According to what you said, only Zidaoang was in the Purple sect. If Moxie wanted to seize the inheritance, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him." "That's right. Zidaoang was seriously injured by you. No matter which aspect, he is at a low point. If Moxie wants to seize the inheritance in the future, he will never have this opportunity." Nanhuang Yangxi agreed with Qin Wentian's words. Moxie was a ruthless hero. He would never miss the opportunity to seize Zidaoang's inheritance. If she was Moxie, she would also choose to take action at that time. So, this Moxie is really dangerous. Although Zidaoang claims to be the best in the world and is extremely arrogant, at least he always confronts us head-on. Jiutian said. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he said, "Tell the little bastard to be careful. If Zidaoang was killed by Moxie, he has already taken 3 of the 9 inheritances of Emperor Brahma. He will probably not let go of the inheritance of the little bastard." The outside world still speculated, but no one could confirm who killed Zidaoang. Later, The people in the depths of Mingxian also came back with disappointment. They found the ancient city, but just as Qin Wentian said, they could no longer enter. The ancient city was closed and they had no chance. Time passed little by little, and the storm of Zidaoyang's death gradually faded. Qin Wentian and others were still busy practicing. Nan Huang Yangxi, Kinger, Zheng Mengtian and others were also busy consolidating their own cultivation. Now they have entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon and can prepare to impact the immortal platform. The goal of the martial life cultivators who have reached this level is the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. In the past few days, Qin Wentian has either consolidated his realm, improved his strength in all aspects, or practiced the unparalleled magic in the treasure tripod. The ancient emperor city is no longer as turbulent as when Qin Wentian rose to power. It seems to have returned to the era of the ancient emperor city ruled by Zidaoyang. The status of the Qin sect as the first sect cannot be shaken by any force. Qin Wentian's first place on the immortal list and Moxie's second place on the immortal list are also not threatened by anyone. In fact, 8 of the top 10 on the immortal list are in the Qin sect. Their positions are as stable as Mount Tai, and they are unlikely to fight each other. Therefore, even if someone's strength changes, the ranking will not change. Moxie, who is second on the immortal list, seems to have disappeared. No one has seen him for a long time. He also turned a deaf ear to Qin Wentian's invitation to fight, as if he didn't know. Even now, whether Zidaoyang died at the hands of Qin Wentian or Moxie is still a great controversy. The night was as quiet as water. In the void, there seemed to be a black robe floating, silently. A light was faintly emitted from the black robe, like the light of stars falling down and shooting into the Qinmen. Soon the light disappeared, and the black robe continued to float forward. The little bastard was lying in a courtyard, making a lot of noise, with a light of seizure flowing all over his body. It seemed that he was also practicing. The powerful rune light flowed on his body. The little bastard didn't seem to be aware of the danger approaching. Because it was late at night, most of the Qinmen disciples were practicing. The silent black robe fell directly from the sky. With the help of the night, no one noticed it. Not far from the little bastard, Purgatory was there. As if he felt something, his eyes opened and looked towards the sky. Suddenly, a burst of monstrous light burst out from his body, and a long cry came out of his mouth, which instantly startled the entire Qinmen. However, at the same time, a knife appeared in the black robe, the terrible dark magic knife, which chopped down directly from the sky to the air below, like a dark lightning. Eek! The sharp claws of Purgatory trampled the ground directly. In an instant, the rune light shone into the sky, and the whole space was lit up with brilliant light. It seemed to be a large formation, which turned into a light curtain to cover this space. This was engraved by Qin Wentian. When he learned that Zidaoyang was killed, he felt the danger of the evil spirits and was on guard. The little bastard was awakened when Purgatory cried out. His body shrank instantly, and then he retreated violently. The terrible magic knife slashed on the light curtain, but it stopped for a moment and directly split the formation and slashed towards the little bastard. With a loud bang, a crack appeared in the ground. Because the little bastard's body became smaller and retreated a little, the knife light just slashed in front of him, and almost cut his head directly. Boom, boom, boom. Qinmen burst out with a strong aura, sweeping over. However, the black robe with the magic knife had already landed, and he slashed out again. Endless dark light enveloped the void in front. A talisman appeared on the claws of the little bastard, and he crushed it directly. The fairy light shone and turned into a terrible golden barrier, stretching across the front, with terrible defensive power. Qin Wentian and others had robbed and hunted countless strong men in the ancient emperor city, and obtained countless storage rings. Now they have a lot of treasures, and everyone has a protective item. However, although this protective item is powerful, it is obviously still not enough. It can't withstand the magic knife and was directly split. With a roar, the little bastard transformed into golden winged rock and retreated like lightning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 984, Life and Death. All this happened in a flash. If Purgatory or the little bastard had moved a little slower, the magic knife would have probably slashed at the little bastard. But even so, The little bastard was still not out of danger. The black-robed man's magic knife slashed out again, cutting the void into two pieces. The golden-winged rock roared angrily, soared up into the sky, so fast that it was like a phantom. At the same time, on his claws, a fairy sword was struck out, and he killed madly. Boom! The fairy sword was cut open, and the knife missed again. At this time, all the strong men of the Qin sect had rushed over, all of them sacrificed their fairy weapons, and for a time, the tyrannical momentum swept out, turning into a terrible storm. Qin Wentian's figure appeared, his whole body was full of momentum, his eyes were extremely cold, and the magic sword in his hand was humming. Suddenly, a long spear broke through the air and came to kill, heading straight for the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure seemed to know that he was in a disadvantageous position. His body soared into the sky and slashed down with another knife. The terrifying robbery light had the power to create the world. Qin Wentian's spear could not stop it at all. The black-robed figure rushed straight into the void, and seemed to still be relentless in chasing the little bastard, but the little bastard who turned into golden-winged rock was too fast. He didn't want to fight at all, knowing that the other party was very dangerous. Moxie, there is no need to hide. Qin Wentian stepped forward, holding the magic sword in his hand, and slashed with the sword. The strong men of the Qin sect surrounded and blocked this space. They wanted to see if this black-robed figure was really Moxie. It was a close call. He was able to blend into the Qin sect, silently and with terrible stealth ability. The black robe draped over him seemed to be able to hide his breath, as if there was nothing but air there. Zidaoang, it must be this person who killed him. The people of the Qin sect had a thought and stared at him closely. Was this person really Moxie? Don't you want to fight me? I'm here today to help you. A voice came from the black robe, and then the black robe floated back, revealing a pair of hands. The man took off the hood with his hands. Everyone saw his face clearly, and the pupils shrank suddenly. Moxie. It's Moxie. He killed Zidaoang. This Moxie is too dangerous. Despicable, he actually came to attack. Brother Qin, just kill him together, there's no need to fight with such a person. Jian Mengchen and the others came out. Fortunately, Qin Wentian had been prepared, otherwise the little bastard would have been miserable today. Qin Wentian, do you want to fight? Moxie actually put away the magic knife and stared at Qin Wentian's figure. The dark golden eyes were cold and deep. Everyone in the Qin sect looked at Qin Wentian, who sneered, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Brothers of the Qin sect, block this place and don't let him escape. If he wants to fight, I will fight with him. Okay. That's bold. The Qin sect's Xianjiao cheered. Before, Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoang, but Moxie killed Zidaoang. The first and second place on the immortal list must have a peak battle to see who can truly laugh at the ancient emperor city. A violent power swept out of Moxie. The black robe still covered his body, and the flowing talisman light on his body could not be seen. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the god's hand appeared. Staring at the front, he did not dare to underestimate Moxie. This person was the second on the immortal list at the beginning, and Zidaoang was afraid of him. Now he has inherited 3/9 of the Brahma Emperor, and has also forged an immortal golden body. Like him, he has experienced the baptism of Shangxi. Moxie's strength must be much stronger than Zidaoang when he fought with him. Buzz! An astonishing breath burst out from Qin Wentian's body. His body transformed into a series of residual images and rushed straight to Moxie. He stretched out his palm, and the terrifying star-picking palm print broke through the air and killed, covering the sky and the sun, with supreme power to destroy. Moxie raised his head, and the dark golden palm attacked violently. A dark golden palm print with a terrible dark calamity talisman came out to kill. The two terrible attacks collided in the void, exploded at the same time, and tore into pieces. Let me see how strong the power of your divine hand is. Moxie said loudly, and a monstrous demonic power burst out from his body. His eyes were even more terrifying. Then let you see it. Qin Wentian stepped on the void, crossed the space distance, and came directly in front of Moxie. They did not release their star soul amplification power. This time, Qin Wentian's divine hand directly hit Moxie and attacked him at close range. Moxie's palm also blasted out, a dark golden palm, with a terrible dark power in the center of the palm, rotating like an abyss. There was an amazing vortex in front of his palm, and the surrounding power was madly drawn into it. The space seemed to be destroyed in this palm print. What a terrible palm! Everyone was trembling. The palm prints of the two people blasted together, shaking the earth and the blood, but their bodies stood still, and the other palm attacked again. In just a moment, a rumbling sound shook the world, and a light of destruction enveloped their bodies. The battle was earth-shaking. Every collision made the people watching around feel the blood surging. Such a close attack was too terrible. Moxie's palm seemed to have the power of devouring when attacking, and it could swallow and transform the attack of Master Qin. Could it be that after he swallowed Zdaoyang, he actually had a trace of Zdaoyang's Qianqiu Emperor Law power? Someone exclaimed. If that's the case, then the inheritance of Emperor Brahma of Moxie has begun to take shape. The two fought endlessly, and what was shocking was that they became stronger and stronger. The blood in Qin Wentian's body began to burst out, and the palm power he blasted out was full of amazing suppression and destruction, which could break everything. Moxie's body was filled with calamity and the power in his body burst out crazily, and the battle was dark. Master Qin gradually gained the upper hand. His power seemed to be stronger, and every time he made Moxie's body tremble violently. Well, it seems that Master Qin's perfect physique and the hand of God plus the power of blood, the attack power is stronger than Moxie's immortal golden body, the inheritance of Emperor Brahma, and the blood of calamity. Moxie, if that's all you have, you've already lost. Qin Wentian roared, like a peerless god of war. The blood of the demon surged fiercely, like a great demon, ready to launch a stronger attack. Really? There was a trace of ironic smile in Moxie's eyes. This smile seemed to make Qin Wentian feel a little bad. There was another shocking collision. However, this time, an astonishing destructive force burst out from Moxie's body. Qin Wentian's divine hand was powerful, but at this moment, it kept exploding and destroying. There was an unparalleled calamity force coming. At this moment, the calamity light swept across the world, covering the sky, and enveloping the void where he and Qin Wentian were. The endless destructive force shattered the divine hand. Qin Wentian's expression changed drastically. The power of Moxie. This. The expressions of all the people in the Qin sect changed drastically. An astonishing calamity force rushed into Qin Wentian's body, making him tremble all over. Then Moxie's dark palm fell on his head, and the destructive rune light turned into a terrible dark vortex, trying to swallow the power the Qin Wentian possessed. Seize my inheritance. Moxie raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Brother. Jian Mengqian rushed out. The little bastard in purgatory roared wildly. Kinger's face changed drastically, and she burst out with endless power and rushed towards Moxie. Nan Huang Yangxi bathed in flames and stepped out. She said angrily, Moxie, you have already forged the immortal platform. You are despicable. The immortal platform, Moxie, he has already built the immortal platform. Everyone reacted and their expressions changed immediately. Moxie had been hiding. He wanted to devour the little bastard before, but failed. So he thought of swallowing the power of Qin Wentian and lured Qin Wentian to fight with him. A cloud of disaster suddenly appeared above the sky. It seemed that the power of the rules of the ancient emperor's city had descended. Moxie's expression changed slightly. Time should be enough. The black robe he was wearing was a treasure that could hide his breath. He had built the immortal platform in this ancient emperor's city a few days ago, but he did not let the power of the rules of the ancient emperor's city discover it. It was for this moment. Get out of here. The power of the immortal platform swept out, and the destructive light of disaster danced wildly, turning into the power of destruction, sweeping across the world. The magic knife appeared in his hand. He held the magic knife again with the power of the immortal platform and stabbed into the void with the one knife. The world was in turmoil and no one could get close. Qin Wentian stared at Moxie, his eyes emitting a monstrous light. The Yuanfu in his body roared, as if it was his inner world. Endless star energy gathered into great demon dragons. 1, 2. These great demons appeared in his body, roaring madly. The blood power in his body swept out, like a descendant of an ancient demon god. Roar. A shocking sound came from Qin Wentian's mouth, like the roar of a demon god. Above his body, a peerless demon phantom appeared. The phantom slapped its mouth and spit out a rumbling sound, which crushed the sky. The great demon dragon seemed to come from ancient times, wanting to shatter the sky and kill Moxie. Moxie's expression changed slightly. He held the magic knife in his left hand to block the attack from the void. His right hand had to be retracted and left Qin Wentian's head. The immortal platform in his body burst into peerless light. The supreme power turned into a finger and attacked the big monster. The big monster was constantly destroyed, but the terrible power also shocked Moxie back. Qin Wentian stepped back and directly sacrificed the magic sword to cut a sword. Moxie let go of the magic knife with his left hand and stretched it out directly to the front. The power of the immortal platform completely burst out, and the destructive rune light rolled out, shattering the light of the immortal sword. Above the void, the power of rules descended, and rays of light fell from the sky, covering Moxie's body. This scene made Moxie's expression change slightly. He stared at Qin Wentian in front of him with a look of unwillingness. "I should have killed you just now. You are lucky today," Moxie said coldly. The light fell on him and wrapped his body. Qin Wentian knew the rules of the ancient Emperor City. If he achieved the immortal platform and displayed the power of the immortal platform, he would be expelled from the ancient Emperor City by the power of the rules. Moxie, he had deceived the rules of the ancient Emperor City with a black robe, and it was not exposed until this moment. Moxie's body slowly rose into the air and was taken away by the power of the rules. Qin Wentian looked at his figure and said coldly, "Moxie, see you in the immortal realm." A cold color flashed in Moxie's eyes. "See you in the immortal realm?" He also hoped to see you again. Finally, Moxie disappeared, but everyone's hearts were not at peace. Almost, Zidaoang, the former number 1 on the immortal list, and Qin Wentian, the current number 1 on the immortal list, both died in his hands. This person is too dangerous. Watching the evil figure disappear, Qin Wentian's gaze refused to leave for a long time. Qinger and the others had come to his side, and Qin Wentian was heard muttering, "Ancient Emperor City, it's time for us to leave too." P.S. 3 updates for 2 consecutive days, all kinds of votes are requested. Chapter 985, Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. Moxie left, sent away by the rules of the ancient Emperor City. The Qin sect disciples were all uneasy. This Moxie was indeed a character. Just relying on his killing of Zidaoang was terrifying. Now, Moxie left with an immortal physique, 3/9 of the inheritance of Emperor Brahma, the holy light body tempering, and the realm of the immortal stage. In addition to Qin Wentian and his companions, Moxie was also a big winner in the ancient Emperor City. The saddest one was undoubtedly Zidaoang. Of course, Moxie's strength still could not cover up Qin Wentian's elegance. He seemed to have been prepared. Not only did he save his monster companions, but he also successfully escaped from the danger of Moxie, who exploded with the strength of the immortal stage. Such a record was enough to be proud of. But this battle was too dangerous. If we meet him in the immortal realm in the future, we must kill Moxie. Jiutian looked ugly. Moxie's ruthless means almost succeeded. "Everyone, go away. Now that Moxie has left, there won't be any more troubles in Kinmen." Qin Wentian looked up at the people in the void. With the disintegration of Zizang and Moxie's departure, Kinmen is now the giant of the ancient Emperor City. Everyone nodded and left one after another. Qin Wentian walked out, but Qinger, Jiutian, Nanhuang Yangxi and others did not leave. They followed Qin Wentian and landed in the training field. "Qin Wentian, are you ready to leave?" Nanhuang Yangxi asked. She heard Qin Wentian's whisper just now. "Well, now in the ancient Emperor City, there is no pressure anymore, it's time to leave." Qin Wentian whispered, "This time I came to the ancient Emperor City mainly to find Qinger." Qinger's beautiful eyes beside her wavered. Nanhuang Yangxi glanced at her and smiled. "Indeed, ancient Emperor City, you have already topped the immortal list. Our Qin sect is so powerful that no force can compete with it. It is really unnecessary to continue staying here. I have been out for several years. This time I go back just to prepare for the construction of the immortal platform. What do you think? If you are willing to continue to stay in the ancient Emperor City, it's fine." Qin Wentian looked at the others. Zidaoang died, Mozi left, and now the top 10 on the immortal list are almost all here. "What's the point of staying?" Jiutian said, and everyone laughed. "Well, we'll go back to the teleportation area tomorrow." Qin Wentian whispered, "Let's all go and rest." Everyone nodded and dispersed. On the morning of the second day, Qin Wentian gathered all the Kinmen disciples and told them that they were leaving. The Kinmen Xianjiao was not too surprised. "Brother Qin, if we meet again in the fairyland in the future, don't treat me as a stranger," someone said with a smile. "If you are willing to treat Qin as a friend, we will still be brothers when we meet outside the ancient Emperor City." Qin Wentian said generously. "Okay, haha, I hope we will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future," someone said loudly. Qin Wentian glanced at Suruksu and said, "After I leave, the Kinmen will be temporarily handed over to Suruksu. As for how to go in the future, the brothers will decide for themselves." Suruksu looked at Qin Wentian and others, and her heart was a little turbulent. This group of people were all outstanding. Although their glory was only short-lived, they made the entire ancient emperor city remember them. "Everyone, goodbye." Qin Wentian's body flew into the air, and the group of people stepped onto Kinger's Leaves of the Void, waving to the Kinmen crowd. The Kinmen disciples looked up at them and waved goodbye as well. The light shone, and the Leaves of the Void disappeared directly, and the group left. "Let's go." Everyone was disappointed. Countless geniuses came and went in the ancient emperor city throughout the ages, and there were many peerless geniuses among them. Some of them gradually drowned in the fairyland after leaving, but occasionally some people became famous in the fairyland after several years. If this guy doesn't die, he will become a giant in the future. Liu looked into the distance. He was the first to know Qin Wentian in his group. This person's progress was too terrifying and he had a bright future. I hope that when I hear his name again in a few years, he has become an emperor. Suruksu murmured. Soon, news spread in the ancient emperor city, and set off a wave of waves in the ancient emperor city. It has been confirmed that the person who killed Zidaoyang was Moxie. Last night, he went to hunt Qin Wentian and the little bastard, and almost succeeded. Moreover, Moxie has already built a fairy platform and entered the realm of immortality. In addition, Qin Wentian and other top Kinmen masters left the ancient emperor city one after another. From now on, their names will no longer appear on the immortal list. Zuanyang will probably top the immortal list. However, 9 out of the top 10 on the immortal list left this time, which is unprecedented. The top 10 on the new round of immortal list will probably be the worst in history. To the east of the ancient emperor city, at the end of the countryside, there is a ruined sea. This is where you leave the ancient emperor city. At this time, Qin Wentian and his companions arrived here. There were terrifying dark clouds gathering ahead, and there was a terrifying dark storm above the sea. However, there was an ancient building on the edge of the land, flowing with the power of rules. There were teleportation altars in it. The strong men of the immortal platform would be brought here by the power of rules and teleported away. Those who had not entered the immortal platform would have to come here by themselves if they wanted to leave the ancient emperor city. "Let's go in," Nanhuang Yangxi said, and then the group stepped into the ancient building. There were 9 teleportation altars in front of them, distributed in different directions. These altars correspond to different directions of the immortal realm. It is rumored that they were built by the ancient emperors. They are all one-way teleportation and can directly cross the endless territory. The Nanhuang clan is in the southern area of the Qingxuan immortal realm. I will step on that altar. What about you? Nanhuang Yangxi pointed to an altar and said. Qin Wentian looked at Kinger, only to see Kinger whispered, "Will you accompany me to Changqing Fairyland?" Looking at Kinger's beautiful face, Qin Wentian nodded with a smile, took her hand and said, "Yes, I will accompany you back to Changqing Fairyland." "What about you?" Qin Wentian turned his head to look at Jun Mengchen and Hua Takesu. "I have to go to see Master." Hua Takesu whispered. "Brother Qin, you are going to pay a visit to my father-in-law. In this case, Sister Qingxuan and I will not disturb you. Let's go back." Jun Mengchen laughed heartily. Qin Wentian glared at him. He naturally understood where Jun Mengchen was referring to. They must be going back to Xianfu realm. The Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and the 13 Eastern Saint States are in the same territory. You can all step onto that teleportation altar, and then separate after you arrive. Nanhuang Yangxi pointed to a teleportation altar. There are only 9 altars here, and it is impossible to cover all the territories of the immortal domain. Therefore, relatively speaking, the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and the 13 Eastern Saint States belong to a large territory. "Okay, let's go." Qin Wentian nodded, and immediately Nanhuang Yangxi stepped onto a teleportation altar, while Qin Wentian and the others stepped onto another altar. Strands of rule power descended from the sky, triggering the power of the altar. In an instant, endless runes fell down. The rules spread throughout the world, and the world roared and roared. Qin Wentian only felt that they were in a terrible ruin, as if the world was coming to an end. "What a terrible teleportation altar!" Qin Wentian whispered. "This is a teleportation formation that spans the endless territory, so it's natural." Nanhuang Yangxi looked at them and said, "We'll meet again in the future." Nanhuang Yangxi, "Goodbye." Qin Wentian shouted, An endless talisman light enveloped them. Strong light fell, the sky and the earth changed color, and their bodies disappeared at the same time. The Chang'an Immortal Kingdom has a vast territory. Chang'an City is an extremely powerful main city of the Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. A large army is stationed here to guard the east of the Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. Chang'an City is extremely prosperous, with countless powerful people. The Lord of Chang'an City is a giant of the Chang'an Immortal Country. He is a fairy general who guards one side and is named Chang'an Marcus. He is a powerful fairy king. At this time, there was a strong hurricane in the sky above Chang'an City. A terrifying void storm gathered and formed. Countless people looked up at the void, and then saw several figures stepping out of the storm. These people were Qin Wentian and his companions. Qin Wentian and his companions looked down with flashing eyes. This teleportation altar only teleports the approximate territory, and there will be no specific location, so it is possible for them to teleport to any place. What a strong space storm! Who are these people? The powerful people below talked about it, a little curious. Let's go down and ask, Qin Wentian said, and immediately a group of people stepped down. Jiutian looked at one person and said, Sir, may I ask where this place is? Are you teleported here? The man asked curiously. Well, I don't know where I was teleported to. Jiutian grinned. So that's how it is. This is Chang'an City. The man responded. Chang'an City, which force governs this? Jiutian didn't know. The man rolled his eyes and said, Chang'an City and Chang'an Immortal Kingdom is naturally governed by Chang'an Hao. We have arrived at Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. Jiutian's eyes lit up. He turned around and looked at Qin Wentian and Kinger, saying, It seems that you are close to your destination. Chang'an City is still some distance away, but the City Lord's mansion should have a teleportation formation. Kinger whispered. Qin Wentian nodded, then let's go directly to the City Lord's mansion. Yes. Kinger nodded. With her status, it would be no problem for her to use the teleportation formation. In that case, Senior Brother Qin, Sister Qingxun and I will go back directly. Jiutian said. Qin Wentian and Kinger were going to see the Chang'an Immortal Emperor, so he naturally didn't want to disturb them. I'm leaving too. Let's say goodbye. Jiutian said. Qin Wentian said to them, Take care. Brother, I'll wait for your good news. Jiutian smiled, then stepped out and waved, I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Best wishes to you. Jiutian looked at Qin Wentian and Kinger, and then left. Qin Wentian held the little bastard in his arms. Purgatory was hidden in his blood. Only he and Kinger were left here. The two looked at each other and then stepped out. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. He didn't know how the immortal Emperor Chang'an would look at him. Chapter 986, Hao Mansion. Chang'an Immortal Kingdom is different from Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Chang'an Immortal Kingdom has the name of a country, while Dongsheng Immortal Sect governs Dongsheng 13 states in the form of a sect. Therefore, the titles of the rulers of each place are also different. The status of Chang'an Hao, if placed in the former Dongsheng 13 states, is equivalent to the king of a state, a frontier official, with overwhelming power, and a powerful immortal king. Moreover, all the princes of Chang'an Immortal Kingdom are directly appointed by the upper level of the Immortal Kingdom, and most of them have illustrious military exploits. In the past few years, Emperor Chang'an succeeded in fighting for the Immortal Kingdom, and the entire Immortal Kingdom was cleansed. Now, all the princes are undoubtedly trusted by Emperor Chang'an. The Marcus Mansion in Chang'an City is majestic and magnificent. It stands in the center of Chang'an City. The outer land is full of armor. A group of legions are stationed here, firmly guarding the solemn Marcus Mansion. At this time, two figures stepped in, a man and a woman, walked to the outside of the Marcus Mansion in Chang'an City, and looked at the straight passage in front, which led to the depths of the Marcus Mansion. It was simple but very majestic. Stop. Seeing Qin Wentian and Kinger approaching, a soldier stepped forward and pointed the spear in his hand at the two of them, saying, This is the Marquis's mansion, no outsiders allowed. I want to see the Marquis of Chang'an. Kinger said coldly, staring at the front. Seeing Kinger's extraordinary temperament and her blunt statement that she wanted to see the Marquis of Chang'an, the armored soldiers did not dare to neglect her. One of them asked, Who are you? Kinger took out a J token and stretched it forward. There were light patterns flowing on the token and the word Qing was engraved on it. The guard took a look and frowned slightly. This seemed to be the token of the fairyland, but what did the word Qing mean? Looking at Kinger again, Their pupils couldn't help but shrink. One of them asked, "But Her Royal Highness." "It's me," Kinger said lightly, and immediately 2 guards landed, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your Highness, you're..." In a grand hall, 2 figures were sitting there drinking tea. They seemed to be a couple. The man was extremely powerful, and the woman was elegant and dignified. They had been in high positions for a long time and had a sense of majesty. "Inform the Marquis, Her Royal Highness Princess Kinger has arrived." At this moment, voices floated into the hall. The 2 looked at each other, and a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. The daughter of His Majesty the Great Emperor, Her Royal Highness Princess Kinger? However, both of them were immortal kings, and their expressions instantly returned to normal. Marcus Chang'an stood up and said, "Her Royal Highness, come here, let's go and greet her. I heard that Princess Kinger went to the ancient emperor's city for training a few years ago. Now that she is back, she should be passing by our Marcus Chang'an mansion and come to borrow your teleportation array to go directly to the Immortal Kingdom Palace." The eyes of the wife of Marcus Chang'an flashed with wisdom. She guessed very accurately and immediately knew the purpose of Kinger's visit. Why bother about why she came? Since she has come to our mansion, we should treat her well and escort her back, Chang'an Marcus said. However, the wife of Chang'an Marcus kept flashing her eyes, and then smiled and said, "Of course we should treat her well and escort her back, but Princess Kinger has finally come to our mansion, so we should seize this opportunity and prepare to inform Fener to let him meet the princess. You are the one who has many ideas, but you have heard of the princess's character. She is a cold beauty who never speaks to others. Besides, although Fener has good talent, he is still not a good match for Princess Kinger." Chang'an Marcus seemed to have some self-knowledge and said, "My father is a half-step immortal emperor. He helped the emperor to conquer the country and crown the opposite sex as kings. Fener is my son and my father's grandson. How can his status and position be bad?" The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an shot out a sharp light and said, "Now my father urgently needs to make further progress in the palace. If we can have this relationship, it will undoubtedly be the best. Besides, even if the princess doesn't like Fener, what's the harm in making friends? What you said is not unreasonable, but the princess will not stay after borrowing the teleportation array." The Marquis of Chang'an said, "If you retreat, then no one in the Marquis of Chang'an mansion will have the power to use the teleportation array to the palace. You retreat now, and I will handle everything." The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an spoke decisively and vigorously. The Marquis of Chang'an nodded and said, "Well, you handle this matter well." After that, he actually walked towards the depths of the hall. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an stood up, her eyes shining, and then she walked out of the hall. Qin Wentian and Kinger were still walking in the Marquis mansion. The mansion was very large, so they quickened their pace. At this moment, a group of figures came from a distance. The leader was a beautiful woman with a gentle smile on her face. She came to Kinger, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Meet your Highness, Princess." "Your Highness, this is the Marquis's wife, and also the daughter of King Yun." The powerful immortal next to her introduced her. Princess Kinger had never been to the Marquis mansion, but she should know King Yun. "Madam, you are too polite. Is the Marquis not here?" Kinger nodded slightly, her tone quite polite. Of course, she knew King Yun. He was a very powerful prince in the palace, and had made great contributions to the fight for the throne for the evergreen immortal emperor. The Marquis is in retreat and is at a critical moment. He will come out in the next few days. I have set up a banquet for the princess. Please come. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an was polite and made a gesture of invitation. Kinger couldn't refuse. She walked forward and asked, "When will the Marquis of Chang'an be able to come out? I want to use the teleportation array to go to the palace." "Is the princess in a hurry?" asked the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an. "Yes." Kinger nodded. "She didn't stay here for long. According to the rules of the fairyland, the teleportation array cannot be opened without the Marquis. The princess will rest in the Marquis's mansion for a day. After the banquet, I will accompany the princess to the monster forest to select a big monster. If the Marquis does not come out tomorrow, I will send the Monster King to escort the princess." The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an said with a smile. Kinger couldn't refuse. She glanced at Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian had to smile and nod at her. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an naturally saw this scene, but she didn't say anything. The Marquis mansion is worthy of being a lord of the fairyland. In an elegant place like a fairyland, a fairy banquet was immediately prepared. In addition to the Marquis of Chang'an, many important figures in the Marquis mansion came to pay respects to King Er, and they were very polite. At this time, a pair of young men and women came. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Feiner, Lioner, go and pay respects to Her Highness King Er. The princess is a natural king. You must study hard. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an looked at the two and said. The man was dressed simply but still handsome and elegant, and the woman was full of spirit. They walked in front of King Er, and Xiaofan said, "Meet Her Highness the Princess." I often heard the name of Princess King Er before, but I didn't expect that the princess sister would be so beautiful, like a fairy. Xia Lian said with a faint smile. King Er was not good at communication, and nodded to them with a smile. Princess sister, can I sit next to you? Xia Lian said with a smile. She glanced at Qin Wentian, who smiled and said, please give up my seat. King Er moved to the side. Xia Lian smiled at Qin Wentian and said, thank you very much. I don't know where you are from. You came back from the ancient emperor city with a princess, so you must be a descendant of the emperor. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, a senior sent me there. It wasn't the emperor's descendant. The princess and I are traveling together. We want to go to the fairyland palace to see the world. Oh. Xia Lian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and then she raised her glass to King Er and said, Sister Princess, I'll toast you a glass. When I go to the palace in the future, can you take care of me? Okay. King Er replied. During the banquet, the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an and Xiaolian were quite active. They were very polite and treated King Er with great courtesy. They regarded King Er as a guest of honor. However, King Er was not used to such scenes. Soon she suggested, let's go and choose a big demon. Of course there is no problem with what the princess said. Let's withdraw. The Marquis's wife stood up and said to King Er, Princess, please. As she spoke, her figure flew into the air. King Er and Qin Wentian also stepped into the void. Xiaofan and Xiaolian followed one after another, following the Marquis's wife to fly in a certain direction. Not long after, they came to a vast land. There were many monsters in front of them. The weakest ones were all monsters in the celestial realm, and there were even many immortal monsters. Their eyes were extremely sharp, and they were all very powerful monsters of different species. Of course, there were also many powerful monster breeders who raised monsters for the Hao Mansion. Does your highness need a monster mount? There are many big monsters with powerful bloodlines in this monster forest. The princess can choose anyone she wants. Xiaofan said to King Er. No need. King Er shook her head, and the little bastard in her arms glared at Xiaofan. Feiner, go and help the princess choose a monster king. Madame Hao said to Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded, looked at King Er, and said, Princess, the monster king is fierce. I will take you there. I will choose for the princess. Qin Wentian stepped forward and said. Now he was so smart, how could he not see Madame Hao's thoughts, plus her performance at the fairy banquet before? She obviously intended to let Xiaofan and King Er come into contact. Well, let him go. King Er nodded. Princess, the demon king is violent, strangers can't go, it's easy to get hurt, said the Marquis. King Er frowned slightly, then said to the Marquis, in that case, madam, just accompany me. When the Marquis heard this, she naturally understood what King Er meant. Obviously, she didn't want to get along with men. She naturally knew that she should stop at a certain point, so she smiled and said, okay, I will accompany the princess, you wait here. Okay. Xia Lian smiled sweetly, and then the Marquis and King Er left together. After they left, Xiaofan's expression instantly turned cold, and he glanced at Qin Wentian, obviously unhappy with Qin Wentian's talkativeness just now. Qin Wentian seemed to be nothing. Xia Lian looked at him and smiled and said, Brother Qin, the princess is willing to take you to the fairyland. She must think highly of you. Does she want to recruit you as a subordinate? I think so. Qin Wentian responded lightly, and didn't mind. Oh. Xia Lian nodded, looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, so, you, a servant, want to climb up the dragon and attach yourself to the phoenix. Chapter 987 Killing. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly when he heard Xia Lian's words. He looked at Xia Lian, only to see that she was looking at him with a smile, as if the words were harmless. The beautiful face and the beautiful image she had created before, undoubtedly collapsed at this moment. This is her true face. She had always behaved perfectly in front of King Er before, but now the other side was revealed without reservation. Did I say it right? Will you be angry? Xiaolian said with a smile, not caring about Qin Wentian at all. There are countless nobles in the palace, and there are many talented princes and sons. You, a mere dog slave, want to be in power. It's really a foolish dream. Are you done? Qin Wentian stared at Xiaolian and said coldly. Why, you are not convinced? Do you want to complain to Princess Kinger? It's interesting for a grown man like you to complain. Xiaolian smiled and blew a whistle. Suddenly, two big monsters flew over from a distance, their wings flashing, and landed beside Xiaolian and her brother Xiaofan. No matter what my identity is, I am a guest accompanying Kinger to the Marcus Mansion. Even if I am really a servant, it is not your turn to humiliate me. Qin Wentian said coldly. Xiaolian still did not take him seriously. She and Xiaofan each flashed and landed on the back of the big monster. Xiaolian was standing on a bird with the blood of the big rock, and Xiaofan was standing on a ferocious and terrifying white tiger, which made a series of low roars. The little bastard in Qin Wentian's arms poked his head out and stared at each other coldly. You are still not convinced? Xiaolian smiled even more brilliantly. Xiaofan next to her stepped on the white tiger and descended into the void, whispering, Xiaolian, let's go. He did not look at Qin Wentian. The brother and sister had been brothers with Qin Wentian before, and seemed very enthusiastic, but now their true colors were exposed. Okay. Xiaolian nodded, and glanced at Qin Wentian with a sneer. Suddenly, the wings of the big monster she was sitting on flashed, and it was about to take off. However, Xiaolian's body suddenly rushed forward, and the monster under her body let out a long cry. She suddenly turned her eyes and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. At this moment, the monster's tail was firmly grasped by Qin Wentian's big hand. Qin Wentian looked at her coldly. This is the Marcus Mansion. I don't want to make Kinger embarrassed. Apologize, I don't pursue this matter. How dare you? Xiaofan saw this scene and shouted coldly in the void, staring at Qin Wentian and said, You are so bold. Qin Wentian looked up and swept his cold eyes to Xiaofan. These two siblings really looked down on others. Dog slave, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Princess Kinger. Xiaolian waved her palm, and suddenly the fiery red long whip was whipped directly at Qin Wentian. In an instant, a whip shadow appeared in the void, with terrifying power and a whistling sound. If this whip hits, it is enough to make people's skin and flesh burst. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, and there was a dazzling light of talisman flashing in his terrifying palm. He actually held a long whip in his palm. The terrifying whip hit his palm as if nothing had happened. A fierce roar was heard, and the monster under Xiaolian's feet pounced towards Qin Wentian, with a raging anger. The little bastard in Qin Wentian's arms saw this scene, and a black and golden light flashed in his eyes, which was extremely cold and fierce. With a roar, his body instantly became huge, and his claws stretched out directly and hit the opponent's head. The claws were directly imprinted into the opponent's brain. A terrifying talisman light appeared, turning into a monstrous and terrifying power. The powerful monster let out a miserable roar, with a hint of despair, and was then directly swallowed up. This scene made Xiaolian stunned. Her face became extremely ugly, and there was no smile anymore. Qin Wentian's monster actually swallowed her monster mount directly. Although it was just a celestial monster, it was her mount after all. You are looking for death? Xiaolian shouted angrily, and her powerful aura burst out. She rushed towards Qin Wentian fiercely, but she saw Qin Wentian directly raised his palm and swung it forward. A huge palm print appeared in the void, smashing everything directly. With a loud bang, Xiaolian's body was slapped away. The whole person was numb from the slap, her face was burning, and many bones in her body were broken. She was directly beaten to the ground, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Xiaolian's face was no longer bloody, pale as paper, and gloomy and a little scary. This is the Marcus Mansion, Chang'an Marcus Mansion, her home. Chang'an Marcus Mansion has tremendous power in this endless and vast area. Her grandfather is a powerful figure in the entire Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. He dotes on her and treats her like a treasure. Now, she was beaten by a servant in her own home and slapped away. Even if this servant is Princess Kinger's servant, he still cannot be forgiven for wanting to cling to the powerful. Xiaofan in the void was also stunned. The servants who were feeding the monsters in the distance also trembled when they looked over here. I want him to die. Xiaolian said coldly. In the distance, monsters rushed towards this side. Xiaofan frowned. Things seemed to have gotten out of hand. Although he looked down on Qin Wentian, he was not stupid. He had to look at the owner before beating a dog. He just humiliated Qin Wentian before and did not want to do anything. After all, if he did something, Princess Kinger would know that they were attacking the princess's followers in Chang'an Marcus Mansion, which was obviously not giving the princess face. But now things got out of hand. This person relied on following the princess and slapped Xiaolian away and his home. It was simply unbearable. Kill him, Xiao Fan said coldly. Since it had come to this point, he had to take action first and then explain to the princess. Once Qin Wentian died, it was still up to them to say whatever they wanted. Even if the princess was unhappy, she could not do anything. But the mother's painstaking efforts were probably in vain. However, the position of Chang'an Marcus Mansion was stable. His grandfather followed the emperor to conquer the world. Even if Princess Kinger really had a problem with Chang'an Marcus Mansion, it would not be able to shake them. Therefore, Xiao Fan issued a cruel order. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with dazzling coldness when he heard Xiao Fan's words. Kill him. Xiao Fan, ordering him to be killed. This is completely different from the previous humiliation. Killing him is not only to treat his life as worthless, but also to not take Kinger in the eyes. Even if he is really just a slave, they can't kill him. Qin Wentian's aura burst out violently, extremely cold. A terrible power swept the world. The little bastard let out a roar that shook the sky. His body floated above the sky, and his body burst into terrible golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Boom! The little bastard's body changed and grew wings. The blade-like golden wings were like a terrible killing blade. His body turned into golden winged rock, floating in the sky, and his eyes shot out terrible golden swords. Dazzling luster circulated on the wings. The little bastard's figure flashed and turned into a golden stream of light. His wings spread out and suddenly cut through the void. A terrible sound of clattering was heard. His speed was too terrible. Many monsters were cut off directly, and the world was turned upside down in an instant. Qin Wentian took a step forward and went directly to Xiao Fan. As if he felt the overwhelming power of Qin Wentian, Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly, and then a loud rumbling sound was heard. A huge palm print covering the sky and the sun blasted towards Xiao Fan. The white tiger monster roared and rushed forward. However, how terrible was Qin Wentian's palm now? The first place in the immortal list of the ancient emperor city, looking at the vast and endless immortal realm, it is difficult to find many people of the same realm who can compete with him. The white tiger was killed alive, and the palm print was still powerful, crushing the sky and destroying everything. Xiao Fan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so powerful. Is this why Princess Kinger asked him to follow her? People who came out of the ancient emperor city were really scary. Xiao Fan mobilized all his strength to attack and resist, but he was still knocked away by a palm and fell to the ground fiercely. More and more monsters were rushing over from a distance, and even immortal monsters were released. Qin Wentian's expression changed. He shouted loudly, and thousands of palm prints attacked at the same time. The void shook, and the monsters roared fiercely and were killed one after another. The area was covered with blood. At this time, a phantom flashed in the distance, one step at a time in the void, so fast that it landed here in an instant. The battle stopped in an instant. The person who came was the wife of the Marquess of Chang'an. The beautiful eyes of the Marquess were cold. Her eyes swept below. Her son was knocked to the ground by someone. Her woman was also disheveled, with blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. Those monsters died or were injured. In the distance, powerful figures were stepping over. Seeing this scene, they were all terrified. Madame Hao was the daughter of King Yun. She was from a famous family and had always protected her children. Now, in the Marquis's mansion, her children were seriously injured by an outsider. Madame Hao looked at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Qin Wentian saw the killing intent in those eyes. Mother, this man is extremely rude. He even spoke frivolously to me. Xiaolian said in a crying voice. I insulted him, but he became even more aggressive, saying that my Marcus mansion was nothing. He followed Princess Kinger, so how could he take the Marcus mansion seriously? Madame Hao's aura was even colder, sweeping towards Qin Wentian. She did not act immediately, and of course she was thinking. As a mother, how could she not know whether Xiaolian's words were true or false? But this was also Xiaolian's cleverness. On the one hand, she directly accused Qin Wentian of a crime, and the princess had to give an explanation anyway. You will not be allowed to kill people in my mansion, even if you offend the princess. Madame Hao spoke coldly, and then she stretched out her hand and pointed forward. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming power descending, and his face turned pale. "Stop!" A cold shout came from a distance. King turned pale and drove the leaves of the void madly to rush over here. Madam Hao's eyes flashed, and he still pointed down. The world changed, and everything was destroyed. Kinger's face turned pale. This was the attack of the immortal king. Chapter 988 Princess's Fury. As the blow landed, Kinger's heart trembled fiercely. She had never expected such a thing to happen. She had clearly shouted to stop, but the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an still struck. The immortal king's blow could easily take Qin Wentian's life. Qin Wentian's face also changed drastically. The power of destruction swept over him, and it was extremely oppressive. He had no time to think about it. With a slight movement of his mind, a treasure tripod appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he could only use the treasure tripod to block this blow. Even the demon sword would not have time to bloom, and even if he sacrificed the demon sword to block it, it would not be able to stop it. Only this treasure tripod, an ancient treasure, had a chance to block this blow. That finger could penetrate everything. There was no doubt that if it fell on Qin Wentian would be killed, but just as the finger fell, a treasure tripod appeared in front of Qin Wentian. With a roar, the finger fell and hit the treasure tripod. The terrifying luster produced a gorgeous flame. The attack power was not violent, but a restrained destructive power. Once it hit Qin Wentian, he would be destroyed and disappear into thin air. However, it hit the treasure tripod but failed to penetrate it. However, even so, the treasure tripod still hit Qin Wentian hard, knocking him away. Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood in the void and then fell to the ground. The eyes of the wife of Chang'an Marquis were so terrible. She immediately realized that this attack could not kill Qin Wentian. She raised her palm again and wanted to swing it to directly kill Qin Wentian with supreme power. "If you make a move again, I will destroy your entire family." A bone-chilling voice came out, cold to the extreme. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an was of such high status that if the threat came from an ordinary person, she would have ignored it. However, this threat came from the princess, and the voice was too cold. Even though she was an immortal king, she could still feel the bone-chilling chill, and she raised her hand but did not strike out in the end. With a flash of light, Kinger's figure appeared beside Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had already stood up at this time. He stared at the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an with cold eyes and said coldly, "The dignified Marquis of Chang'an mansion actually has a group of such rats. How pathetic. You are so insolent." The wife of the Marquis said coldly. He looked at Kinger and said, "Your Highness, although this person was brought by you, he dared to speak frivolously to my daughter in my Marquis mansion and even killed people. He is simply lawless. I hope the princess can make the decision for my Marquis mansion and kill this evil beast. The people in the Marquis mansion are so shameless." Qin Wentian put away the tripod, stared at the wife of the Marquis and said, "Your woman insulted me as a dog slave, but now it's me who speaks frivolously to her. I would find a woman like her dirty even if she was given to me. You." Xia Lian stood up and pointed at Qin Wentian, her face pale. At this moment, the strong men of the Marquis mansion came here, and all of them looked at Qin Wentian with unfriendly eyes. No matter who was right or wrong, Qin Wentian, an outsider, dared to speak nonsense in their Marquis mansion, which was enough to sentence him to death. Kinger's aura was so cold that it was terrible. If it was one step later, Qin Wentian would have died in the Marquis mansion, died at the hands of her father's subordinates. Thinking of this, Kinger clenched her hands, and her heart was both afraid and angry. Her eyes were extremely cold. She took a step and walked directly in front of the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an looked at her, her eyes met her without hesitation, and said, "I hope the princess will consider the reputation of the Marquis mansion and deal with the thief." Kinger raised her hand, and the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an frowned slightly. The next moment, the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an suddenly became cold. She was imposing, but she did not dare to attack Kinger. After all, Kinger's identity was there. Pa. A crisp sound was heard, and the space suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, as if they couldn't believe it was real. Even the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an, her eyes were frozen there, staring at Kinger's eyes in front of her. She was the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an, the daughter of King Yun, and she was beaten by the princess in the Marquis's mansion. Moreover, it was a slap in the face, in front of everyone. "How dare you!" A loyal person in the Marquis's mansion shouted angrily, and several figures stepped forward, and their aura swept out violently. "Get out of the way, This is Her Royal Highness the Princess. Are you going to rebel? The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an swept her eyes across the crowd, and everyone was immediately silent, but there were still people who said angrily, Princess, do you know what you are doing? Under their shocked gazes, Qin raised her palm again. At this moment, a very cold light flashed in the eyes of the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an, and she said coldly, Princess. The voice was so loud that it trembled into Qin's mind. However, Qin's eyes did not fluctuate at all, and she slapped again. Pa. The sound was very crisp, hitting the face of the Marquis' wife, and also the face of the entire Chang'an Marquis mansion. Everyone breathed rapidly and stared at the front. Xia Lian was stunned, and Xia Fan was also stunned. They never dreamed that it would be like this. For Qin Wentian, the princess actually slapped their mother, the daughter of the king of Yun, in public. The Chang'an Marquis mansion is a feudal lord. Even the princess can't be so presumptuous. Moreover, in terms of status, she is still a junior, and their mother is a powerful fairy king. Are you going to sentence me to death too? Qin stared coldly at the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an. In her eyes, she didn't care what the other person's identity was. Just now, if she had come a step later, Qin Wentian would have died in the hands of this woman. She only hated that she was not strong enough, otherwise it would not be as simple as a few slaps. She would have killed the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an directly. Don't dare, Your Highness. The Marquis of Chang'an bit the words Your Highness very hard, but her eyes were extremely cold, and she still stared at Qin. What are you afraid of, my friend? Your children dared to move, I shouted to stop, but you still dared to kill them. Do you still have respect and inferiority in your eyes, and do you still have me, the princess of the evergreen fairyland? Qin's voice was extremely cold. She never used her status to suppress others. This time was the first time. Obviously, she was really angry. She thought that she might encounter great resistance when taking Qin Wentian to the evergreen fairyland this time, but she never thought that someone in the Marquis mansion in the fairyland wanted to kill Qin Wentian. How could she not be angry? The faces of the people around changed. They felt Qin's anger from this cold voice. This beloved young daughter of the emperor was speaking to the lady with her identity and power. She wanted to let everyone know her identity. She was a princess, the daughter of the Chang'an emperor, and the candidate for the future successor of the Chang'an fairyland. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an did not expect this to happen. She seemed to feel the indifference of the words destroy your entire family and the majesty of the princess. Even though she was a powerful fairy king, she couldn't help but feel a little shocked at this moment. Princess, you are too polite. It's just that the princess's friend was rude. I couldn't help but kill him in a moment of impulse. The wife of the Marquis of Chang'an gritted her teeth and said, Pop. Another slap. This was the third time. Before the voice of the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an fell, she was slapped. She stretched out her hand to cover her cheek. At this moment, it was not just the word angry that could describe her mood. From her birth to now, or tens of thousands of years, she had never suffered such a great humiliation, never. The powerful men of Chang'an Marquis mansion around were stunned, and they were speechless. Mother. Xia Lian's face was as pale as paper. She had been polite to Qin and Qin Wentian before, but then she humiliated Qin Wentian like that. It was conceivable that this person was extremely shrewd and proud, but at this moment, her pride was gone, and was completely destroyed by Qin's strength. She suddenly felt a little regretful. It was her actions that caused her mother to be humiliated in public and the entire Marquis mansion to be ashamed. Qin Wentian. Xia Lian stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, and murderous intent flashed. She never dreamed that Princess Qin would be so crazy for this young man. No one thought that before. She and Xia Fan had thought of killing Qin Wentian directly and apologizing to Qin. Now it seems so ridiculous. If Qin Wentian had really been killed before, I'm afraid that Chang'an Marquis mansion would be turned upside down by Qin. Your Highness, even if the madam is wrong, Your Highness's actions will make your subordinates feel disappointed. Someone stood up and said. That's right. After all, it was Your Highness's friend who flirted with Miss Xiaolian first. Can Your Highness humiliate a marquisate like this for the sake of her friend? Another person said loudly. Although he lowered his head and looked respectful, his words were obviously unconvinced. The Marquis of Chang'an's wife stared at Qin, but at this time, Qin slowly turned around and swept her cold eyes over everyone. She is worthy of flirting with Xiaolian. Qin looked at everyone coldly. It was ridiculous for these people to slander Qin Wentian in public in front of her. Qin Wentian, Flirting with Xiaolian? King stared at everyone and said coldly, Qin Wentian, the #1 prodigy in the ancient emperor city, the immortal ranking. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression froze, and their eyes all fell on Qin Wentian. Although many of them had never been to the ancient emperor city, they had certainly heard of it. The ancient emperor city was full of descendants of emperors and prodigies. This person, ancient emperor city, is the first on the immortal ascension list. Even the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an stared at this moment. She certainly understood the weight of the first prodigy on the ancient emperor city immortal ascension list. There is no doubt that Qin Wentian will definitely become an immortal king in the future. Xiaolian and Xiaofan's faces froze. Thinking of their humiliation of Qin Wentian, their hearts were extremely complicated. Is this the reason why Princess Qinger was furious? Of course not. Even if he is the first prodigy on the immortal ascension list, what does it have to do with Qinger? At this time, Qinger's figure flashed and walked to Qin Wentian's side. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Qin Wentian's hand. The two stood side by side. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink and their hearts tremble. Xiaolian, is she worthy? Qinger said coldly. That simple action seemed to be the most powerful slap in the face, slapping everyone's face. Qin Wentian and her are a pair. Would he flirt with Xiaolian? Xiaolian, is she worthy? The slanderous lies are self-defeating. P.S. Papa. If you feel good after watching it, brothers, remember to vote. Chapter 989 Qinger's Strength. In Chang'an Marquis's mansion, Qinger held Qin Wentian's hand, and the eyes of the people around were all frozen. The faces of the people in Chang'an Marquis's mansion were burning. They had been slandering the person she loved in front of Princess Qinger. No wonder she was furious, no wonder she slapped her wife 3 times, just because Princess Qinger and the young man in front of her were a couple. Qin Wentian, the strongest man on the immortal ascension list. Qin Wentian, he and the princess were in love. Would she speak frivolously to Xiaolian? Talent, beauty, status, what can Xiaolian compare with Princess Qinger? Moreover, as long as everyone is not stupid, they can understand that although Xiaolian's status is not troublesome, she is the daughter of Chang'an Marquis's mansion, but with Qin Wentian's talent of being the first on the immortal ascension list, if he wants to worship any immortal emperor, there will be someone to accept him. Such a person is more than enough to match a person like Xiaolian. If Qin Wentian is not stupid, does he need to speak frivolously to her? Such slanderous lies seemed extremely ridiculous at this moment, especially Xiaolian, who only felt a burning pain on her face, as if she was also slapped in the face. It was ridiculous. She had just called Qin Wentian a dog slave. The space suddenly became quiet. Right and wrong were now easily distinguished. Xiaolian slandered the princess's lover, but used monsters to encircle and kill him. If it was serious, it was treason and insubordination. Even if Qin Wentian was not Princess Qinger's lover but just a friend, Xiaolian could not slander and kill him. This was simply a slap in the face of the princess. The slaps from the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an were in vain. Qin Wentian had been watching all this with a sneer. He had never thought that in a Marquis's mansion in the evergreen immortal kingdom, these people almost took his life. This was a local lord who held great power. No one was taken seriously. They didn't give Qinger much face. Before, whether it was Xiaofan or the wife of the Marquis of Chang'an, they must have taken Qinger's existence into consideration when they were about to kill him. They still wanted to kill him first and report later. When he died, there would be no evidence, and then they would throw all the dirty water on him. Qinger was still angry at this moment, and her eyes were still cold. If Qin Wentian was in danger outside, she could only accept it, but this was the Marquis of Chang'an mansion under the Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. She was a princess, and she brought Qin Wentian here. Qin Wentian almost died here and was killed by her subordinates, and in front of her. Qinger, how could she let it go? Cold eyes fell on Xiaolian. Qinger said coldly, Xiaolian, you slandered Qin Wentian first, then joined hands with Xiaofan to kill Qin Wentian, and then, Chang'an Marquis's wife Yun, did not ask the reason, and when I ordered to stop, she still attacked Qin Wentian and wanted to kill him. In your eyes, you don't take me, the princess, seriously at all. You don't take the evergreen fairyland seriously. You don't take my father seriously. How to convict this crime? After Qinger finished speaking, her cold eyes stared at Chang'an Marquis' wife. Hearing her words, the strong men around Chang'an Marquis's mansion broke into cold sweat. This crime was indeed a bigger one. Moreover, Princess Qing'er was obviously not going to let this matter go, and she brought up the Evergreen Fairyland and the Evergreen Emperor. The corners of Chang'an Marcus' wife's mouth twitched slightly, and her face was embarrassed. Now, she had no reason to refute Qing'er's words. Xiaolian, did you slander the princess's friend? The wife of the Marquess of Chang'an spoke coldly. She had no choice but to hold on now. Otherwise, did she have to turn against the princess? If that happened, there would really be no room for maneuver. If he turned against the emperor's doted-on little girl, even her father, Prince Yun, could not protect her. Mother. Xiaolian's face turned pale, and she said, Qin Wentian did speak frivolously to me before, so I was angry and attacked. Even though he was the princess's lover, I couldn't stand his character. Now, Xiaolian had no choice but to hold on, otherwise, she would be convicted of slander. Qing'er and Qin Wentian both sneered, and the wife of the Marquess of Chang'an said, Princess, I was impulsive before, and I was angry and attacked without finding out the truth. It was my fault, but the princess has already punished me. As for this matter, I will definitely find out who is right and who is wrong, and then give the princess an explanation. Delay. Now the best way for the wife of the Marquess of Chang'an is to delay the matter and send Qing'er away. You also know that you killed someone before finding out the truth. You are so partial to him. Wait until you find out the truth? It's a joke. Qin Wentian sneered, and Qing'er also said, I ask you again, will you give me an explanation? Qing'er doesn't like to talk, and she doesn't like to make trouble, but this time, for Qin Wentian, she must stand up. A mere Chang'an Marquess's wife dared to put Qin Wentian to death. She brought Qin Wentian into the palace. How much pressure would Qin Wentian face? This is something she can't stand. Qin Wentian is the princess's lover, and the princess naturally trusts him, but this does not represent the truth. The princess should at least give me a chance to find out the truth. Chang'an Marquess's wife still refused to plead guilty and argued. Qing'er walked out and walked towards Xiaolian. This scene made Chang'an Marquess's wife look stiff, and Xiaolian's face also froze. Boom! A powerful void wave burst out, and Qing'er's figure appeared directly in front of Xiaolian. She raised her hand and grabbed Xiaolian. In an instant, a terrifying space force enveloped Xiaolian. The expressions of the people of Chang'an Marquess changed drastically. However, even the wife of Chang'an Marquess did not stop her. If she stopped her, she would have to take action against Qing'er, and that would only make things worse. Since you want to cover up, then I have to do it myself. Qin Wentian and I came to Chang'an Marquess Mansion as guests, but Qin Wentian was slandered and almost killed. Xiaolian committed a crime of treason and killed my friend. This is a capital crime. Qing'er's cold voice came out. Xiaolian saw those cold eyes and finally knew she was afraid. Her body trembled slightly. Princess, my father, King Yun, has made great military achievements for the great emperor, and my Chang'an Marquess Mansion guards one side for the great emperor. Does the princess only believe in her own judgment and want to kill my daughter and King Yun's granddaughter to chill the hearts of the princes of the immortal kingdom? The wife of Chang'an Marquess moved King Yun and Chang'an Marquess Mansion out to pressure Qing'er with righteousness. Because of Prince Yun's great military exploits and the contributions of the Chang'an Marquisate, you can kill my friends in front of me. If your contributions are greater, you can kill me in front of my father. When Qing'er said this, everyone was frightened. This voice was cruel enough. Boom! The violent space-tearing force burst out from Qing'er, and the crowd's faces changed drastically. The wife of the Marquess of Chang'an shouted, Princess! Princess, please stop! A thunderbolt sounded in the void, and a majestic figure appeared, stepped into the void, and descended in an instant, staring at Qing'er and Xiaolian, and said, The Marquess of Chang'an has not taught his daughter well. She must be strictly disciplined and severely punished. Please spare her life, Princess. Qing'er turned around and looked at the Marquess of Chang'an who appeared. Her momentum did not shrink at all, and the chill was even stronger. She looked at the Marquess of Chang'an and said coldly, Retreat? It turns out that the Marquess of Chang'an has been watching your daughter slander Qin Wentian, watching them join forces to encircle and kill Qin Wentian, and watching your wife kill indiscriminately. What a Chang'an Marquess Mansion! As she spoke, Qing'er's long hair flew, and her aura was extremely cold. Chang'an Hao's face changed drastically, and then she saw Qing'er's palm pressed down, and the endless killing power of space struck down. Xiaolian raised her head, her long hair fluttered, and a miserable sound came out of her mouth. At this moment, everyone's face was as pale as paper. Xiaolian. The wife of Chang'an Hao took a step forward and came directly to Kinger. She released an extremely terrible pressure, sweeping out and falling on Kinger, but Kinger just looked up at her. "Mrs. Chang'an Hao, do you dare to do it?" Chang'an Hao also came, holding the wife of Chang'an Hao's arm, asking her to endure it. If she really attacked the princess, it would be a rebellion. The emperor would blame her. Don't look at the power of the princes in Chang'an Hao's mansion, it will be wiped out in a blink of an eye. "Princess, are you satisfied with this?" The Chang'an Marquis's wife trembled as she looked at Xiaoyan, who slowly fell. Kinger looked at her and slowly said, "You should be thankful that you met me now. If I had enough strength, all those who had attacked Qin Wentian today would not be spared. Including you." Kinger looked at the Chang'an Marquis's wife. Her strong and cold voice made her feel a chill all over her body. She truly felt the determination of the princess. She finally understood that Xiaoyan was wrong, so wrong. With the status of Qin Wentian in the princess' heart, if the princess had enough strength, she would raise the Marquis's mansion to the ground. However, Xiaoyan slandered and even tried to kill Qin Wentian. How could she survive? This person cannot be provoked. The people in the Chang'an Marquis's mansion looked at Qin Wentian and thought to themselves that touching him would offend the princess's reverse scale. The Chang'an Marquis's mansion could not afford to provoke him. "Chang'an Marquis, I order you to immediately activate the teleportation formation and send me to the palace." Kinger looked at Chang'an Marquis and said. The Marquis of Chang'an looked stiff, and said in a stiff tone, "Yes, princess." After that, he turned around and walked away. Kinger and Qin Wentian followed him. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and pulled Kinger, holding it tightly. He naturally understood that Kinger was so strong because of him. Not only in the Marquis of Chang'an mansion, but also in the imperial palace, Qin Wentian could gain a foothold in the place where princes gathered, so that those people would not dare to offend him easily. Otherwise, the Marquis of Chang'an mansion would dare to take his life. In the imperial palace, who would care about him, Qin Wentian? The place where the teleportation array was located was shining, and the teleportation array was opened. Qin Wentian and Kinger stepped into it, and flashed out with a strong space fluctuation, and the figures of the two disappeared. The moment they disappeared, a terrifying aura swept out from the body of Marquis Chang'an and turned into a terrible storm. His body trembled, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the place where Xiaoyan fell. At this moment, the place was still silent. The wife of Marquis Chang'an held Xiaoyan's body and said coldly, "I will take Xiaoyan to the palace." Everyone's heart trembled, knowing what the wife was going to do. She was going to go to Prince Yun to complain. Chapter 990 Princess Changping. The palace of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, with ancient palaces standing one after another, spans an area of thousands of miles, like a real city. This palace is inhabited by many princes of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. It is the absolute center of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and gathers the strongest emperors of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. Every ancient palace of the Immortal Palace in this vast palace is a prince's mansion. Without exception, when you step into a palace at will, there will be elite legions and Immortal King-level strong men. The princes have their own legions. Their palaces are like small cities, spanning hundreds of miles at a time. The palaces of some immortal kings even span thousands of miles. Only when you go to the palace of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom can you truly understand how many strong men there are in the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom and how terrifying they are. It can be said that all the royal elites of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom are gathered here. Of course, the most glorious place in the palace is undoubtedly the Emperor's Palace, located in the center of the city. The Emperor's Palace and the palaces where the great Emperor Changping, the descendants of the Immortal Emperor, and the direct army live. Even if a prince wants to enter, he must go through the formalities. At this time, in the teleportation array area in the palace, a ray of light shone, and two figures appeared in a large array. The strong man guarding the large array looked at the newcomers, his expression solemn, and then knelt on one knee, bowed and shouted, "Welcome the princess back to the palace! Welcome the princess back to the palace!" Voices resounded throughout the space, and Kinger stepped out directly, waved her hand, and leaves in the space appeared. She and Qin Wentian stepped into it and continued to move forward. Even when they arrived at the palace, they still had some distance to go to the Emperor's palace. "Princess, welcome back to the palace." The loud voice shook between heaven and earth, but Kinger and Qin Wentian were already traveling in the void. In the void, Qin Wentian looked at the palace of the fairyland in front of him, and his heart was shocked beyond words. The magnificent palaces were all guarded by legions, as if each palace was like a palace. He naturally knew that these mansions were the palaces of the princes of the Changqing Fairyland, all of whom were figures in the power center of the Changqing Fairyland, with tremendous power. Figures like the Marquess of Chang'an, although they were also marquises, were not qualified to enter this power center, but guarded one side. Soon, the news that Princess Qinger had returned from the ancient emperor's city and returned to the palace spread. At this time, she and Qin Wentian were even flying in the air, and many princes in the mansions had already known about it. Princess Qinger is back. She has reached the peak of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. She should be not far from the immortal stage. Yet, the princess has returned to the palace. You should go to the imperial palace more often in the future. Child, Princess Qinger has returned. She is accompanied by a young man who is about your age. You must hurry up. Grandson, the princess has always been rude to young people of the same generation. If you can win the princess's favor, you will have great hope. In the various palaces, there were voices coming out, many of which were reminders to the younger generation of young people, and Qin Wentian was also mentioned. Princess Qinger was the emperor's favorite youngest daughter. She was gifted. Although Emperor Changqing would definitely choose a peerless genius for her in the future, the greater initiative was in the hands of Princess Qinger. Before the emperor officially confirmed his son-in-law, everyone had a chance. If you didn't fight for it, you would have no chance at all. This was the common idea of everyone. Emperor Changqing himself knew this, but he was never bothered to care about these things. No one had ever really been able to get his daughter's favor, not even one. The Void Leaf magical weapon continued to shuttle through the void, slowing down outside a magnificent palace. This was one of the many palaces in the Imperial Palace, majestic and magnificent. A team of armored soldiers rose into the air below. When they saw the newcomers, their eyes trembled, and they all knelt on one knee in the void, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Princess. Is my aunt in the palace?" Qinger asked indifferently. "Princess Changping is in the palace." The leader responded respectfully. "You guys go to your work." Qinger said indifferently, and continued to walk forward. This palace was the residence of Qinger's aunt, the sister of Emperor Changqing, who was also a princess, Princess Changping. Qin Wentian said nothing, nor did he ask. He just followed Qinger all the way forward, heading towards the central area of the mansion. Along the way, many powerful people bowed to welcome them. Princess Qinger's arrival, naturally no one would stop her. Moreover, everyone in the palace of Changqing Immortal Country knew that there were very few people close to Princess Qinger. Princess Changping was one of the few who had a very good relationship with Princess Qinger. Princess Qinger also often came to Princess Changping's mansion. In the distance, a group of figures walked towards the void. The person leading was a beautiful woman in white. At first glance, she was only in her early 30s. She was extremely beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. Whether it was her fair skin or her exquisite figure, they were all perfect. This made Qin Wentian secretly think that this family seemed to be all beautiful women. "Qinger girl is back." The beautiful woman in white smiled at Qinger lightly, very charmingly. Although she looked very young, she looked at Qinger with a doting look at a younger generation. Her actual age was much older than Qinger. "Greetings, Princess Qinger." The people behind Princess Changping bowed slightly to Qinger and shouted. "And?" Qinger shouted crisply, but Princess Changping had already walked in front of her, smiled at Qin Wentian, and said, "Why, did you bring a son-in-law back for your father?" Princess Changping was obviously a wise person. Qinger brought everyone directly to the palace, and walked side by side with Qin Wentian, with only a fist's distance between them. She knew her niece very well. Ordinary men could not get close to her, let alone a fist's distance. She brought her here, and her meaning was self-evident. She looked at Qin Wentian, as if she wanted to see through him, with a smile on her face. She was very curious about what kind of man could be favored by her precious niece. What surprised Princess Changping even more was that after she said that joke, Qinger did not deny it. This was undoubtedly a tacit acknowledgement of her relationship with Qin Wentian. It seemed that Qinger was serious. "Junior Qin Wentian, meet you, senior." Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Princess Changping, but he still bowed to show his respect. The first person Qinger brought him to see was her aunt. Obviously, the woman in front of him had a very high status in Qinger's heart. "Little guy, you are amazing to be able to chase my precious niece. How did you succeed?" Princess Changping looked at Qin Wentian and laughed jokingly. She was really curious about how this guy pursued her cold and beautiful niece. Senior, you are joking. Kinger and I have known each other for a long time, Qin Wentian said. After saying this, Princess Changping's eyes flashed, and she said, Particle world. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. From the particle world to the fairyland, to my Changping fairyland. Princess Changping's eyes flashed, and she instantly took Qin Wentian seriously. Such perseverance is either great treachery or great love. I met Kinger when I was 16 years old. Several years after Kinger was taken back to the fairyland, I was also sent to the fairyland from the particle world by a senior from the fairyland. Later, I participated in the centennial ceremony held by the East Saint Fairy Gate and met Princess Liuli. Princess Liuli told me that Kinger was in the ancient emperor's city, so I asked a senior to go to the ancient emperor's city and found Kinger. Kinger brought Qin Wentian here. He understood that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the palace, he must have someone to support himself and Kinger. Therefore, he explained the matter clearly in a few simple words, so that Princess Changping would not doubt his intentions and have a good impression of him. Childhood sweethearts. Princess Changping smiled, and also involved Princess Liuli. When Qin Wentian said this, Princess Changping immediately knew a lot of information. First of all, he was sent to the ancient emperor city, and his talent was beyond compare. And behind him stood an emperor. And, I will leave him with you first. You help me take care of him. I will go to see my father, Kinger said to Princess Changping. Princess Changping naturally understood that it was impossible for this girl to bring Qin Wentian to the palace and directly take him to her great emperor brother. Okay, just leave this kid to me. Princess Changping smiled. Kinger looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said softly, Why don't you stay at my aunt's place for a while? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Kinger, go ahead. Kinger nodded, then turned and left. Princess Changping said to Qin Wentian, Come on, let's go down. I still have a lot to ask you, kid. Are you a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid that the Eastern Saint hates me to the core. What do you mean? Princess Changping showed an interesting look. Qin Wentian could actually make the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor hate him? When Kinger was taken to the fairyland, he asked Emperor Changping to let Emperor Dongsheng go to the particle world where I was to accept him as a disciple. I was the first in each round of assessments. In the end, Emperor Dongsheng wanted me to be free once in 1,000 years. I disagreed and expelled me for my bad character and humiliated me. Later I learned that he did it on purpose. Qin Wentian opened his mouth slowly and briefly described what happened next. He said, Later in the ancient emperor's city, I killed his disciple Xianai in front of his immortal thoughts. You are courageous. No wonder Kinger likes you. Princess Changping laughed. As they were talking, in the palace, in Prince Yun's mansion, Prince Yun was looking at the body of his granddaughter in front of him, and he was furious and shouted, Lionel, even if I have to sue the emperor, I will seek justice for you. In Prince Yun's mansion, Prince Yun was furious and roared. Soon, the news spread throughout the palace that Prince Yun's granddaughter, Xiaolian, the daughter of Marquis Chang'an, had died at the hands of Princess Kinger. The cause was that the princess stood up for a man. Not long ago, Princess Kinger brought a young man into the palace, and this incident instantly caused an uproar in the palace of Chang'an Immortal Kingdom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991 Father and Daughter. The palace of Chang'an Immortal Kingdom, and the prince's mansions were shaken. Princess Kinger brought the young man into the palace, and this matter could not be concealed at all. Moreover, soon people in the various princes' mansions even knew that Princess Kinger had arranged the young man in Princess Changping's mansion, which further confirmed everyone's speculation that this young man was likely a lover that Princess Kinger met outside. The princess is young, and it is normal to fall in love, but who is this person, and which emperor's descendant is he? A voice came from the prince's mansion, wanting to know Qin Wentian's background. Princess Kinger is in love, but the person she falls in love with must be worthy of the princess, otherwise so many young geniuses in the palace will not accept it. Is this person's name Qin Wentian? There is no top emperor with the surname Qin in the fairyland, unless he is the descendant of an ordinary emperor, or a hidden emperor. News came from Princess Changping's mansion that this person is not a descendant of the emperor, but is from the particle world, and met the princess in the particle world. So, Qin Wentian is a genius from the indigenous world. The waves caused by this incident were too terrible. In an extremely short period of time, the entire palace and all the major princes' mansions knew the name of Qin Wentian. The princes' mansions and their names kept appearing in everyone's mouths. I'm afraid Qin Wentian himself could not have predicted that he would become famous in the Fairyland Palace in such a short time, although he had predicted before he came that this trip would inevitably cause a huge storm. This person is from the particle world. Is he gifted and extraordinary? Maybe Princess Qinger is young and obsessed with a hazy love. The princess is still immature and may be deceived by sweet words. Princess Qinger actually killed the granddaughter of King Yun for a person from the particle world, and she was a guest at the Chang'an Marquis mansion. This is a bit too much? I'm afraid it will alarm the emperor. The prince's mansion was shaken, and some young geniuses were even more dissatisfied. They always wanted to get close to the princess, but Princess Qinger didn't give them a chance. She was cold and no one could get close to her. Princess Qinger didn't say a word to anyone, no matter who you were or how talented you were. However, now she actually fell in love with a person from the particle world and brought him directly to the palace. She even killed the granddaughter of King Yun. Jealousy. Although they had never met, many geniuses were jealous of Qin Wentian. Qinger herself was unaware of these disturbances. She brought Qin Wentian to the palace of Chang'an Immortal Kingdom to let her family know about Qin Wentian's existence and her attitude, and it would be best if they could recognize Qin Wentian. The great emperor's palace is located in the center of the palace, on a misty fairy mountain. It is ethereal and majestic. In the great emperor's palace, Qinger came to hall and walked out. Greetings, princess. All the guards knelt on one knee and watched Princess Qinger step forward. In the magnificent ancient palace, a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing was writing with a pen, cultivating his life and character, without any momentum on his body. At this moment, he put down the pen in his hand, looked up at the beautiful figure walking over, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Qinger, you are back." Yes. Qinger nodded. Even when facing her father, she still had the same expression, but the Chang'an emperor knew her very well, so he naturally would not blame her. He often blamed himself for missing the best time to accompany Qinger. Qinger wanted to speak, but saw the Emperor Chang'an stretched out his hand, as if to stop her from continuing, and said with a smile, "I already know, it's Qin Wentian. I didn't expect him to find the ancient emperor's city from the particle world. He has some perseverance." Qinger's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She looked at the Emperor Chang'an calmly, without saying anything, as if waiting for the Emperor Chang'an to continue speaking. At this moment, the palace is boiling, and many people in the prince's mansions are already condemning Qin Wentian, thinking that he is not worthy of you. The Emperor Chang'an said softly. Qinger did not answer, and her eyes seemed a little cold. "I know you doubt what happened back then, but Qinger, you don't need to doubt your father. I didn't ask Dongsheng to suppress Qin Wentian." The Emperor Chang'an said calmly, "Of course, I didn't ask Dongsheng to take care of Qin Wentian deliberately. Everything is up to him. If he accepts Qin Wentian as a disciple, I won't have any objection. It's just that I didn't expect that the Dongsheng court has ideas about you, and they will deliberately suppress Qin Wentian. You yourself don't want him to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Emperor and come to the Fairyland." Qinger looked at the Emperor Chang'an and said, "Her mind is actually very delicate and very sensitive. There are some things she can feel." "You can say that, but do you know why?" the Emperor Chang'an asked. Qinger did not answer, but waited for the Emperor Chang'an to tell her himself. "Because of you." Emperor Chang'an sighed lightly. "The princes of the Fairyland are all discussing what kind of person can be worthy of you, but how could they know that I don't care about the so-called status? This world has always been balanced. If you want to climb up, your status must be at a disadvantage. Besides, there are not many people in this Fairyland who need me to climb up. All I hope is that you will be strong." Emperor Chang'an stared at Qinger with a loving look in his eyes, and continued, "Among the emperors who have reached the top of this world, there are far more men than women. Why is it so? Because men are more obsessed with martial arts. Even if they have their own lovers, they rarely indulge in it and fall into the love between men and women. But women are different. Women are more likely to be emotional and implicated by. Qinger, you are the same." There was a slight fluctuation in Qinger's beautiful eyes. Emperor Chang'an rarely talked to her about his inner thoughts, This time, she brought Qin Wentian to the palace to express her attitude, and Emperor Changqing seemed to understand her thoughts and told her what he thought. Women are more likely to be emotional and implicated by their, and so is she. King couldn't refute it. She knew that what her father, Emperor Changqing, said was the truth. Child, I really don't want him to come to the fairyland, and I don't want you to fall into the too early. Sometimes, not being able to get or see someone can give people a strong motivation. For example, during the time you were apart, you made rapid progress, and maybe Qin Wentian was the same, so he came to the fairyland and the palace so quickly. Therefore, even if you blame your father, I still insist on my idea. If one day, your own strength is as strong as mine, you can make any choice, but now, I don't support you. Emperor Changqing expressed his thoughts. King was speechless. She couldn't blame Emperor Changqing for his intentions. This can also be my motivation. I will avoid delaying my own practice, and neither will he. Although King understood the thoughts of the Changqing Emperor, her voice was still persistent. As the Changqing Emperor said, women are more likely to be emotional. Since she is deeply in love, it is not easy to get her out. She can't do it. Will you not? The Changqing Emperor said sadly, martial arts is only one of the reasons why I don't support it. Do you want to hear the more important reason? Yes. King nodded gently. If you and Qin Wentian are in danger at this moment, and he is facing a life and death crisis, you can sacrifice yourself to save him at this time. Will you do it? The Changqing Emperor's tone was a little heavier, quite serious. King's body trembled slightly and stared at the Changqing Emperor. Will you? Of course. You have already told me the answer. The great Emperor Changqing smiled bitterly. I already know about the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. In the ancient Emperor city, Qin Wentian caused a great disturbance and encountered danger several times. You were by his side, fighting side by side with him, and even killed the descendants of the immortal emperor and fought against Zidaoang. If these are not enough to explain anything, then in the future, when Qin Wentian rises on the immortal road, if he encounters more dangerous things, will you escape? The great Emperor Changqing asked. No. King responded calmly. The great Emperor Changqing naturally knew the answer. Emperor Changqing turned his head and looked at a mural in the hall. There was a beautiful woman there, smiling faintly, with a stunning appearance, who was somewhat similar to King. I am not good at special power. The talent of special power was inherited from your mother. You also know that the power sealed in your body was also left by her. You were born when she died. Emperor Changqing's voice was vague, as if he was lost in memories. King was silent. After a moment, Emperor Changqing continued, King, do you know how your mother died? I don't know. King shook her head. No one in the palace dared to mention her mother's death. She died for me. Emperor Changqing slowly turned around, staring at King with his deep, star-like eyes. The calm voice made King's heart tremble violently again. At this moment, King understood that she could not shake Emperor Changqing's thoughts. Child, to me, your martial arts achievements can only be ranked second. Your safety is more important than anything else. The great Emperor Changqing said solemnly, I don't want what happened to your mother to happen to my daughter again. Qin Wentian, he has no ability to protect you, at least not now. If one day, when he has the ability to protect you, the door of the fairyland will be open to him. The great Emperor Changqing said slowly, pouring out his heart to King. There is no doubt that the great Emperor Changqing is a good father, even if he does not support King and Qin Wentian. King, she couldn't refute anything. She was not even qualified to persuade the great Emperor Changqing to change his mind. How could she persuade? The great Emperor Changqing valued her life more than anything else, and of course more than Qin Wentian, because King was his daughter. Father. King spoke and shouted, causing the great Emperor Changqing to look at his daughter. Thank you. King whispered, and the great Emperor Changqing also smiled. He was very happy to hear the words father and thank you. I understand your love. King looked at Emperor Changqing and continued to speak with a soft smile, but I also have my love. You may not support it, but, father, you cannot oppose it either. Looking at the smile in King's eyes, Emperor Changqing was speechless for a long time. P.S. On Monday, at the end of the month, brothers and sisters are asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 992 Verbal Provocation. The news of the negotiation between Emperor Changqing and Princess King in the imperial palace spread outside the palace, and many princes and nobles were watching Emperor Changqing's attitude. Since the princess was taken to the fairyland, many princes and nobles have expressed their pursuit of the princess, but Princess Qin herself never paid attention. Emperor Changqing's attitude seemed to be just laissez-faire, and he never paid attention to these things. No one knew the emperor's specific attitude, and they could only guess what the emperor was thinking. This time, Princess Qin brought her lover into the palace and went directly to meet the emperor. In this way, the emperor would have to express his position no matter what. Will the emperor support the princess or deny it? If the emperor agrees that the princess and Qin Wentian are together, then even if there are more voices in the vast palace, it will be useless. Qin Wentian will become the son-in-law of the fairyland, which is an ironclad fact. This is obviously something that many princes and nobles do not want to see. In Princess Changping's mansion, the aunt who has a close relationship with Princess Qin has already hosted a banquet to entertain Qin Wentian. After all, Qin put Qin Wentian here, and she must treat him well no matter what. Princess Changping's husband and children were also present at the banquet. They looked at Qin Wentian curiously, asking about the information they wanted to know, and gradually got to know Qin Wentian better. Princess Changping's husband was an immortal king, the red-eyed immortal king, who was canonized as the red-eyed Marcus by the great emperor. He was also considered the son-in-law of the immortal kingdom and had multiple identities. Although Princess Changping and the red-eyed immortal king were not very strong, they still had considerable power and status in the palace. After all, Princess Changping was the great emperor's biological sister, and she also stood on the great emperor's side when he was fighting for the throne. Qin Wentian, you are now famous. I swept the whole palace with my immortal thoughts, and your name is everywhere. In such a short time, even the servants are talking about you. The red-eyed immortal king laughed heartily. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I also know that although Qin's entry into the palace this time will cause a big disturbance, I didn't expect it to cause a sensation so soon. I thought it would take time to ferment. You should see what kind of people are in this palace. There are princes everywhere. Their immortal thoughts can directly cross the space and descend on other people's mansions to communicate. Once the news is spread, it can instantly sweep across the mansions of various princes. The red-eyed immortal king said with a smile. Qin Wentian thought about it and it was right. This is the palace of the evergreen immortal kingdom. What are people in the palace talking about me? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Talking about your cultivation, details, guessing your life experience, where you come from, nothing more than these. The red-eyed immortal king said. There must be a lot of people who disdain me. Qin Wentian smiled lightly, knowing that there were many doubts, but the red-eyed immortal king didn't consider his face and didn't say it directly. Do you feel a lot of pressure? The red-eyed immortal king looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was somewhat similar to him. He was also a son-in-law. When he married Princess Changping, there was a lot of criticism. Although he was able to become an immortal king, he was very talented, but he was not a top figure. He was only average in the palace. Of course, Princess Changping did not have the status of Princess Qin today. Now the emperor is in charge of the fairy country and dotes on Princess Qin. In addition, Qin has a powerful master and an unparalleled status. Therefore, when she brought Qin Wentian into the palace, it caused a shock in the palace. There is pressure, but some things cannot be changed by human power. Qin brought me here, so I came here and faced it calmly. Qin Wentian said lightly. Princess Changping and the red-eyed immortal king looked at him with a smile, secretly thinking that Qin Wentian was mature in mind. It was rare for Qin and his two little guys to have such courage. However, as Qin Wentian said, some things cannot be changed by human power. For example, the attitude of the emperor, even if they are optimistic about Qin and Qin Wentian, but it can only represent their position. At this time, a black-robed steward came over and called out, Princess, Marcus. What's the matter? Princess Changping asked. Someone came to visit. The black-robed steward said. The immortal King Red Eyes and Princess Changping glanced at them, and then looked at Qin Wentian with a meaningful smile. Many princes and princesses have sent some younger people to explore the way. Qin Wentian, you have to be mentally prepared. These people are not good people. Princess Changping said to Qin Wentian, then looked at the black-robed steward and said, invite them to the banquet. Yes, princess. The steward nodded and left. Not long after, more than 10 young people came over here. They were all young talents, princes and powerful figures in the palace. Moreover, most of these people were at the 8th and 9th levels of the celestial realm, and were of the same generation as Qin Wentian. It was obvious that they did it on purpose. Meet the princess, Marcus. These people were quite polite and bowed slightly in the direction of Princess Changping and the immortal King Red Eyes. You little guys don't have to be so polite. Come and sit down, Princess Changping said with a smile. Everyone walked towards the banquet and sat down. Only then did many people look at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes. Qin Wentian lowered his head to taste the wine. His mind was not moved, and he let these people look at him. The princess invited young talents to a banquet, and even invited us to come. It makes the younger generation sad. The young beauty smiled and said with a joking tone, but the first sentence seemed to get straight to the point and rushed to Qin Wentian. You are all very busy on weekdays. I don't want to be blamed by your elders, Princess Changping said. The princess said one thing and meant another. If the princess wants to invite, our elders will be very happy. The beauty spoke softly, then looked at Qin Wentian and asked, the princess hasn't introduced it to us yet. This distinguished guest in the mansion must be a very important person to be welcomed by the princess's fairy banquet. This remark was full of meaning, and it was obviously a question that was asked knowingly. Qin Wentian, you should all know his name. Kinger is still with me, so I have to treat her well, Princess Changping said. That's right. This is the first time that Princess Kinger has brought outsiders since she returned to the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. The various princes and nobles are paying close attention to her. Brother Qin must have a great identity to be favored by the princess. I wonder where he is from and which emperor is his ancestor. The woman looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and asked calmly. Princess Changping and the immortal King Shitong drank their own wine and watched quietly. They did not deliberately help Qin Wentian out. They had already reminded Qin Wentian to be mentally prepared. These were all things he had to face. Qin Wentian put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at the beautiful woman, and replied, I came from the particle world and have no prominent identity. Oh. The woman showed a hint of interest, as if she had just found out. Brother Qin is really humorous. The young man in blue clothes had sword-like eyebrows. He raised his head and said lightly, this is the palace of Changping Immortal Country, where the kings and princes live. Ordinary immortal kings are not allowed to enter. If Brother Qin came from the particle world, why is he sitting here and enjoying the palace fairy banquet? That's right, since Brother Qin is here, why bother to hide it? It's better to be honest. A person next to him echoed, and there was a flash of light in his eyes when he spoke. Although there was no impolite words, no matter how you listen to it, these words are disrespectful, as if implying that Qin Wentian is not qualified to appear in the palace, let alone enjoy the palace fairy banquet here. There is a hidden meaning in the simple words. The young men looked at Qin Wentian to see how he would respond. Have you ever been to a banquet in other important places? Qin Wentian did not answer directly, but asked back. Of course. Someone responded. This is a common thing. Even at banquets for important people, I occasionally go there. The woman smiled. When you go to the banquet, do you need to introduce yourself and enter by virtue of your distinguished status? Qin Wentian asked again. Those people laughed, and one of them said, of course, there are places where you, a mere junior, cannot enter by virtue of your talent. Without a distinguished status, you are not qualified to attend the banquet at all. This person deliberately emphasized his words with a meaningful smile. In other words, if you put aside your status, you brothers are not qualified to attend these banquets. Qin Wentian said lightly. The same thing, expressed in another way, seemed to express a completely different meaning. Qin Wentian's expression was obviously ironic. Status and identity are also part of the halo of one's body. Someone sneered, and looked at Qin Wentian with a bit more solemnity. Of course. Qin Wentian said with a smile, but if you abandon the halo and regard your status as everything, you will eventually become a joke in the eyes of others. I did not deceive you brothers. I did come from the particle world, but I don't think it's a shame. Moreover, I am now sitting at the banquet. The princess and the Marcus are also very friendly. At least they won't ridicule me. However, this doesn't seem to be Brother Qin's own ability. I heard that Brother Qin followed Princess Kinger into the palace. The woman continued. You are proud of the halo given by the ancestors. Are you ashamed of the halo given by the princess? Qin Wentian sneered, or are you jealous of me? Brother Qin is really a joke. The woman's voice was also a little cold. You are sharp-tongued and powerful. No wonder you can be favored by the princess. The young man said bluntly. Qin Wentian's expression froze and stared at the person who spoke. Brother Qin, don't be surprised. They are just like this. They act spontaneously and say whatever they want. The young man in blue said lightly, as Brother Qin said, it is Brother Qin's ability to win the favor of the princess and come to the palace with sweet words. Such skills will only make people despise them. Someone took over and said, the words were no longer disguised and polite. Qin Wentian looked at them coldly. These people were still talking and laughing, and seemed to be deliberately angering Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian took action because of this, he would become a laughingstock. Humph! Qin Wentian's mouth curled up a smile. To anger him? A joke. He picked up the wine glass and drank alone, with a sneer in his face. What are you laughing at? Someone asked questioningly. I laugh at the children of the princes and nobles of the Immortal Kingdom Palace, who are so shallow and ignorant. Qin Wentian put down the wine glass, and a voice rang out. Everyone's eyes were like sharp swords, shooting at Qin Wentian. Chapter 993 Lessons. Superficial and ignorant. The young man in blue sneered at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was very calm. They provoked him so much, but he was still so calm and didn't get angry. Now he fought back verbally. The princess and I came from the ancient emperor city. The ancient emperor city is full of geniuses. There are countless descendants of emperors, and there are many people with the same status as you. Qin Wentian spoke calmly while drinking. The young men also looked at him, waiting for him to continue. The descendants of emperors in the ancient emperor city naturally have many proud people who look down on everything. Qin has seen many people like you, and even people with more prominent status than you, such as the descendants of the great emperor. Qin Wentian continued. Has going to the ancient emperor city become a topic of conversation for you? Someone said sarcastically. It's not a topic of conversation, I just want to tell you that I have personally seen the fate of many people who are arrogant, dead. Qin Wentian glanced at them, picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said sarcastically, therefore, I advise you not to rely on your status to pretend in the outside world. It's okay in the palace, and the powerful people will give way to you. If you leave the Changqing immortal country, you will probably. At this point, Qin Wentian just glanced at them with his eyes slanted, and did not continue to speak, but the irony in his eyes was very obvious. Qin Wentian's meaning was obvious, and their momentum suddenly turned cold. The words that Qin Wentian did not say must be, I'm afraid I don't know how I died. You insulted us. The young man said coldly, his palm on the wine glass, and the wine glass turned into powder directly and fell on the wine table. Qin is of humble status, how dare I? I am just telling you what I have seen and heard. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, his tone showing no concern. In the ancient emperor city where geniuses abound, the descendants of the immortal emperor, who are famous all over the world, seldom mention their status. Today at Princess Changping's banquet, I was really enlightened. If the princess and the marquis have the chance, they should advise the kings and princes and warn them not to let these younger generations go out easily. Oh. Princess Changping looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. It's very dangerous. Qin Wentian whispered. There were continuous clicks, and the wine glasses in the hands of several people shattered. Princess Changping still smiled warmly. It seemed that Qin Wentian's mind was much more mature than these princes and nobles, and he could keep his composure. People who came step by step from the particle world must have experienced a lot of hardships and insults. These princes and nobles in the fairyland were different. They were spoiled and arrogant, especially those with outstanding talents. They were loved by everyone. Who dared to disrespect them in the fairyland, not to mention verbal humiliation? Brother Qin has an extraordinary state of mind. I admire him. The blue-clothed young man was silent for a moment, and then showed a faint smile. It's just that Brother Qin claims to be the pride of the ancient emperor city. I don't know if his strength can match this arrogance. Just say it directly. Qin Wentian was too lazy to waste his breath. We came to the princess's mansion to ask for a drink. Seeing a man like Brother Qin, we were itching to learn from him. I believe that Brother Qin would not refuse. Princess, can you borrow the mansion to learn from him? The young man in blue looked at the princess and said, not allowing Qin Wentian to refuse. After all, Qin is a guest. Ask his opinion. Princess Changping's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. This is the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. You are the sons of princes. There are many powerful people in the mansion, and I am alone. If I hurt you, you will have to ask for help. I will be in trouble. Qin Wentian smiled faintly. How dare you? A person slapped his palm directly on the wine table. In an instant, the wine table shattered directly, and the palm was turned into powder. Qin Wentian, You are so insulting. The beautiful woman also spoke coldly, staring at Qin Wentian. This sentence was really an undisguised humiliation. If I hurt them, they will have to ask for help? This person was arrogant. First, he was mocking them for being defeated, and second, he was mocking them for not being able to afford to lose. If you can hurt us, we will definitely have no complaints. We are not willing to ask our elders to help us. But you, sir, please don't beg Princess Kinger for mercy after you get hurt. It would be ridiculous for Princess Kinger to take revenge on you. Someone said sarcastically. You guys. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically and said nothing else. However, that expression completely angered several young men. Qin Wentian, you are arrogant. One person shouted coldly. Come out and fight. Another person rushed out with a fierce momentum and swept towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's perception was so sharp. Although these people were talented, they were not top-level geniuses at all. They should be ordinary geniuses from the palaces of various princes. They were sent to test his background and wanted to deliberately anger him, but they didn't expect to be angered by him with just a few words. Even if you are the princess's guest, you are so rude. I'm afraid I have to teach you a lesson. A young man in black stood up and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. Princess, Marcus, I'm sorry to bother you. Qin Wentian looked at Princess Changping and Marcus Chitting and apologized. It's okay, they're all juniors. Since they want to spar, Qin Wentian, you can spar with them. Princess Changping smiled, then sent a voice message to Qin Wentian and said, they came to test you, but they don't really have any ill will towards you. Just teach them a lesson, don't really hurt them seriously. Qin Wentian glanced at Princess Changping and exchanged glances. He knew this in his heart. After all, this was the palace of the Immortal Kingdom. Even if he didn't want to make things difficult for Kinger, he couldn't do too much. Since these people wanted to test him so much, he just taught them a lesson. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked towards the open space next to him. Standing there calmly, his eyes swept over the sons of the princes and said, you all come together. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Let me deal with him. The young man in black stepped out, dark and cold, his body flowing with dark thunder power, with terrible destructive power. Seeing that Qin Wentian did not move, he suddenly stepped forward. With a roar, the earth trembled, and the domineering and fierce fist rushed directly to kill, covering Qin Wentian's body and blasting out directly. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with rune light, and his momentum became extremely surging in an instant. Standing there, he was like a towering mountain in a vast ocean, steady but with a shocking momentum. Are you looking for death? The black-clothed warrior punched and killed, and the terrifying thunder burst out, with crackling sounds, constantly hitting Qin Wentian's body. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian raised his palm and slapped it. At this moment, the black-clothed youth only felt that this palm was like the five-finger mountain, suppressing the void of heaven and earth. With a roar, his fist was directly suppressed and his arm made a cracking sound. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Qin Wentian slapped the black-clothed youth directly to the ground, causing him to spit out blood and look up at Qin Wentian with an extremely cold look. With one blow, Qin Wentian directly suppressed him with a slap. That palm seemed to contain supreme power, which could break mountains and collapse the sky, and it was unstoppable. The other young men stared at Qin Wentian intently. Such a powerful strength was beyond their imagination. They thought they were geniuses with strong fighting power, but how could they be so vulnerable? It seems that what I said before is not wrong. Apart from your family background, you really don't have anything to show for it. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, let's go together. Such strength is not good enough. You can be killed with a slap. You are going too far. Since Brother Qin is so powerful, we won't be polite. The young man in blue directly said what the young man next to him said. He knew that if he didn't join forces to deal with Qin Wentian, he would have no chance. In order to win, he could only lose some face and join forces. Don't be polite. If you are too polite, I won't have the heart to hurt you. Qin Wentian smiled, and from beginning to end he seemed to be calm and arrogant. Everyone was completely enraged. They saw that they bloomed their own stars and celestial phenomena one by one, increasing their strength. In an instant, the gorgeous light shone in the void, shockling one side. Attack! The young man in blue uttered a voice, and everyone attacked at the same time. A bright sword chopped down directly, and the void seemed to be split open. There was a shocking sword energy, which turned into a terrible vortex, making a thunderous sound, tearing everything apart, indestructible, and a big demon shook the sky, roaring out, wishing to swallow Qin Wentian in one gulp. In an instant, the situation changed. Various destructive attacks surged and swept out, completely enveloping Qin Wentian in the attack. The sky was dark and there was nowhere to hide. This guy is too arrogant, Qi Tonghao said in a low voice. Although Qin Wentian was powerful, these people were not mediocre. They were all truly capable people. To be able to walk here from the particle world, how could they be ordinary people? These little guys were too arrogant and were the first to be used as pathfinders to test. The smart people are watching from behind. Princess Changping smiled. She seemed to trust Qin Wentian very much. At this time, all the killing attacks came at the same time. Qin Wentian was seen with endless light flowing all over his body. A supreme repressive power swept through the void of heaven and earth, and there was also a monstrous demonic power. He raised his palm and held up the heaven and earth. Suddenly, a terrifying demon phantom appeared. It was a divine elephant, huge and boundless, with supreme demonic power. At this moment, the attacks of all the powerful men were all held there and could not be broken. Is this the limit of your strength? Qin Wentian lifted up the world with one hand, suppressing the attacks of the powerful men. With a sneer, he slapped his palm directly, and the majestic power swept the world. One after another terrifying Big Bang figures appeared, and rushed out in an instant, like a flash of lightning. Rumbling shock sounds were heard. In just a moment, all the princes and sons were knocked back and injured, staggering, and even the weak ones spit out blood directly, and their faces were pale and embarrassed. Unable to withstand a single blow, Qin Wentian rolled up his sleeves, put his hands behind his back, stepped out, and returned to his seat. The faces of the powerful men were extremely ugly. They looked at Princess Changping and said, "Princess, I will take my leave." After saying that, the group left directly, not having the face to stay here. Chapter 994, Voice from the Palace. After everyone left, Qin Wentian returned to his seat. Marcus Qitong raised his wine glass and said to Qin Wentian, "You are amazing, you can easily defeat more than 10 strong men of your generation. You are very skilled. I toast you a glass." "You are welcome, my lord." Qin Wentian raised his glass and drank the wine in the glass. Marcus Qitong put down the glass, looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. "I am not being polite. Although these little guys are not the top figures of their generation, they are also very talented. You can easily defeat them without any effort. You can see how strong you are. I am afraid that there are not many people of your generation in the entire palace who can compete with you." Marcus Qitong is a powerful immortal king. When Qin Wentian fought before, he was majestic and powerful. He seemed to have the power of raging waves in his body and contained amazing power. He felt like a wild monster. It was rare to see people below the realm of immortal platform have such amazing momentum. His body was strong and full of vitality, and he could easily defeat his peers. The battle here soon spread out, and the various mansions in the palace learned about the battle situation. Different voices were heard in each mansion. "This man is so arrogant, humiliating the children of the princes, extremely domineering, looking down on the palace, and extremely arrogant. This Qin Wentian is indeed quite capable, no wonder he can be favored by the princess, with strong fighting power. It seems that except for those few people in the palace, there are not many people of the same generation who can defeat him. He is so rude and uneducated when he is injured. Haha, this Qin Wentian is powerful, no wonder Princess Kinger likes him, with such a domineering personality. I am optimistic about this guy." Some people are self-righteous and think that their descendants have the opportunity to get close to Princess Kinger. Are they worthy? Princess Kinger is not picky. In the various princes' mansions, Qin Wentian's name continued to appear, and their attitudes towards Qin Wentian were different, and there were all kinds of voices. But at this moment, a shocking voice came from the Yunwang mansion. "Qin Wentian is arrogant. He has the princess's favor, but he still speaks frivolously to Xiaolian of the Marquis of Chang'an mansion. He's extremely despicable." He then caused a big disturbance in the Marquis of Chang'an mansion. The princess is young and does not know people well. She even killed the Marquis of Chang'an's daughter Xiaolian for this scoundrel. Qin Wentian is the #1 prodigy on the immortal list of the ancient emperor city. He looks down on everyone with his talent. He bewitched Princess Kinger and came to the Chang'an Immortal Kingdom with the intention of becoming the prince consort of the Immortal Kingdom. He wants to ascend to the throne directly with his tyrannical talent. He's extremely ambitious and does not even take the princes and nobles seriously in his eyes. Qin Wentian dared to flirt with Xiaolian behind the princess back when he was a guest at the Marquis of Chang'an mansion. In the end, Xiaolian died tragically. Relying on his talent, he would not care about the princes and nobles. He even dared to insult the princes and nobles. Princess Qinger is already deeply involved. He believes that he will become the prince consort of the immortal kingdom and will surpass the princes and nobles in the future. King Yun was furious and prepared to personally ask the emperor not to let the princess continue to be bewitched by this villain, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Voices came out from Prince Yun's mansion and swept across the imperial city. Soon the imperial palace was shaken. Discussions about Qin Wentian were everywhere. Not to mention the people in the prince's mansion, even the guards and servants were discussing Qin Wentian. So he is the #1 prodigy on the ascension list of the ancient emperor city. His talent is indeed outstanding. No wonder he is so arrogant and looks down on everyone. He dares to humiliate the disciples of the kings and princes, and tells them not to cry for help if they lose. Do you know the importance of the #1 prodigy on the ascension list? The ascension list includes the top prodigies from all over the fairyland. Being #1 means sweeping everything. It is easy to understand why Qin Wentian is so arrogant. He doesn't take the prodigies in the palace seriously at all. He doesn't care about the sons of kings and princes at all. Without a #1 on the ascension list, with a tyrannical talent, and the princess backing him up, even the kings and princes won't take him seriously. As long as the emperor nods, the position of the prince consort will be his. The public opinion in the palace was one-sided. Naturally, these voices would not come from the descendants of kings and princes. Kings and princes were of such status that they would not easily say what they had in mind. Most of them were said by people from all walks of life in the mansions of kings and princes. The vast majority of people believe that Qin Wentian relied on his talent and the princess's feelings to be unscrupulous and arrogant. After all, this is the palace of Chang'an immortal country. For the various princely mansions, Qin Wentian is still just an outsider. With Qin Wentian's talent of being the first on the immortal ranking, once the great emperor values him and he becomes the consort of the emperor, his status will instantly rise without limit. In the future, when he becomes a prince, he will overwhelm the other princes. In addition, Xiaolian of Chang'an Marquis's mansion is indeed dead. The daughter of King Yun came with Xiaolian's body, which made them even more angry. After all, Xiaolian is the granddaughter of the princes. How can they not be angry because an outsider was killed? If such a thing happens again in the future, will Qin Wentian, the descendant of the princes in the palace, dare to kill him? Isn't this lawless? No one can suppress him. The princess has been in the imperial palace for quite some time. It seems that she is having a secret conversation with the great emperor. She hasn't come out for so long. I don't know what the great emperor's attitude is. Countless eyes were focused on the central imperial palace. Even if there were many voices in the palace, they were not as important as the voice of the great emperor. The emperor's words can decide everything. If he supports Princess Qinger and Qin Wentian, then even if the voices in the palace are louder, the princes will support the emperor's decision and suppress all doubts. At the banquet in Princess Changping's mansion, Princess Changping and Marquis Jiutian chatted without forgetting to monitor the voices of all parties with their powerful immortal thoughts. At this time, Princess Changping smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "The voices in the palace seem to be a little unfavorable to you. Qin boy, no wonder you are so powerful. You are the first on the ancient Emperor City immortal list. My Chang'an immortal kingdom has never produced such an outstanding person. Come, I will toast you another glass." Marquis Jiutian was very straightforward, and Qin Wentian naturally accompanied him and drank it all. Prince Yun is very scheming. Princess Changping said lightly, "The news of the first place on the ancient Emperor City immortal list should only be known by Qinger and you. People in the palace naturally cannot find out in a short time. You should have revealed it when you were Marquis Chang'an." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "Prince Yun's mansion kept it a secret until you defeated those juniors with all your might, and after you had a verbal confrontation, they revealed the news. Plus Xiaolian's death, they directly said that you were arrogant and didn't care about the princes. You had no way to defend yourself, and the public opinion in the palace was naturally one-sided." Princess Changping spoke slowly, causing Qin Wentian to frown. "They are jealous." Marquis Jiutian said coldly. "Jealousy is human nature. He was the first person brought into the palace by the girl Qinger, which is enough to make people jealous. Plus his status as the #1 on the immortal list and the incident just now and Xiaolian, they will not care about the specific process of the matter at all. but will only subjectively substitute their own ideas. Princess Changping's words hit people's hearts. If I have a weak talent, I will be considered incompetent and unqualified to enter the palace. If I have a good talent, I will be considered arrogant and don't care about the princes. Qin Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly, as if mocking himself. That's right. Kinger brought you into the palace. This is the original sin. These pressures are inevitable. Princess Changping smiled. Qin Wentian was also a smart man. He naturally understood that he was an outsider who came directly to the palace of Changqing Immortal Country and was with Princess Kinger, who is the most favored by the emperor. Who wouldn't be jealous? What happened to Xiaolian's death? I believe Kinger. She would not kill people casually, not to mention in Chang'an Marcus Mansion. Princess Changping asked. Qin Wentian told this story and said, Kinger was angry because of that. It's best to kill Xiaolian. So, Xiaolian deserved to die. I'm afraid that the wife of Marcus Chang'an may not have told the truth to her father. After all, Xiaolian's death is a fact. Everyone will sympathize with her, Prince Yun and Marcus Chang'an. Princess Changping sneered. She didn't expect that the daughter of Prince Yun was so arrogant and domineering. She didn't take Kinger seriously and dared to kill Qin Wentian in front of Kinger. It was too presumptuous. It's simply a crime of insubordination. Prince Yun actually wants to bite back. Does he think the emperor will believe that he doesn't believe Kinger? Marcus Chang'an also sneered. So Prince Yun is now releasing the news to use public opinion to suppress Qin Wentian. Of course, he also knows that he can't do anything to Kinger, so he can only deal with Qin Wentian. Even if he can't move, he has to destroy the relationship between Qin Wentian and Kinger. After all, this feud has been settled. Princess Changping said again. Qin Wentian secretly thought that Princess Changping was very smart and saw everything very thoroughly. The princess has left the palace. At this time, a voice spread. From the direction of the palace, a beautiful figure headed towards Princess Changping's residence. Princess Kinger's expression was still cold, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. In an instant, the news that Princess Kinger had left the palace spread throughout the palace. The princess went in alone and talked to the emperor for a long time, but came out alone. The emperor did not summon Qin Wentian. This made many people begin to speculate on the emperor's thoughts. Not summoning him meant that the emperor did not recognize Qin Wentian. Princess Kinger failed, and the emperor might not agree. I knew that the emperor was so wise. How could he easily let a guy who relied on his talent and pride enter the princess's residence? This person is not taken seriously by the princes and nobles. If he really becomes a son-in-law, what will happen? In the palace of the Immortal Kingdom, many people in the princes and nobles' residences breathed a sigh of relief. If the emperor summoned Qin Wentian, they would be trembling. If the emperor nodded in agreement, it would become a fact, and King Yun would have no effect. However, the emperor was probably observing. After all, he loved Princess Kinger the most, and he would not do anything to Qin Wentian. Even if he disagreed, he would not force them to separate. While the palace was discussing, Kinger still came to Princess Changping's mansion. Qin Wentian looked up at Kinger and saw that Kinger was still cold. She came to him and looked at him. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It's okay. Qin Wentian smiled and said. He came to the palace mentally prepared. No matter what the attitude of the Emperor Changqing was, he would not care. He did not expect to get direct approval to propose marriage to the emperor. Although Qin Wentian was confident, he was not arrogant to that extent. What could he use to propose marriage? Accompanying Kinger to the palace was just to show his attitude and announce to the world that there was such a person as him. Chapter 995 Invitation. Kinger felt a little sad when she saw Qin Wentian's smile. A persistent thought flashed in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Princess Changping and said, "And he and I will temporarily live in your mansion. Can you arrange a courtyard for us?" Princess Changping was stunned, her eyes flickered, and she was shocked. She stared at Kinger, and saw Kinger looking at her without hesitation. This made Princess Changping sigh in her heart. It seems that this girl is very obsessed. Okay, if your father blames you, I will say it is your own idea. Princess Changping shook her head. Yes. Kinger nodded in response. Princess Changping ordered the servants to clean up a courtyard with an excellent environment in the mansion, and let Qin Wentian and Kinger there, saying, "This courtyard has an elegant environment and many rooms. You can each choose one." She looked at Kinger deeply, and Kinger seemed to not understand what she meant. She didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly. Princess Changping turned and left. Kinger, I'm fine, you don't have to do this. Qin Wentian was touched, knowing Kinger's intentions. Stay in the palace for a few days. Kinger looked up at Qin Wentian and said, looking at her eyes, Qin Wentian couldn't bear to refuse, nodded and said, okay, I will accompany you in the palace for a while, and make plans after breaking through to the Xiante realm. For Qin Wentian, now there is another important goal, which is to break through to the Xiante realm. It doesn't matter where you go to retreat to break through, it's better to stay in the palace of Changqing Immortal Country. As for the cold eyes of the people in the palace and the prince's mansions, why should he care? The palace, the prince's mansions. What? The princess let Qin Wentian stay in the Changping princess's mansion and live in the same courtyard with him. Princess Kinger is deeply in love. She is willing to let the people in the palace know her determination at the cost of her own reputation. Asshole, who is this Qin Wentian, who can coax the princess so infatuated? If the princess can treat me like this, I am willing to die. A young genius roared unwillingly. This is the palace of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Princess Kinger is a person of high status. She has her own princess residence in the imperial palace. She knows that it is not good to disobey the emperor and bring Qin Wentian into the imperial palace. So she lives with Qin Wentian in the Changping princess's residence, and in the same courtyard. This is completely determined to tell the world her determination to be with Qin Wentian. Princess Kinger's behavior is detrimental to her reputation. After all, her status is there, and the eyes of the entire palace are on her. King Yun has entered the imperial palace. He wants to meet the emperor. At this time, there was another big movement in the palace. Above the void of the palace, a majestic figure walked in the void and went directly to the imperial palace. The guards did not dare to stop him. King Yun was a person who was crowned as a king. He had made great contributions to the emperor's fight for the throne. He was very powerful. He could enter the imperial palace directly. Only the forbidden palace in the imperial palace needed to be notified. Yun Ting wants to see the emperor. Outside the forbidden palace, King Yun could not go in directly like Kinger did. He could only ask for an audience outside. King Yun, what's the matter? The voice of the emperor came out. Qin Wentian bewitched the princess, and his intentions were not right. My granddaughter Xiaolian died because of this. Please punish Qin Wentian. King Yun naturally did not dare to criticize Kinger, but he wanted to punish Qin Wentian. If the emperor had agreed to Kinger and Qin Wentian before, he would not come to the imperial palace, but the emperor did not seem to agree, and Princess Kinger was also very stubborn. She actually moved to Princess Changping's mansion to be with Qin Wentian. In King Yun's view, this was the princess acting recklessly and challenging the emperor. At this time, the emperor might also have a prejudice against Qin Wentian. Although King Yun was a prince, he would not be blinded by hatred. It was nothing for the younger generation to make a fuss, but before they knew the emperor's attitude, they, as princes, casually attacked Qin Wentian. If the emperor was unhappy, it would be bad. After all, Qin Wentian had been brought to the palace by the princess, and everyone had to consider the princess's face. I already know about Xiaolian's death. It was indeed her fault. Kinger brought Qin Wentian to visit Chang'an Hao, but she verbally humiliated Qin Wentian and wanted to kill him. But he is already dead. You should know who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I won't say much. Yun Wang, you should focus more on your cultivation and strive for the emperor realm as soon as possible. Don't worry about the affairs of the younger generation. Let them be. The emperor's voice came out, and Yun Wang's heart was as clear as a mirror. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yun Ting will take his leave. After that, Yun Wang turned around and left without saying a word. Since the emperor said so, he should know what to do. Yun Wang returned to the palace, and no one touched Qin Wentian. It was rumored that the emperor meant that the princes should not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Let them be. The emperor's attitude seemed to be clear. He did not support the relationship between Qin Wentian and Kinger, but because of his love for the princess, he did not strongly oppose it. Everything was left to nature. The emperor's love for Princess Kinger is unmatched. Many people sighed secretly. It was hateful that the princess' heart was now captured by an outsider. The emperor expressed his position, and the voices in the prince's mansions were gradually suppressed. The wife of the Marquess of Chang'an took Xiaolian's body back and left with hatred, but she was helpless. No one dared to force it in the palace, not to mention that she was just the wife of the Marquess of Chang'an. If she acted arrogantly, it would implicate the Yun Palace. In the Princess Changping's mansion, the courtyard where King and Qin Wentian were was wrapped in a layer of faint invisible talisman light, which seemed to be a formation. This was to isolate the prying eyes of immortal thoughts. In the palace, all the princes' mansions had many such formations. No one liked to be disturbed and exposed to immortal thoughts. After the formation was activated, the immortal thoughts could still rush in by force, but the formation would immediately alarm the people in the mansion if it was broken. That would be a provocation, and generally no one would do that. The environment of this courtyard is indeed very good. It was deliberately selected by Princess Changping. It spans dozens of miles, with mountains, water, pavilions and lakes. The lake is rippling with blue waves and fish are swimming in the lake. Qin Wentian is fishing. The outside world is very noisy, but he wants to calm down. Fishing can be meticulous, cultivate one's body and mind, and calm the mind as soon as possible to reach the realm of immortals. King sat next to Qin Wentian, like a pair of immortal lovers, both of whom are extremely outstanding people. Father is worried that I will be trapped by love and affect my practice. King looked at the water waves and said in a low voice, I understand the Emperor's thoughts. Qin Wentian smiled and said, although I have good talent, in the fairyland, the celestial realm can only be considered a weakling, and the immortal stage is just the starting point. The Emperor is also worried that you will be in danger if you follow me. King turned her head to look at Qin Wentian, and saw that Qin Wentian had a faint smile on his face. He was also a smart man, so how could he not understand the Emperor's thoughts? The Emperor did not forcefully oppose it, which was already an extraordinary demeanor. No matter how outstanding his talent was, anyone in the palace could easily beat him to death. Although he had the talent to become an emperor in the future, there were so many hardships on the road to becoming an emperor, and the probability of falling was extremely high no matter how good his talent was. Am I so handsome? Qin Wentian saw King looking at him all the time, and smiled at her, causing King to roll her eyes at him and turn her eyes to the lake. After the baptism of the holy light, our cultivation is stable, and it should not be difficult to impact the immortal stage. After entering the immortal stage, will you return to the particle world? King murmured. I think so. Qin Wentian nodded. Then take me with you. I will go with you to pick up King Chen. King's voice was gentle, and Qin Wentian was moved. If the Emperor knew about King Chen, what would his attitude be? King herself didn't dare to say it. The pressure they faced was greater than they had imagined. Although it was normal for the strong men in the fairyland to have many wives and concubines, what was King's status, and what was the Emperor's status? Even the princes and nobles in the palace would want to destroy him if they knew. Only King didn't care. Qin Wentian called softly. King turned her eyes and saw the tenderness in Qin Wentian's eyes, as if to melt her. King's eyes were slightly evasive, and she didn't dare to look directly into Qin Wentian's eyes. At this moment, Qin Wentian leaned forward, King's eyes fixed, her heartbeat accelerated, and then Qin Wentian kissed her lips. A wonderful feeling arose in King's heart, and her heartbeat was violent. Qin Wentian quickly moved away and looked at the cold beauty in front of him. At this moment, his face was flushed, and he had infinite affection in his heart. King, I will definitely marry you in a grand manner, and I will not let the identity of the princess of the fairyland suffer any grievances. Qin Wentian's eyes were firm. King's eyes dodged, her eyes moved away, and looked forward. She tried her best to control her mood, with a blank expression on her face, but a burst of warmth flowed through her heart. Is this the feeling of love? I'll go and rest first. King stood up and then slipped away. With her back to Qin Wentian, her eyes were bright and brilliant. Qin Wentian was still fishing. The fishing rod was shaking, but he seemed not to hear it. He didn't know where his heart was drifting. He licked his lips, as if he was still missing that cold and beautiful face and the touch of that moment. On this day, countless young geniuses in the palace could not sleep. Knowing that King and Qin Wentian lived in the same courtyard, they didn't know what would happen. They wanted to tear Qin Wentian to pieces. That was the cold and arrogant princess. She was of noble status, outstanding talent, and had a peerless face. When they thought that the pure and innocent princess might be killed by Qin Wentian, a bastard, their hearts seemed to be crawling with countless ants. But they were helpless. The Emperor didn't say anything. Could they rush over to separate the two? The next day, countless people were still paying attention to the movements of Princess Changping's mansion. Early that day, someone sent an invitation to Princess Changping's mansion. This invitation was sent from the Qi Wang mansion. It was not only sent to the Princess Changping mansion, but also to many princes' mansions, inviting the younger generation to the banquet, and Qin Wentian was also invited. The Prince of Qi has come out of retreat. He was trying to reach the immortal stage. Can't he resist coming out now? It seems that it was Qin Wentian who brought the Prince of Qi out of retreat. He has always been Princess Qing'er's admirer. Countless people were trembling, secretly thinking that Qin Wentian had a rival this time. The Prince of Qi was extremely talented and had returned from the ancient Emperor City several years ago. When he was in the ancient Emperor City, he was also one of the top figures on the immortal stage list. It is said that he had reached the top 5. Now he has been practicing in retreat for so long. I wonder how powerful he is. Chapter 996 Banquet. At Princess Changping's mansion, Qin Wentian looked at the invitation in his hand and whispered, "Prince Qi's mansion." Qinger walked to his side and said, "The prince of Prince Qi's mansion, Yangan, came back from the ancient Emperor City several years ago. It is said that he was the 5th genius on the ancient Emperor City's immortal list at that time. Later, he has been in seclusion to practice and strive for the immortal stage. Now he must be stronger. He must have bad intentions in inviting you. I will go with you. I'll go by myself." When the emperor asked Prince Yu not to interfere in the younger generation, "The people in those princely mansions in this palace dare not do anything to me. The invitation does not invite you, the princess. If I take you with me, wouldn't people laugh at me?" Qin Wentian smiled and said, "It's okay, I can handle it." Qinger looked at Qin Wentian's face, then nodded gently, and said, "Okay, if they go too far, just go back here." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. He took Qinger's slender little hand. Qinger's palm trembled slightly, but she did not struggle and let him pull her. "I am going to marry the princess of the fairy kingdom, how can I let people look down on me?" Qin Wentian said jokingly. At noon, the palace and Prince Qi's residence were extremely lively. Many princes and sons in the palace were invited and came here one after another. They either drove fairy soldiers or rode on big monsters, which were mighty and majestic. Outside Prince Qi's residence, many big monsters roared, and their power was terrible. Many of these big monsters were purebred exotic beasts, and their cultivation was equivalent to that of the masters riding on them, and they grew up with them. Prince Qi was a person who was crowned as a king in the fairy kingdom. He was extremely powerful and was a top fairy king. Prince Qi's residence also had an extraordinary status in the palace. Prince Qi's son Yangan invited them to a banquet to target Qin Wentian, so many people came to the banquet. Everyone who received the invitation came, which was comparable to a grand gathering of young geniuses. Outside the palace, young geniuses were talking, and one young man said, "Has Qin Wentian come? It seems that he hasn't come yet, and I don't know if he will come to the banquet." Another person responded, maybe he will come to the banquet, but I'm afraid he will bring Princess Qinger with him." The person who spoke before snorted coldly. At this moment, a series of voices sounded, and everyone looked in a certain direction behind them. The two people who spoke also looked in that direction. "Is it Qin Wentian? Is he Qin Wentian? It seems that he is just so-so. What kind of useless monster is this monster mount? It's chubby, and he actually keeps a pet." Everyone spoke up. The one sitting down was a little bastard. He didn't transform, but just made his body bigger. The chubby body was a bit cute, but that was for his daughter. Such an occasion seemed a bit funny. The pet monster had big eyes that flickered and looked around, looking at the big monsters around. The chubby body swaggered forward with shining eyes. "Brother Qin, your monster is so cute." There was a woman next to Qin Wentian. The monster she sat on was a fierce bird with fiery red wings, and its eyes were glowing with a terrifying light. It was a red-blooded rock, a type of rock, a descendant of the rock, with pure rock blood. "This pet is chubby, can you lend it to me for a few days?" Another young man said with a smile. He sat on a white tiger, which was invincible and filled with terrifying evil spirits. He stared at the little bastard and let out a low roar. Many young people surrounded Qin Wentian. The big monsters they sat on kept roaring, and the terrifying demonic power swept through the void. "Will this little guy be scared? Haha." Everyone said with a smile, deliberately using monsters to approach the little bastard. "Little bastard, you are despised." Qin Wentian smiled and patted the little guy's head. The little bastard's eyes were still shining, and he didn't look scared at all. He just said in a baby voice, "Fight with them, so that I can eat their monsters. So many big monsters must be delicious." Everyone was stunned when they heard these baby words, and then they all laughed. Brother Qin, your pet hasn't been weaned yet, right? Haha, this pet is so cute, it doesn't even know how to be afraid, it doesn't know that these monsters can swallow it in one bite. Everyone laughed one by one, feeling very funny. Hey, the little guy is ignorant, please don't blame me, brothers. Qin Wentian clasped his fists to the crowd, sat on the back of the little bastard, stroked the little bastard's head and said, "Little bastard, it seems that I have to make up for you later, so that you can grow up earlier. Go to hell." The little bastard cursed in a low voice, staring at the monsters around him fiercely. Although these big monsters were mounts, they were all human. They all showed ferocious expressions to the little guy, as if they were deliberately scaring the little guy. "Don't scare me, I'm not afraid of you." The little guy pointed his claws at the monsters and raised his head proudly. The big monsters also showed interesting expressions. What interesting monsters? The group had entered the Qi Wang mansion. The guards led them in. Qin Wentian observed the people around him. Most of them were in the Xiangxiang realm. Among them, there were also several Xiante strongmen, very young Xiante figures with extraordinary talents. The banquet had been set up in Qi Wang mansion. Many people had arrived and sat down. Qin Wentian looked at the person in the leading position. He had a handsome face and was full of energy. There was a sharp edge in his eyes. Although his breath was restrained, Qin Wentian still felt an extraordinary momentum, as if he had surpassed the Xiangxiang realm and entered the Xiante. After coming out of the ancient emperor city, the Prince of Qi practiced in seclusion. It seems that he has already built a Xiante. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Many people felt the aura of Prince Qi Yangan. Someone asked, "Is the prince immortal?" Yes, Prince Qi Yangan has entered the immortal stage. Another person who has become an immortal within 100 years has appeared in our Changqing immortal country. Yangan could still speak, so someone responded. "Congratulations, congratulations. The prince is amazing. If he had stayed in the ancient emperor city, he would have been ranked first on the immortal ranking." Everyone congratulated him. Some people were jealous. The immortal stage was a watershed. Becoming an immortal within 100 years and beyond was another hurdle. Yangan became an immortal within 100 years and would be valued. Someone glanced at Qin Wentian. It seemed that Yangan did not come out of retreat for Qin Wentian. It was just a coincidence. He had entered the immortal stage and happened to meet Qin Wentian, so he set up this banquet. "Brothers, you are so polite. Please come to the banquet." Yangan stood there and said with a smile. Everyone sat down one after another. Qin Wentian casually found a seat at the end and sat down. He was very free and easy. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. No matter what level Yangan was at or what he had to do with it, since he was invited, he would come to the banquet and enjoy the food and drink. "Did you all seem to be having a good chat just now?" Yangan asked. "We were talking about Brother Qin's pet. This pet is so cute. It said that our mount monster must be delicious, haha. This is the first time I've seen such a stupid guy. He doesn't even know how to be afraid. He simply doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He doesn't know what's around him." Someone glanced at Qin Wentian, as if he was making a double entendre. "Oh." Yangan looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "This must be Brother Qin, right? When I just came out of seclusion, Brother Qin's name often rang in my ears. To be the first on the ascension list, he must be an extraordinary person." "You are too polite, my lord," Qin Wentian said indifferently. "I don't know who were the top few on the ascension list when Brother Qin came out. When I was there were several powerful people on the ascension list, such as Zidaoang, the son of the Purple Emperor. When I left, he happened to be ranked first on the ascension list. He should have left long ago," Yangan said with a smile. Qin Wentian understood in his heart that if Zidaoang didn't die, he might have entered the realm of the immortal platform like Moxie. After all, Yangan had entered the immortal platform. However, whether one enters the immortal stage sooner or later cannot be determined solely by strength. Some people have not yet reached the perfect heavenly phenomenon, but their combat power can sweep away the top figures of the heavenly phenomenon, such as Zidaoang and Moxie. Their realms may be able to defeat Yang and when they are not as deep as Yangan, but Yangan may enter the immortal stage before them. In addition, it depends on the opportunity, the state of mind, and the requirements for the immortal stage. After all, the immortal stage itself is divided into 6 levels and 3 grades. However, Yangan's words seemed to doubt the value of his first place on the immortal stage. "Brother Yang, Can't a figure like him defeat Zidaoyang back then? Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Zidaoyang Moxie's combat power is amazing and very terrifying. The competition on the immortal stage at that time was too fierce. Yang said calmly, and everyone immediately became interested. Someone said, the ranking of the immortal stage of the ancient emperor city sometimes cannot represent everything. For example, sometimes there will be strong collisions, and the gold content may be high or low. That's the fact. Many people said, if the prince and brother Qin were in the ancient emperor city, it would probably be a fierce battle. Someone deliberately said so. No, how can I compare with brother Qin? Even if the gold content of my class is very high, I am only 5th after all. Yangan's words seemed modest, but not modest. The gold content of your class is really low, and you still think you are very high. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The little bastard was eating at the wine table and said in a baby voice, which made everyone stunned and looked at him. Haha, this little guy is so cute. This pet actually knows the gold content, it's so funny. When he was in the ancient emperor city, Zidaoyang ranked first on the immortal list. Later, Zidaoyang, who practiced for a few years, ranked third on the immortal list, and the gold content is still very high. You are so funny. The little bastard threw a fruit into his mouth and looked at everyone with contempt. Zidaoyang, ranked third? Little guy, you are joking. Zidaoyang is the son of the Purple Emperor. He will move from the first to the third place on the ascension list. Even if Mo Zi surpasses him, he should be the second place. Yang narrowed his eyes and said, I thought you were very modest. The little bastard looked at Yang with contempt. I am lying to you. Ask Qin Wentian. He beat Zidaoyang severely, and then Zidaoyang moved up to the third place on the ascension list. As for you, who was 5th at that time, if you hadn't left, you wouldn't even be in the top 10 of the ascension list. Chapter 997, Prince Yangan. Everyone was stunned by the little bastard's words. Yangan couldn't even make it to the top 10? Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor? Although everyone didn't know much about Zidaoyang, after all, the immortal realm was too big, and the major emperors had many descendants, but they knew the Purple Emperor. In the vast and endless immortal realm, the Purple Emperor was a top-level immortal emperor, a very scary figure. He had many unique skills, all of which were extremely powerful. It was natural for the Purple Emperor's descendants to be the first on the immortal ascension list. Qin Wentian, he was able to defeat Zidaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor? This was a bit of an exaggeration. The little guy is getting cuter and cuter, and he's so good at bragging. A woman said with a smile. Brother Qin, your pet is interesting. Brother Qin. At this time, Yangan also looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, although Brother Qin is the #1 person on the ascension list and has extraordinary talent, I, Yangan, also believe that Brother Qin has extraordinary talent, but I still know Zidaoyang. In the past, he was able to ascend to the #1 on the ascension list with real super combat power and dual unique skills. If he had not left the ancient emperor city, the dual unique skills would be even stronger than ascending to the sky. Even if Brother Qin is gifted, I am afraid there is no hope against him. Qin Wentian smiled faintly and glanced at Yangan. It seems that Yangan should have seen Zidaoyang in action and knew how powerful Zidaoyang was. The little guy likes to brag when he drinks, so please don't be surprised, Prince. Qin Wentian touched the little bastard's head, and saw that the little guy was holding the wine glass with his paws and drinking. His drunken appearance was even more adorable. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, the little bastard looked at him with contempt, and then looked at everyone with contempt. I was only ranked 7th on the immortal ascension list at the beginning, The little bastard held his head high, looking calm and composed, making everyone laugh again. Brother Qin, your pet's mouth is probably more powerful than yours. Someone laughed, causing everyone to laugh. Little guy, do you want my Dapin to play with you? The beautiful woman stroked the red blood pang bird beside her and said with a smile. The red blood pang stared at the little bastard and let out a low roar. Yes, this little guy is so cute, why don't we let our monsters play with it? Everyone laughed. The little bastard's eyes lit up, and he looked at the monsters slyly, then looked at Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. He naturally understood that these people had bad intentions, but the little bastard seemed to be full of bad water, thinking of eating the other party's big monster to replenish his body. Hey, my pet has many problems. He likes to brag and bite monsters. It's better not to mess with him, otherwise it will be bad if he bites your monster mounts. Qin Wentian waved his hand and politely refused. It's okay. If this little guy is really capable, it's okay to let him bite a few times. Yes, if it has the strength, I will accept it even if it swallows my mount. The woman smiled and said. The red blood pang next to her roared at the little guy a few times, as if to provoke him. The little guy turned into a little monster at this moment, which was really harmless to humans and animals. No matter whether it was a human or a monster, they didn't know how powerful he was. He looked so cute that they thought he was a pet. Let's talk about it later. Qin Wentian still waved his hand. Haha, let's drink and chat? Yang stood up with his wine glass, and said cheerfully, I'm very happy that you all brothers and sisters are here this time. I, Yang, would like to toast you all. Prince Qi, you are too polite. This time, the prince has broken through and entered the realm of immortals. It is a cause for celebration. Let me toast to the prince with a first glass of wine. That's right. There have been many talented people in ancient times, but the realm of immortals is indeed a hurdle. Many people with extraordinary talents find it difficult to cross it. The prince has entered the realm of immortals in just a few years. He is a child of destiny and has unlimited glory. This is not something that can be compared with being at the top level in the realm of celestial phenomena. He has embarked on the road to immortality and has a wonderful life from now on. Some people had a hint in their words, and many people looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Cheers, everyone. Yang said cheerfully, and then drank the wine in the glass. Everyone sat down one after another, and the geniuses gathered together and chatted for a while. They couldn't help but flatter each other. Qin Wentian felt the eyes on him from time to time. Those eyes were quite sharp. Obviously, he was still a thorn in everyone's heart. The palace was so big, and there were countless geniuses among the princes and sons. How could King not choose him? How could he not arouse jealousy? Brother Qin. At this time, Yang, the prince of Qi, looked at Qin Wentian and raised his glass to him. Qin Wentian nodded with a smile and raised his glass as well. But Yang said slowly, when I left the retreat yesterday, I not only heard that Brother Qin was the #1 genius on the immortal ranking, but also defeated all the heroes in the palace and won the favor of the princess. It's really enviable. You're welcome, Prince. Qin Wentian smiled. But I also heard that Brother Qin came from the particle world, and it is even more commendable that he can achieve his current achievements, Yang continued, as if praising Qin Wentian, but then he changed the subject and said, however, Brother Qin, have you ever considered the Emperor and the Princess? Although Brother Qin's talent is currently extraordinary, the path of cultivation is by no means as simple as talent. The further you go, the more difficult it will be. The road to immortality is a hurdle, and you will also face endless crises and the danger of falling at any time. I believe Brother Qin also understands this. Qin Wentian smiled and did not comment. Although what Yang said made sense, he had an attitude of teaching, like an elder, as if he had stepped into the immortal platform and was a level higher. The princess is a precious girl, and Brother Qin is afraid that he can't protect her safety. More importantly, the family background is not right. Although the princess is loyal to Brother Qin and is willing to do anything, even at the cost of her own reputation, and the Emperor dotes on Princess Qinger and doesn't blame him, if Brother Qin really cares about the princess, he shouldn't just think about himself. Yang continued to speak, with an attitude of sincerely considering Qin Wentian and Qinger, and he was righteous and flawless. Qin Wentian couldn't refute him directly. What do you think I should do, Prince? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. If Brother Qin really loves the princess, he should leave the princess himself. If Brother Qin really has the ability to reach the sky in the future, it won't be too late to come back. Yang still held the wine glass in his hand and spoke slowly. The banquet suddenly became quiet, and everyone smiled. Finally, this is Yang's purpose. In the palace, it is no secret that Yang loves Princess Qinger. Everyone knows it. Qin Wentian put down the wine glass, lowered his eyelids, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, in what capacity do you advise me, Prince? As he spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked at Yang, saying, it seems that it is not the prince's turn to make decisions about Qinger and me, right? Yang's words were very vicious. If he really loved Qinger, he should leave by himself? So if he refused to leave, it means he didn't love her, but was greedy for power? Want to get rich overnight? Haha. Yang smiled, and didn't seem to care about Qin Wentian's words. He said, I am also considering the princess. If I am too blunt, I hope Brother Qin will not be offended. I will punish myself with a glass. As he spoke, Yang drank the glass of wine, which made him look extraordinary. Brother Qin, what Prince Yang said is not unreasonable. Someone said with a smile. Everyone knows that Princess Qinger is favored by the Emperor. Marrying Princess Qinger would be a great opportunity and a step to success. Brother Qin would have both status and talent by then. It would be unreasonable for you to advise Brother Qin to consider the princess now, someone said with a smile. Since Prince Yang had started it, the siege on Qin Wentian was inevitable. Your ideas really open Qin's eyes. Qin Wentian said indifferently, the sons of princes, it turns out that you pursue the princess only for the princess's status and position, in order to get to the top in one step. No wonder Qinger disdains you. What do you mean? Someone asked coldly. What do you think? Qin Wentian looked at the person who spoke. Sure enough, just like that beast, sharp words. Another person said indifferently. You are a beast, your whole family is beasts. The little bastard raised his head drunkenly and said to the person who spoke. The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the little bastard, saying, this evil beast is not only stupid, but also swears. He simply doesn't know whether to live or die. I want to challenge you. The little bastard stretched out his claws and pointed at the man. You are looking for death? The man stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately a white tiger with murderous aura came to his sight and said, I can let my monster play with you. Little guy, why are you joining in the fun? Qin Wentian hurriedly protected Qin Wentian. I want to challenge. The little bastard muttered. Haha, don't worry, Brother Qin, I will only let my monster mount play with it. The young man laughed when he saw the appearance of Qin Wentian and the little bastard. Brother Qin, this pet is very cute, let these monsters play together, and my monster can also play. Yes, it's just bored, everyone let your monsters fight with each other, and instantly play with Brother Qin's pet. Qin Wentian sneered in his heart. These people change their faces very quickly. If that's the case, then play with them. Okay, little guy, then you go out and play with these big monsters and don't bite them randomly. Qin Wentian was a little embarrassed. The little guy's chubby body jumped out and reached the square in front, and said, this baby will definitely let you know how powerful I am. What a funny little guy. Everyone waved their hands, and immediately their monsters flew over, hovering in the air, and surrounded the little guy there, as if they were really teasing a pet. The white tiger was full of murderous aura, and there was a strong murderous intent in its eyes. Qin Wentian looked at the owner of the white tiger, the young man who had just spoken. There was a murderous cold light in the other's eyes. It was obvious that he was going to kill him. How could it be as simple as just playing around? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998 Rampage. Qin Wentian saw the monsters surrounding the little bastard and sighed. Why are you doing this? Monsters are ignorant. How can we hurt them? No problem, no problem. Let's play with Brother Qin's pet. The white tiger owner said with a smile. This pet is too small. My Dappen's sharp claws can easily tear his head apart. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly. You bunch of idiots. The little bastard raised his head and looked at the monsters surrounding him, cursing in a childish voice. Roar. The white tiger's murderous aura was so fierce that it was very scary. Its sharp claws were shining with a terrible murderous aura, which could tear everything apart and was indestructible. I'm so scared. Come here and die. Let me see how your tiger meat tastes. The little bastard stretched out his little claws and pointed at the white tiger and cursed. The white tiger let out a low roar, and then rushed out fiercely. Its evil spirit turned into a terrible storm. Its huge claws glowed with an extremely sharp light, and it slammed down at the little bastard. This blow was enough to rip open his stomach. Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene, and a faint cold light shot out of his eyes. In his heart, he conveyed a killing thought to the little bastard. Roar. A shocking roar suddenly came out, shaking the hearts of the crowd. Everyone saw that the body of the little bastard in front of him suddenly became larger, and the huge body was flowing with terrible rune light. His huge claws slapped out directly, and a crackling sound came out, directly smashing the white tiger's claws. His claws clasped on the white tiger's head, and an amazing rune shone, turning into a terrible vortex. The white tiger's body trembled wildly, twitching constantly, and roared. In just a moment, the white tiger's body fell to the ground, and with a bang, dust flew, and the white tiger's huge body lay there motionless. Everyone's eyes were fixed there. This sudden scene shocked everyone. It was hard to imagine that the little guy who was harmless and childish just now suddenly turned into a demon, a prehistoric beast. Hey, I told you not to spar. How can we hurt these monsters? Qin Wentian sighed. Everyone gritted their teeth at his hypocritical appearance. This bastard. Everyone thought he was referring to hurting the little bastard, but he didn't expect that he was referring to hurting their monsters. How could this be possible? The other monsters roared continuously. They seemed to feel the monstrous evil spirit of the little bastard. Like a beast king, they hesitated. With a shining light, the little bastard's body changed instantly and turned into golden winged rock. The wings made of pure gold flickered and moved, and rushed towards the red blood rock like real golden lightning. The body of the red blood peng trembled, and there seemed to be some fear in its eyes. It also rushed out, and its wings swept over suddenly. The two figures collided like two lightnings, so fast that the eyes of the crowd could not see it. Then everyone saw that the wings of the red blood peng were broken inch by inch, and the terrible golden claws slammed on its head again, causing the red blood peng to struggle and twitch constantly, and then fell to death. Dappen. The beautiful woman's face changed drastically, and she stood up and watched her monster mount being killed on the spot. Together. Someone shouted in a low voice, and all the monsters rushed out at the same time and killed the little bastard. The little bastard was extremely fast, soaring up, and instantly pulled a lot of distance from the monsters. Suddenly, he turned his body upside down and swooped down. Dappen spread his wings, and the light patterns flowing on his wings were like the sharpest golden blades. The sound of clattering came out, and the monsters rushing towards him were directly cut off. The little bastard turned into golden winged rock and was so fast, just like a real rock king. The wings on his body were also like real golden wings, indestructible. At the banquet, figures stood up one after another, their faces were livid. The beast they ridiculed and humiliated was simply terrifying, invincible in the same realm, and seemed to be like Qin Wentian, with a demeanor of being the first on the immortal list. I'm so sorry, everyone. I told you not to spar with me. It's not good to hurt your monsters, but you insisted. Qin can't refuse. Qin Wentian looked at everyone apologetically and said with a smile. Everyone stared at him coldly, their eyes were like sharp blades. This bastard was really good at acting, and he was simply slapping them in the face. Qin Wentian, you are so presumptuous. The beautiful woman shouted coldly, this is the Prince Qi's mansion. You actually let your monster show off its power here and kill people. This evil beast is simply lawless and should be killed. Qin Wentian, why don't you stop your evil beast and let him roll over and die? Everyone stared at Qin Wentian and spoke coldly. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at everyone and said, just now, you kept shouting that you wanted to play with my monster, but I kept refusing. Someone said in person that if he really had the ability, you would accept it if he swallowed your monster. Now it has become me who is lawless. Qin Wentian stared at the young woman. It was she who said this just now. You took the joke seriously. You dared to kill people at the banquet. You really don't take my royal palace princes seriously, and you even insulted the Prince of Qi. The woman said forcefully. At this moment, it was all Qin Wentian's fault. Brother Qin, you are too disrespectful to us. Although one demon beast doesn't matter, is your demon beast's killing like this a slap in our face? The owner of the white tiger demon beast also spoke coldly. For a while, everyone criticized and attacked Qin Wentian together, as if Qin Wentian had done something that angered the heavens and the people, and was unforgivable, and he should be punished on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Qin Wentian suddenly laughed, and everyone shut up and looked at him, each with a cold expression and a lot of anger. Who said before that the demon beast would teach my partner a lesson? Who insulted him as a fool? Who didn't know how to live or die? And who had murderous intentions? Now your demon beasts are a bunch of trash and besieged my demon beast partners, and all of them were killed. Everything before has become a joke. It's simply ridiculous. Qin Wentian stood up and said proudly, his robe fluttering, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a crackling sound and broke directly. You are a bunch of hypocritical people who only talk about the princes and nobles, but in fact you are a bunch of incompetent trash. You are pointing fingers at me and the princess. You are a bunch of trash. You are so shameless. Do you need me to slap you in the face? Do you have any shame? Qin Wentian's anger, which had been accumulated for a long time, burst out in one move. He kept shouting and mocking and humiliating everyone. He came here to attend the banquet today to see what these people wanted to do. Since they were going to stir up trouble anyway, he simply stopped being tolerant. Qin Wentian, you. The woman's face turned pale and blue. She felt extremely angry and suppressed a breath of anger in her chest. It was too much of a jerk. Qin Wentian actually tore his face and cursed. It was simply lawless to humiliate them, the children of the princes and nobles. Shut up. Qin Wentian glanced at the beautiful woman with sharp eyes, which were so terrifying that they seemed to pierce through people's hearts. He stared at the beautiful woman and said coldly, "You still have the nerve to speak. You were the one who shouted the loudest before. As the daughter of a prince, you have no self-discipline and you show off like a shrew. You have disgraced your elders. You are such a sharp-tongued guy, Qin Wentian, you really don't take the princes and nobles in the palace seriously at all." A man with surging momentum rushed out with amazing power and swept towards Qin Wentian. "So what if I have sharp words? At least I have talent and strength. A loser like you who can only talk dares to talk to me like this, and dares to say that I don't take the princes seriously. Are you a prince? You are a loser, and I, Qin Wentian, should take you seriously. Bringing up the princes is not only a slap in your own face, but also a disgrace to the princes. If a loser like you dares to talk to me like this in the outside world, I will slap him to death." Qin Wentian's voice was like thunder, roaring, and I'm afraid that everyone in the Qin mansion could hear it. Those princes who were paying attention to this place must have seen everything that happened here. The humiliated person only felt his face flushed, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill people, and stared at Qin Wentian, and he almost spit out blood. Qin Wentian's sharp tongue could drive people crazy. "Qin Wentian, you are going too far." The man roared angrily, and a terrifying aura swept out. With a rumbling sound, the wine table in front of him was directly shattered. He took a step forward with a shocking momentum. He raised his palm and directly attacked Qin Wentian. In an instant, the world roared and a huge beast rushed towards Qin Wentian. It was simply terrifying. "I came to the banquet and you kept humiliating me. Now you want to kill me. You are bullying me too much?" Qin Wentian roared, as if everyone knew that the other party wanted to kill him. He raised his palm, and the talisman light flashed. With a palm that shook the earth, he slapped the huge beast and broke it into pieces. The amazing light flowed on his palm and grabbed the young man in the void. The young man roared and attacked frantically, but this palm print was simply indestructible. It blasted everything in an instant and could pick off the stars, the sun and the moon. When it fell on him, it directly grabbed him. Qin Wentian swung his other hand out directly, and there was a loud slapping sound. A clear 5-finger mark was imprinted on the other person's face. He slapped the young man directly, knocking him unconscious. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him, watching him being slapped. "Kinger brought me to the palace as a guest, and now I come to the Qin mansion for a banquet. You, the son of a prince, bully me because I have no background and am alone. You humiliate me. In order to protect myself, I can only fight back." Qin Wentian shouted loudly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Everyone was stunned. The young man in the void was so angry at these words that he spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. He was caught by Qin Wentian in the void and slapped in the face. He was humiliated to this extent, but Qin Wentian said that he was wronged and humiliated. Bang! There was another loud noise, and Qin Wentian smashed his body to the ground, saying coldly, "You are a brat with a good mouth but such a useless strength, yet you keep bringing up the king and the nobles, which is embarrassing. I am forced to fight back. I believe the king and the nobles will not blame me." The strong man let out a low roar. He was seriously injured and suffered such humiliation, and finally fainted from anger. Chapter 999 Collision with Xiante. Qin Wentian was furious, and seemed to be ready to make a scene. He could endure it as long as he could in the palace, but these people were targeting him everywhere, and he could not endure it anyway. Since these people wanted to make a scene, they might as well make it bigger. He had nothing to fear. Everyone was shocked to see the violent Qin Wentian. Indeed, Qin Wentian was not only sharp in words, but also in fighting. This was once again proved by the blood of the young man lying on the ground. The first place on the immortal list was definitely not false. This kind of fighting power was simply unstoppable by anyone in the same realm. "You are too arrogant, Qin Wentian, you are too presumptuous." The young and beautiful woman was so angry that her body trembled. This was the palace of the evergreen immortal kingdom. He actually dared to be so ruthless, and directly lifted the young strong man in the air and slapped him, severely humiliating him. You are the one who is presumptuous. Qin Wentian's cold eyes swept over her, and a terrible cold light shot out of his pupils. If you want to fight, just get out of here. What's the point of talking? I can make you fall down with one move. You. The woman was almost furious, her fists clenched, but she still endured it. She knew Qin Wentian's strength, he was too powerful, and she was no match for the number one on the immortal ranking. If you don't dare, just shut up. What else do you have besides claiming to be the son of a prince and using the prince to pressure others? Qin Wentian said coldly. Even a clay man would have some anger. He had endured for so long and let these people besiege and humiliate him. Now let them know what kind of stuff he is. Qin Wentian, you are presumptuous. A low voice came out, and everyone's eyes suddenly looked at the figure of a young man who was still sitting there. The young man slowly stood up, and there seemed to be a dazzling light flowing on his body, giving people a sense of unfathomable depth. That kind of light, faintly emitted outward, could be inside or outside. This is the light of the immortal. A Jiutian strongman can have his own halo. This person's fairy light is obviously telling Qin Wentian that he is a Jiutian strongman. Can't you bear it anymore? Qin Wentian sneered in his heart. Most of the strong men who came to the banquet today were young men in the Xiangxiang realm. People of this level posed no threat to him. These princes and nobles naturally knew this. They could only deal with him verbally. If they wanted to suppress him in terms of strength, they had to send out Jiutian people. At this moment, he attacked in anger, and no one could stop Xiangxiang. For the sake of face, these princes and nobles had to rely on Jiutian people to save the situation. However, he wanted to see what reasons these people had to deal with him. No matter how he attacked today, he had to firmly occupy the word reason and leave those senior people in the prince's mansion speechless. Where am I presumptuous? Qin Wentian asked with a sneer. Your monster is killing people. The Prince of Qi invited you to the banquet, but now you ruined the banquet, seriously injured people, and humiliated everyone with your arrogant eyes. Isn't that outrageous enough? The young man from Jiutian said coldly. At this time, the little bastard had killed all the monsters that were against him. He turned back into his chubby body and jumped to Qin Wentian's side. He stared at the man who spoke and said, Are you shameless? They wanted to kill me. Am I justified for them to kill me? Are you blind? Qin Wentian stared at the other party and said coldly, They started the monster war. Who was the first to attack just now? That's because you were rude. The young man said coldly. It seems that you are not only blind, but also deaf. You can't hear their rude words. So I can't refute them. I must let them humiliate me. I must let them kill the monsters. I can't resist him. Today, I am really eye-opening in this prince's mansion. Haha. The young man didn't seem to be angry either, but sneered. Everyone can see the right and wrong clearly. You don't need to quibble. Brother Qin, I invited you to the banquet, but I didn't expect you to be so excessive. I respect you very much, which really disappoints me. Qi Wang's son Yang'an also spoke, as if Qin Wentian had angered everyone. From the beginning, they didn't intend to let you have an easy time. The little bastard looked at Qin Wentian with contempt. Qin Wentian knocked the little bastard on the head and said with a smile, You are so smart. Then he looked at everyone again, stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, It seems that I can only be beaten and scolded. If I fight back, I will be guilty. There is no point in saying more. What do you want to do? What you did has damaged the dignity of the royal palace. Apologize to everyone present. You should leave the palace of the immortal kingdom. This is not the place for you to stay. The young man from the fairy platform said lightly. Apologize? It's a joke. Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. As for leaving the palace, why does it seem that the palace of the immortal kingdom is your home? The emperor didn't give an order, but you are showing off the emperor's majesty. Could it be that my living in the princess's mansion has something to do with you? So, Brother Qin is ignoring our words. The immortal power on the young man's body bloomed, and the halo was even more dazzling. Qin Wentian stared at him and said slowly, Who do you think you are? Do I need to listen to you? What a lunatic, I want to see why you are so rampant. The young man from Jiutian walked out, the aura of immortality bloomed, an endless light bloomed from his body. The immortal power was vast. The people around him retreated one after another, but Qin Wentian still stood there with his hands behind his back, staring at the strong man in front of him. There was a roaring sound in his body, roaring out, and the momentum was terrifying. Now he has reached the peak of the celestial phenomenon and is preparing to build a Xiante. Today's battle is just right to experience the strength of the strong man from Xiante. The people here are all strong men of the young generation. Although they are Xiante figures, their realm is not too high. They should all be new to the realm of Xiante, and it is perfect for them to hone themselves. The young Xiante figure approached Qin Wentian step by step. Everyone stared at the front with sharp eyes. Qin Wentian's aura became more and more majestic and powerful, as if there were raging waves hidden in his body, which made everyone's face change constantly. Qin Wentian's strength was really powerful. At this moment, his state was simply terrifying. That might was enough to crush all the celestial figures. With such might, the strong men in the celestial realm were really vulnerable to fighting him. There was a regular force flowing on the palm of the Xiante young man, and the fairy light was shining. At that time, the rule power of the fairy was the power of transformation, which was extremely profound. It seemed that every ray of power had terrible power, and it was not at the same level as the strong men in the celestial realm. The Xiante figure could easily kill the strong men in the celestial realm in seconds. Boom! The Xiante strong man took a step forward, and Qin Wentian only felt a terrifying force directly bombarding his body through the air. At that time, a terrifying invisible might was the power of the Xiante. Qin Wentian did not dare to be careless. His strength blossomed to the extreme. He released his battle plan, and was surrounded by endless rune light, as if he was immortal. He was wearing platinum armor, like a peerless god of war. Boom! Qin Wentian's body became huge, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered with rune light. His body was dozens of feet long, like a young god or demon. You actually want to fight against Xiante? You are overestimating yourself. I will make you understand that the power of Xiante cannot be resisted by the heavenly phenomena. The young man from Xiante stepped again, and the power of Xiante once again shook Qin Wentian's heart, as if to break Qin Wentian's heart veins and make him king. The power was terrifying. Qin Wentian's heart trembled wildly. The invisible power was like the power of heaven and earth, hitting his heart directly. If it were not for his surging vitality and strong body, the invisible power of the Xiante strongman could hurt him. The palm changed, and there was an astonishing floating light flowing on the palm. The terrifying runes revealed an astonishing power, which made the faces of the surrounding strong men change. They stared at Qin Wentian's palms. These hands were so terrifying, giving people a vague feeling of being indestructible, as if these hands were enough to destroy everything. A terrifying power of a great demon enveloped Qin Wentian, and a giant elephant figure faintly appeared above his body. There were endless light particles in the body of the giant elephant, flowing on Qin Wentian's body. Each particle faintly possessed the amazing power of the giant elephant, which was terrifying. The power of the dragon and the elephant, was super strong. The ancient demon god dragon elephant had the power to shatter the sky. The Xiante young man seemed to feel Qin Wentian's increasing power, and even had a faint threat to him at the Xiante level. With a cold snort, he finally made a move. A punch was thrown, seemingly plain and simple, but it truly contained the power of the immortal platform. The terrifying might swept across the world. The rule power contained in that punch turned into a golden fist that penetrated the void, and there were terrible fist shadows flowing around. At this moment, the whole world was filled with fists whistling, covering the sky and the earth, covering the entire void, with a shocking momentum. Every fist light was enough to kill a top-level celestial being, not to mention the meteor fist light curtain flowing with shocking light. As expected of a strong man from the immortal platform, if I were in it, I would be killed easily. One step to immortality, stepping into the realm of immortals, is completely not on the same level as the realm of celestial phenomena. In a flash of lightning, thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Qin Wentian did not retreat. He also punched with a hand of God. The sound of an elephant shook the sky, and a giant elephant appeared in front of him. Every particle Qin Wentian blasted out turned into an indestructible giant elephant, with the supreme power of a giant elephant, which could shock the ages and destroy the heavens. The two forces collided in the void, which was simply earth-shattering. The banquet tables and chairs between them were all turned into fragments and powder, leaving no residue. A strong wind blew out, and the people around them felt that their bodies were about to be torn apart and retreated away from the battlefield. Boom! The deafening collision sound shook the world. The two people blasted each other in the most violent way. At this moment, Qin Wentian and the young man from Xiante retreated at the same time, and were both repelled by the powerful and terrifying power of the other party. There was no second collision. The young man from Xiante was stunned. His attack was actually resisted. He was a strong man from Xiante, who could easily kill the existence of Xiangxiang realm, but he was repelled. The people around were also stunned, looking at the figure of Qin Wentian, who looked like a god of war. Qin Wentian stood there proudly, staring at the front with a cold gaze, and said coldly, "This is the strength you have after entering Xiante? It's really ironic, you are a waste. If I were Xiante, killing you would be like slaughtering pigs and dogs. P.S. Today is the first day, brothers, please hand in your guaranteed monthly tickets quickly." Chapter 1000 Yangan's Killing Intention. The arrogant voice resounded between heaven and earth. The banquet had been completely destroyed. The banquet had long been destroyed. Two people stood opposite each other in the crowd, with an extremely fierce momentum. This attack really made them feel the power of Qin Wentian. With a realm of celestial phenomena, colliding with the strong men of the immortal platform, what a style. Moreover, Qin Wentian was not at a disadvantage at all. Although he was shocked back, the opponent was also shocked back a few steps. With just this one attack, he had the capital to be arrogant. The strong men of the immortal platform realm, that is the existence of the immortal platform, the power of the rules, the attack with a wave of the hand contains the real rules of the immortal law, with infinite power, from the celestial phenomena to the immortal platform, that is a qualitative change, insurmountable. No matter how outstanding the celestial realm figures are, they can't defeat the immortal platform figures, and they can even be easily killed in seconds. They are not at the same level at all. This is the consensus of the practitioners, but at this moment, Qin Wentian seems to have broken this consensus and shocked everyone. His palm is too scary, and the attacking power of the magical power also contains rules, and the power of the rules is strong, blooming with a divine elephant, and has infinite power. Everyone secretly said in their hearts, staring at Qin Wentian's divine hand, what kind of power can collide with the immortal platform? What kind of magical power is this? The young man from the immortal platform asked, staring at Qin Wentian's hands. Whether it is those hands or the giant elephant magical power just now, they are extremely scary, definitely a super magical power. This young man from the immortal platform is called Mu Feng. He is the descendant of a king. He has outstanding talent and has built the immortal platform for some time. The immortal platform is stable and powerful. He is so arrogant that he wants to teach Qin Wentian a lesson and force Qin Wentian to admit his mistakes and apologize and leave the palace of the immortal country. But under this attack, he was repelled by Qin Wentian and lost face. You don't deserve to know. Qin Wentian sneered, I don't need to use magical powers to enter the immortal platform to kill you, but you have the nerve to say that and want to blame it on the magical powers. This group of people are shameless. If you can't do it in the celestial realm, go to the immortal platform. Don't really do as you said the other day, and if you can't do it, you'll beg your parents for help. The little bastard behind Qin Wentian said in a baby voice, which was even more embarrassing. Inviting Qin Wentian to the banquet, so many people were obviously targeting Qin Wentian, but no one in the celestial realm could do anything to him, so the immortal platform took action, which was itself a fault, and it was in the immortal kingdom palace. Brother Qin, this beast has a bad mouth, do you want to take good care of it? Qi Wang's son Yangan said coldly, and now he is riding a tiger and it is difficult to get off. So impressive. The childish voice of the little bastard came out again, staring at Yangan and said, the fifth genius on the immortal ranking, Zidaoyang is like a god in your eyes. You think you are not as good as him, and you think others are not as good as him. Qin Wentian defeated Zidaoyang, who practiced for several years after you left. You dare to be proud in front of us and think that I am bragging. If I were you, I would be ashamed to commit suicide. Little guy, give others some face. After all, they are all children of kings and nobles. Although they are more useless, their status can crush you. Qin Wentian patted the little bastard's head and said, not caring about the powerful people around him. Do you really think you can compete with the strong men of the immortal platform? Brother Mu was just playing with you casually before. If Brother Qin is still so stubborn, I am afraid that Brother Qin will have to experience the power of the immortal platform. Yangan's aura emanated, and a terrible immortal power bloomed from him, with supreme power, extremely terrifying. Are you planning to go together? Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. You are too self-righteous. One person is enough. Mu Feng spoke coldly. His power became more violent. The light of colored glaze flowed on his body. There was a roaring sound from a fairy platform. The light shone above the sky. Qin Wentian saw a starry sky phenomenon. At that time, a golden giant fist was extremely huge and stretched across the sky. No, it was not a starry sky phenomenon, but the evolution of the starry sky phenomenon. It was much more powerful than the starry sky phenomenon. It was a qualitative change, like a starry sky phenomenon of the immortal. The flowing fist light was like a meteor shower, with endless rune light. The meteor fist that kept falling down contained the rules of the immortal and the power of the immortal. The strong man of the fairy platform has built a fairy platform in his body. The star phenomenon has transformed. With the control of the fairy platform, he can directly draw the power of the rules from the martial destiny star, strengthen the fairy platform, and make the fairy vision constantly transform, and finally turn into the supreme rule. Qin Wentian stared at the fairy vision and felt a power in it. This fight with the fairy platform was an experience for him. Mu Feng stretched out his hand, and in an instant his arm turned into an immortal arm, as if he had become one with the immortal star in the void, and all the power of the void could be better used by him. He punched out again, penetrating the heaven and earth. Although he stood in the same place, he still had an immortal fist that smashed the void and killed Qin Wentian. The strong man of the immortal platform took action, and he could easily kill people 100 miles away. Qin Wentian's violent aura bloomed fiercely. He stepped out, and the world shook. He punched out again. The divine elephant suppressed the world, with a monstrous demonic power. The streamer of the void kept colliding and exploding, and the power of destruction was extremely terrible. Mu Feng looked ugly. He saw that his two fists bloomed with terrible power at the same time, and they all contained immortal power. The light of his body was more dazzling, and there was a light of an immortal platform in his body that was blooming endless immortal flowers and covering his body. The power flowed on his fists. Mu Feng was bathed in the real immortal light, and every blow was earth-shaking and unstoppable. Qin Wentian's hands turned into God's hands at the same time. This was the first time he used both arms to attack with God's hands, exhausting his endless power. If he didn't have the multiverse palace, the star power in his body would be vast, and he couldn't support such a brutal fight. How terrible is the power of the God's hands with two palms. He fought against the strong man of the immortal platform. The void collided, the sky and the earth changed color, and the people around retreated again and again. The two people watching the crazy battle in the void were shocked beyond words. Qin Wentian was too strong, with a perfect body. His flesh was like an immortal body, flowing with supreme light, comparable to the body of an immortal or a demon. His attack was earth-shaking and countered the power of the immortal. Obviously, Qin Wentian's attack power also contained the power of rules. As a strong man like him, it is impossible that he did not comprehend the power of rules. However, it is absolutely impossible for a celestial being to absorb immortal power directly like a fairy-type strong man. Even if a celestial being comprehends the rules, his power is limited. He is not as majestic as a fairy-type strong man. The fairy-type built by a fairy-type person is full of immortal power and has infinite power. If the battle lasts for a long time, Qin Wentian will still be defeated even if he has a monstrous power. But even so, Qin Wentian is already proud enough. At least, he really shocked these princes and sons with his strength, making them really feel the gap. The strong man who ranked first on the fairy list of the ancient emperor city defeated the strong man of Zdaoyang, and now they no longer doubt it. Qin Wentian, is this all your trump card? Mu Feng said coldly, and the attack continued. The fairy-type strongman still has arrogance in his tone when dealing with celestial beings. I really feel sad for you. Qin Wentian responded strongly, and the two fought from the ground to the void. Oh, how embarrassing. I thought Xiante was so great. The little guy sighed with his head held high, looking very cute, but a cold gaze fell on him, as if he couldn't tolerate him. What do you want to do? Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the people, the little guy's body became huge, and said, if there is anyone who wants to fight me in a fair battle, I will accompany you. Evil beast, you are rude, who has time to fight with you? I held a banquet, but you swallowed all the monsters. In this case, you should pay with your life. The Prince of Qi, Yangan, had a cold light in his eyes and walked forward step by step. Are you going to use Xiante to bully the celestial phenomena again? The little bastard turned into golden winged rock, floating in the air, staring at Yangan with a sharp gaze. Yangan's eyes were scary, with murderous intent. He had always been interested in Qinger and wanted to pursue her. He invited Qin Wentian to come today to humiliate him and make him retreat. However, Qin Wentian made a scene at the banquet, and no one could suppress him. He fought with a giant strong man. His existence as the fifth on the immortal list was not worth mentioning. He seemed so humble. He had no place to be proud of even after entering the Xiante, which made him very unhappy. With the talent Qin Wentian showed, and he had already been favored by the princess, everyone in the palace must have seen the turmoil today. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to compete with Qin Wentian. Yang An was a smart man. Qin Wentian had always said that he had no background, but there must be an immortal king figure who valued him, otherwise he could not go to the ancient emperor city. It was just that the immortal king was not good enough in the palace, so it was normal for Qin Wentian to not say anything. But after Qin Wentian entered the Xiante with such a talent, he might find a stronger backer in the future. This made Yang An jealous. Princess Qinger, is he going to have no chance with her? But since he lost face today, he must make her pay a price. Let's go. The little bastard's body suddenly turned into golden lightning and went towards the void. He knew that Yang An had murderous intentions. He was not sure if he could fight with a strong man of the immortal platform. Can you get away? Yang An took a step forward, his whole body filled with immortal light, the immortal platform in his body bloomed with immortal power, and his whole body was wrapped in the power of rules. He stepped into the void like the wind and caught up with the little bastard. Boom! A terrible immortal storm swept across the world, instantly covering the void. The little bastard's body stopped, staring at the terrible storm formed by the immortal rule power around him, which could tear everything apart. Yang An released the terrible rule power in his body. His talent was more outstanding than Mu Feng. Although he had just stepped into the immortal platform, he was not inferior to Mu Feng at all. Kill! Yang An shouted coldly, and the endless rules in the storm turned into a thin blade of wind, which could cut through the void and slash towards the body of the little bastard, with infinite power. The little bastard's body spun, and golden light shone brightly, wrapping his body. The blade that was slashing towards him could not break through his defense. Then the little bastard spun and soared into the sky. The terrible golden storm strangled everything and wanted to rush out of Yang An's storm. What a strong defense! Yang An's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qin Wentian could not be killed, and this evil beast would be killed on the spot. P.S. A full 1,000 chapters, more than 3 million words, and more than a year. It was not easy. Brothers, remember to vote for the guaranteed monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.